Chapter 23 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 23. Across the Gulf Links. Learn to live and live to learn. Ignorance like a fire burns. Little tasks make large returns. Bayard Taylor. Sits the wind in that quarter. Shakespeare. When Waveney went home the following Sunday, she carried with her a choice little piece of information which she retailed with much gusto at the tea table. "Father," she said in a mysterious voice, "I have found out something so interesting about our dear little Monsieur Blackie." Then Mollie, who was pouring out the tea, paused in her task to listen. "He is a relation of the Misses Harfords, their cousin once removed. Miss Althea told me so. His father, Colonel Ingram, was their own cousin." Mollie's face wore an awed expression. She was evidently much impressed, but Mr. Ward looked a little perplexed. "Ingram," he muttered. "I do not remember the name, and yet I thought I knew all their relations." "No, father dear," returned Waveney, gently. "Miss Althea said you had never seen any of them. They were living abroad because Mrs. Ingram's health was so bad. There was only one daughter, Gwendolen, and she is married now. But I thought you and Mollie would be interested to know that he is a connection of the dear ladies at the Red House." Then Noel solemnly rapped on the table with his knife. "I propose Monsieur Blackie's health," he said, grandly. "He seems a respectable sort of party, and I am proud to have made his acquaintance. I regret, I may say I deeply regret, that I once made the unlucky observation that his head was like a scrubbing brush, and that his mustache was of the Mephistophelian pattern. But what are such trifles between friends?" And then his voice grew thin and nasal. "For I guess, and I do calculate, ladies and gentlemen, that the party in question is boss of the whole show, and will boom considerable." And then he sat down and glared at Mollie through his pince nez, but Mollie, who seemed a little flurried and excited, said nothing at all. Only, as she and Waveney were putting on their hats for church, she said, in rather a subdued, quiet little voice, "Wave, dear, of course I am glad about Mr. Ingram, but it does not make any real difference, does it? For we always knew he was a gentleman. Father thinks he must be rich, he is so generous with his money. But he will never be too grand to be our friend, will he?" Mollie's voice was not quite steady when she said this. To her simplicity it seemed a surprising thing that their homely, kindly Monsieur Blackie should have such grand relations. Mollie spent a very happy day at the Red House. Althea, who knew what girls loved best, told Waveney to take her all over the house and show her everything, and left them alone together. She and Doreen had an engagement for the afternoon, but tea was served up as usual in the library. When Althea returned, she found them nestled together in the big easy chair by the fire, "looking like a couple of babes in the wood," she said to Doreen afterwards. And it was so pretty and effective a picture that she forbade them to move. And then she sat down and talked to them in so sweet and friendly a way that Mollie's soft heart was soon won. And when Noel arrived, looking a little shy and awkward, after the fashion of boys, he found them all talking merrily together. Both Althea and Doreen were charmed with Mollie. Doreen frankly owned to her sister that she had never seen so beautiful a face. If it were not for her lameness, she would be perfect, she said regretfully, and Althea agreed to this. It is a pity, of course, she returned, gently, but there is something pathetic in it. And then her unconsciousness is so childlike. She is a sweet creature, and I love her already, but not so much as I love my little Undine. For somehow both she and Doreen often called her by this name. Waveney had not seen her little friend Betty again, but Althea and Doreen were constantly at the house in High Street, and she often heard them mention her name. Sometimes of an evening, when she was reading to herself, she heard them talking about the Chaytors, and as they never dropped their voices, she thought it no harm to listen. Joa is a different woman, Doreen once said. I never saw such a change in anyone. I always knew Tristram was her favorite. Thorold has to play second fiddle now. I am a little sorry for him sometimes. Your sorrow is wasted, Dorrie, returned her sister with a smile. Thorold is too big and strong for these petty feelings. He values Joa's peace of mind far too much to disturb it by paltry jealousy. He tells me that for the present Tristram and the child will continue to live with them, until Tristram can earn enough to keep a respectable roof over his head. It was very lucky finding him that berth, and it really suits him very well. But Joa says that Betty misses her father terribly. She spends half her time at the window watching for him. Betty's name was perpetually on the sisters' lips. Her queer little speeches, her odd ways, her shrewdness and intelligence, and above all her warm, childish heart were favorite topics, and Bet's last was a standing joke with them. Waveney began to wish to see her again, but Miss Althea never sent her now to the Chaytors. Once Joanna called and had tea at the Red House, but Betty was not with her. The child had a slight cold, she said, and she had left her with Jemima. But throughout the visit she talked of little else. Bet's lessons, her story books, the new doll that Althea had given her, and the bassinet that she was trimming for a Christmas present were all discussed quite seriously. Waveney listened eagerly in her corner. For once she found Miss Chaytor interesting. Her voice had lost its fretful strain, she spoke with animation, and as she talked there was a pretty dimple that Waveney had never noticed. She must have been very pretty when she was a girl, thought Waveney. She is good-looking now, and her face is quite pleasant when she smiles. And then again she heard Bet's name and composed herself to listen. The love of that mite for her father is quite wonderful, went on Joanna. Even Thorold notices it. Quite an hour before tryst is due, Bet will be gluing her face and flattening her nose against the window, and nothing will move her. And all the time she is humming to herself like a little bird, such funny little scraps of tunes. And then, when he crosses the road, she is out of the room like a dart. And to hear all her old-fashioned questions to him in the passage. Oh, it almost makes me cry to listen to her. Are you very tired, father dear? Have you had a hard day? Does your head ache? And are your feet cold? But Aunt Joa has made up such a big fire. Something like that every night. Bless her little heart, observed Doreen sympathetically, but Althea only smiled. And then she brings him in and makes such a fuss over him, went on Joanna, just as though he were some feeble, gouty old gentleman. But Tristram lets her do it. I think he likes to feel her little fingers busy about him. She fetches him his warm slippers and a footstool, or a screen if the fire is hot, and when he is quite comfy, as she calls it, she climbs up on his knee and gives him an account of the day. When Joanna had taken her leave, Althea stood looking into the fire with a grave, abstracted look. But when Doreen returned to the room, She changed her attitude slightly. "Joa seems very happy, does she not, Dorrie? She has not worn so bright a face since the old manor house days." "No, indeed, and it is all Bet's influence. She is like a hen with one chick. It almost makes me laugh to hear her." "I felt nearer crying, I assure you. But, Dorrie, is it not beautiful to see how love effaces self? And a little child shall lead them. Do you remember those words? Already Bet's tiny fingers have smoothed out the lines on Joa's face, and taught her to smile again." Waveney only saw Mr. Chaytor on Thursday evenings at the Porch House. The Shakespeare readings were still in full swing, and she still sat beside Nora Greenwell. She sometimes thought that Mr. Chaytor spoke less to her than to the other girls, though he was always careful to point out any fault of punctuation. Now and then, when she was a little weary of following the text, she would raise her eyes from the books, and more than once it had given her an odd shock to find at that very moment Mr. Chaytor was quietly regarding her. Then some sudden shyness made her eyelids droop again. Mr. Chaytor took no apparent notice of her. When the reading was over, he always joined Althea, and a grave bow, or perhaps a pleasant good night, when Waveney left the room, was all that passed between them. It was strange, then, that as Thorold Chaytor walked down the hill in the wintry darkness, a little pale face and a pair of dark, spirituelle eyes should invariably haunt him. Never in his life had he seen such eyes, so soft and deep and magnetic. And then that babyish crop of brown, curly hair. He wondered why she wore it so. It made her look so childish, but he liked it, too. It struck him that she was lighter, and more sprightly and full of grace and lissomness than any girl he had seen, and that his name of Undine suited her down to the ground. He remembered well her sister's lovely face, but of the two he preferred his little Undine. Once, when he had entered the recreation hall, and the seat beside Nora Greenwell was vacant, a troubled look came into his eyes. But Waveney, who had only gone across to the house for a book Althea wanted, re-entered a moment later, and Thorold's brow cleared like magic as her light, springy step passed by his chair. "I hope I have not disturbed you," she said, rather timidly, as he rose from his seat and wished her good evening. But Miss Harford had forgotten her Shakespeare. "Not at all, but we will begin now." Then, as Waveney opened her book, she wondered at Mr. Chaytor's grave, intent look. About 10 days before Christmas, Waveney, attended by her little companions, Fuss and Fury, started off for a walk over the common. It was one of those ideal afternoons in December, when all young creatures feel it is a joy to be alive. There had been a heavy frost in the night, and the bright, wintry sunshine had not yet melted it. The Frost King had touched the saplings with his white fingers, and even the bare blackberry bushes were transformed into things of beauty. The vast common seemed to glitter with whiteness under the pink glow of the winter sky. Waveney had turned her steps towards the golf links. The wind blew more bleakly there, but the wide stretch of open common, with the black windmill in the distance, always gave her a pleasant sensation of freedom. She loved to watch the sun sinking into his bed of bright-colored clouds, but when the pink glow faded, and the skyline became a cold, steely blue, she shivered a little, as though she had stayed too long at some pageant, and set her face homewards. She had walked too far, and she knew the darkness would overtake her long before she reached the Red House, and then Miss Althea would gently admonish her for her imprudence. The little dogs were tumbling over each other and wetting their silky coats in the frosty grass. Waveney called them sharply to order. If no one were in sight, she thought she would race them across the common, but the next moment she heard footsteps behind her. Involuntarily she quickened her own steps. It was rather a lonely part of the common. There was no one to be seen, only the gaunt, black arms of the windmill seemed to stretch into the darkening sky. The rapid, even footsteps behind her made her nervous, and gave her the feeling of being in a nightmare. If she could only look around! And then, to her intense relief, a familiar voice pronounced her name. "Mr. Chaytor!" she gasped, for her heart was beating so fast that she could hardly speak. "Oh, how glad I am! It was very foolish of me, but I never can bear to be followed in a lonely place." "I was afraid I frightened you," he said, coming to her side, "but you were walking so fast that I found it difficult to overtake you. Forgive me, I know I have no right to lecture, but at this hour the golf links is far too lonely a place for a young lady." "Yes, you are right," returned Waveney, touched by this kind interest in her welfare. "And I must never walk here again so late, but," with a sigh of regret, "I do love it so." "Do you?" returned Mr. Chaytor, quickly. "I wonder why." But with his habitual reserve he forbore to add that it was his favorite walk. "It is so wide," she replied in her earnest voice. "All this space with nothing between you and the sky makes one feel so free and happy. The sunsets are always so beautiful here, and if it were not for the loneliness I should love to watch the darkness, like a big black ogre, swallow up all the lovely light." It was a pity Waveney could not see Mr. Chaytor's smile. "Shall we stand and watch it now?" he said indulgently. "You have a safe escort, so we need not fear your ogre. Only you must not take cold." But Waveney only thanked him, and said that she was late already, and that they had better go. What a walk that was! And how Waveney remembered it afterwards! If Mr. Chaytor had laid himself out to please and interest her, he could not have succeeded better. Books, pictures, accounts of his old summer wanderings. And yet not for one moment did Waveney feel that he was talking down to her level. It seemed the spontaneous outpouring of a well-bred, intellectual man, glad to impart information to a congenial companion. But if Waveney was charmed and interested, certainly Mr. Chaytor was gratified. Miss Ward's bright intelligence, her racy and picturesque remarks, her frankly confessed ignorance, were all delightful to him. Since the old manor days he had seen so few girls, and none of them had attracted him in the least. There was something unique, out of the common, about Miss Ward. He felt vaguely that he would like to know more of her. Perhaps it was this feeling that made him say, presently, "I am afraid you have forgotten your little friend Betty," for he knew all about that meeting on the embankment. Betty had given him a most realistic and graphic account. "And the little lady did warm my hands so, Uncle Theo." And here Bet rubbed away at his hands until she was red in the face. "And all the time she did talk, and her great big eyes were laughing at me." Bet has a good memory for her friends, and she often talks about you, continued Thorold. "She is a fascinating little person, even to me, though I do not profess to understand children. She is full of surprises. You never get to the end of her. My sister fairly worships her." "Yes, I know," returned Waveney, softly, "and I am so very glad for your sister, I mean. I should love to see Betty again. I am not like you, Mr. Chater. I have been a child worshipper all my life. Oh, I know they are naughty sometimes, but they are so much nearer the angels than we are, and they are not such a long way off from heaven. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Are you a student of Wordsworth, Miss Ward? But she shook her head. I have read some of his poems, she returned, modestly, but I am afraid I know very little good poetry. That is a pity, but one can always mend a fault. At Easter I propose having a course of reading from Tennyson and Mrs. Browning. Ah, here we are at the Red House. You will come in and have a cup of tea after your long walk, observed Waveney. Miss Doreen is in town, but I know Miss Althea is at home. Then, after a moment's hesitation, Mr. Chater assented and followed her into the house. My dear child, how late you are, observed Althea, rather anxiously, as Waveney opened the library door. I was getting nervous about you. I am afraid I am rather late, confessed the girl, but fortunately I met Mr. Chater, and he has come in with me for some tea. Then there was no lack of welcome in Althea's face and voice. Fresh tea was ordered, and another supply of hot buttered scones, a big pine log thrown on the fire, and as Thorold sat in his luxurious chair, with a glass screen between him and the blaze, with his little walking companion opposite him, and Althea's warm smile on them both, he had never felt himself more comfortable or at his ease. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 24. Lost, Stolen, or Strayed. Rainy and rough sets the day. There's a heart beating for somebody. I must be up and away. Somebody's anxious for somebody. Swain. Mr. Ingram had once compared the English climate to unregenerated womanhood, and had declaimed on this subject in his own whimsical fashion at Cleveland Terrace, much to the delight of his young friend the humorist. It is womanhood pure and simple, and unadulterated by civilization, he continued, blandly, as he twisted his Mephistophelian mustache. It is the savage mother, and no mistake, with all her crude, grand humors. Sometimes she is benevolent, fairly brimming over with the milk of loving kindness. She has her sportive moods, when she bubbles over with smiles and mirth, a May Day, for example, when she walks through the land as meekly as a garlanded lamb. Hear, hear, observed Noel, sotto voce, but Mollie, who was deeply impressed, frowned him down. Mr. Ingram paused, as though for a well-deserved applause. He felt himself becoming eloquent, so he took up his parable again. But the savage mother knows how to sulk and frown, and her tear-storms and icy moods are terribly trying. There is no coquetry about her then. It is the storm and stress of a great passion, and with this grand peroration Mr. Ingram gave his mustache a final twist, and, as Noel phrased it, brought the house down. Waveney thought of Monsieur Blackie's parable, for of course it had been duly retailed to her in Mollie's weekly budget, when the weather changed disastrously before Christmas. The Frost King no longer touched the earth with his white fingers, the wintry sunshine had faded from the landscape, the skies were grey and threatening, and the raw cold made one's flesh creep. Hardly Christmas weather, Althea observed, regretfully, as she looked out from the library window at the blackened grass and sodden, uninviting paths. Only under the wide veranda of the porch-house a crowd of birds were feeding. Waveney was, as usual, watching them. "I am afraid it will rain before evening," returned Doreen. "The barometer is going down fast. I do so dislike a wet Christmas," and to this Althea cordially agreed. But no amount of impending rain could damp Waveney's pleasurable expectations, for she had a delightful programme before her. That year Christmas Day fell on Saturday, and as Althea and Doreen always dined with Mrs. Mainwaring, Althea proposed driving her to Cleveland Terrace. "Aunt Sarah would be delighted to see you, dear," she said. "Indeed, you were included in the invitation, but I told her that you would far rather be with your own people." "Oh, thank you," returned the girl, gratefully, but her joy was unbounded when Althea suggested that she should not return to the Red House until Tuesday afternoon. "I shall need all my helpers then," she finished, smiling, and Waveney understood her. The Christmas programme had been duly unfolded to her. There was to be a grand tea and entertainment for Althea's girls at the Porch House, a festive evening in the Home for Workers, a supper for the Dereham cabmen, and another for the costermongers, and on Twelfth Night the servants at the Red House always entertained their relations and friends in the recreation hall. In fact, as Doreen expressed it, no one would have time to sit down comfortably until the feast of the Epiphany had passed. But though Doreen spoke in a resigned tone of a weary worker, it might be doubted if anyone enjoyed more thoroughly the bustle and preparation. The day before Christmas was a busy one for all the inmates of the Red House. Doreen was at the home all day superintending the Christmas decorations, and Althea spent most of her time at the Porch House, where a band of voluntary helpers were making garlands of evergreens, and framing Christmas mottoes in ivy under her skilful direction. Waveney would willingly have helped in the work, but Althea had other employment for her. Some of her pensioners lived on the other side of the river, and Waveney, who often acted as her almoner, went off early in the afternoon to order parcels of groceries and other good things, and to carry them to 2 or 3 old women who lived in the almshouses. The old women were garrulous, and detained her with accounts of their various ailments, so it was quite dark before the little gate of the almshouse garden closed behind her. For some time she had heard the pattering of the rain against the window panes, and knew that she would have a long, wet walk home. "Ay, but it is a wild night," observed Mrs. Bates, lugubriously, as she stirred her bright little fire afresh, "and it makes one shiver to one's very bones, that it do." "But your warm shawl will be a comfort," returned Waveney, cheerfully. "Well, I must go now. A happy Christmas to you, Mrs. Bates, and I hope your rheumatism will soon be better." And then Waveney unhasped the upper half of Widow Bates' door and peered out into the darkness. It was not inviting, certainly. The cold, sleety rain was falling in torrents. A wild night, assuredly, and one that meant mischief. But Waveney wore a stout, waterproof cloak that Althea had lent to her, and thought she would be proof against any amount of rain or sleet. True, her umbrella was just a little slit, but she would soon have it recovered. A narrow, winding passage resembling a cathedral close led to High Street. A few old-fashioned houses fronted the garden wall of the vicarage. Here it was so dark that Waveney was rather startled when she heard a child's voice close to her elbow. "Oh, please, I am quite lost, and will you take me home?" There was something familiar in the voice, but in the darkness it was impossible to see the child's face. but Waveney's ear was never deaf to any childish appeal. "Oh, you poor little thing," she said kindly. "Where do you live, and what is your name?" "I am Dad's little Betty," returned the child. She spoke in a tired, dreary little tone. "And I live across the water, past the church, with Uncle Theo and Aunt Joa." Then, in spite of the wet, Waveney stooped down and put her arm around her. "Why, it is my little friend Betty," she said in a puzzled tone. "Why are you out alone this dreadful night? Oh, you poor darling! Your frock and jacket are quite soaking. Come, come, we must go home as fast as possible. Give me your hand, dear, and come closer to me, so that my umbrella may shelter you." "Is it my little lady?" asked Betty, in a perplexed voice. "She did speak to me so kindly once on the seat by the river, but I have never seen her again." "But we shall see each other presently when we get to the shops," returned Waveney, cheerily. "Betty, darling, tell me, why are you out by yourself?" "I wanted to meet Dad," returned Betty with a little sob. "Aunt Joa was out, and I was so lonely all by myself, and Jemima was busy, and told me to run away, and I was aching dreadful because it was Christmas Eve, and Dad did not come, and I thought—" And Bet sobbed afresh. "It would be such fun to see him pass me, and then I should call out loud, 'Here's Bet, Dad, and I have come to meet you.' But there was no Dad at all." "Yes, and then you missed your way?" "It was so dark," returned Bet plaintively, "and there were trees, and I fell down and hurt myself, and then I got frightened. Are you frightened in the dark too?" "No, I am only frightened of doing wrong things. Betty, dear, I am afraid you have been very naughty, and that poor Aunt Joa will be anxious. Can you walk faster, darling?" But Bet, tired and miserable, felt as though her poor little legs were weighted with lead. But for the umbrella, Waveney would have carried her. It hurt her to hear the child sobbing to herself quietly in the darkness. It was a cruel night for any child to be out. Mr. Ingram's savage mother was in her fiercest mood, and seemed lashing herself up to fresh fury. There was scarcely a foot passenger to be seen on the bridge, but a few shivering men and women were in the town making their Christmas purchases. Bet cheered up a little when the bridge had been crossed. "We shall soon be there now," she sighed. "Do you know my home, little lady?" "Yes, dear, and I know your Aunt Joa, too, and your Uncle Theo." "And Dad?" "No, darling, not Dad, but I dare say I shall know him some day. See how pretty all those lights look. Yes, this is the house," as Betty pulled at her hand, and the next moment they were standing on the doorstep. To Waveney's surprise, Mr. Chaytor opened the door. He regarded them with amazement. Waveney's old umbrella had not fulfilled its mission, and the velvet on her hat was soaking, and so was her hair. But she was nothing to Betty. In the lamplight she looked like the most abject little child possible. She was splashed with mud from head to foot, and her plait of fair hair was so wet that Mr. Chaytor hurriedly withdrew his hand. "Why, she is wet through," he said in a shocked voice. Then Waveney hurriedly explained matters. "I'm afraid Betty has been rather naughty," she said quickly. "She went out by herself in the hope of meeting her father, and then she lost herself and got frightened. She was just by Aylmer's almshouses when she spoke to me." "Aylmer's almshouses across the river!" he exclaimed, quite horrified. "Why, I thought she was with my sister. What are we to do, Miss Ward?" looking at her with all a man's helplessness. "Joanna may not be back for an hour, and Jemima has gone to the General Post Office, and the child is dripping with wet from head to foot." Waveney was quite equal to the emergency. "I think, if you will allow me, I had better take her upstairs," she returned, quietly, "and get off her wet things. If you could get her something hot to drink, milk or tea, anything, so that it is hot." Then Mr. Chater looked relieved. "I could make her a cup of tea," he returned, "if you are sure that will do. The kettle is boiling now." "Thank you very much," was all Waveney answered. "Now, Betty dear, will you show me the way to your room?" "I sleep in Aunt Joa's room," replied Betty, making brave efforts to restrain her tears. Her poor little lips were blue with cold, and her teeth were chattering, and her fingers were so numb that they could not turn the handle of the door, and Waveney had to come to her help. It was a large, pleasant room, furnished simply, and a bright fire gave it an air of comfort. A child's cot stood beside the bed. There were some fine old prints on the walls, and the silver and ebony brush on the toilet table, and the quilted silk eiderdown on her bed spoke of better days. Waveney took off her dripping waterproof and hat, and then she set to work, and in 5 minutes Betty's wet things lay in a heap on the floor, and she was wrapped up in her aunt's warm flannel dressing gown, and ensconced in the big easy chair. Then Waveney sat down on a rug and rubbed the frozen little feet. "Betty," she said, coaxingly, "I do wish you would be a good child and go straight to bed." But Betty puckered up her face at this, and looked so miserable that Waveney did not dare to say more. "It's my dad's birthday, and Christmas Eve," she said in a heartbroken voice. "Dad would not enjoy his tea one bit unless I buttered his toast and gave him his 2 lumps of sugar." "Well, then, you must tell me where to find you some dry, clean clothes," returned Waveney, with a disapproving shake of her head. But just then there was a tap at the door, and when she said, "Come in," to her surprise, Mr. Chater entered with 2 large cups of steaming tea in his hands. "Jemima is still playing truant," he said apologetically, "so I was obliged to bring the tea myself." And then he set down the cups on a little table, piling up Joanna's small possessions in a most ruthless fashion, to make room for them. Perhaps the novelty of the situation bewildered him, or something in the little fireside scene appealed to him, for he stood beside Betty's chair for 2 or 3 minutes without speaking. Betty, in her scarlet dressing gown, was certainly a most picturesque looking little object, but Thorold's eyes rested longer on the girlish figure on the rug, at the busy ministering hands, and the damp, curly hair still glistening with wet. "Do please drink your tea before it cools," he said, pleadingly. "When Jemima comes back, I shall send her up to help you, and clear all the wet things away." And then he went downstairs, and set on the kettle again to boil. And all the while the memory of a bare little foot resting on a girl's soft, pink palm haunted him. "It is the eternal motherhood," he said to himself, "that is in all true women. No wonder Bet loves her. How could she help it? How could she help it?" And then the doorbell rang, and Jemima entered with profuse apologies at her tardiness. She was sent upstairs with a supply of hot water and towels, and as soon as Betty had finished her tea, her face and hands were washed, her hair dried, and neatly tied with a ribbon. Then she was dressed in clean, fresh garments. "I have got my best frock on, and I feel quite nice and like Christmas Eve," exclaimed Betty with a quaint little caper. "Oh, I am sure Dad must have come, and Aunt Joa too. Do let us go downstairs." "Let me wash my hands first, darling," pleaded Waveney. "And oh, dear, how untidy I look." and Betty stood by the toilet table watching with critical eyes while Waveney tried to bring the unruly locks into order. "Aunt Joa has such long, long hair," she observed. "When she sits down, it almost touches the floor. But yours is nice baby hair, too. It is like little rings that have come undone. But it is pretty, don't you think so?" Feeling that Waveney must be the best judge of such a personal matter, Jemima giggled as she picked up the little muddy boots. "Law, Miss Bet," she said reprovingly, "how you do talk! No little ladies that I ever knew said such things. There's your pa, he is downstairs and a-waiting for his tea." But Bet heard no more. "Come, come," she said, pulling Waveney by the dress. "Dad is downstairs, and the curls don't matter one bit." Then Waveney reluctantly followed her. Her hat and gloves were drying. She could not possibly put them on for another half hour, and she could hardly stay ruminating in Miss Chater's bedroom. Joanna had not yet returned. She was evidently weather-bound at some friend's house, but a good-looking, weather-beaten man in a rough grey coat stood with his back to the fire. Bet ran to him at once. "Oh, Dad, I did so want to be ready for you, but I got wet, and the little lady was helping me to dress up again." "Yes, I know, Bet." And then her father kissed her a little gravely, and held out his hand to Waveney. "I am very grateful to you, Miss Ward. My brother has been telling me of your kindness to my little girl. She has been a very naughty child, I am afraid." Then Bet looked up in his face, and her lip quivered. "Was it really bad of me to go out there and meet you, Dad? Really and truly?" "Yes, darling, really and truly." And then Tristram took her on his knee. What would Dad have done without his little Betty? And she might have been lost or run over. "Oh, I would have found my way back," returned Bet, with a wise little nod of her head. "But I won't never do it again." And then her little arms went round his neck, and she rested her head against the rough grey coat, for her childish heart was full to the brim. "Miss Ward," observed Thorold, in rather a pleading voice, "as my sister is absent, may I ask you to pour out the tea?" Then Waveney, blushing a little at the unexpected request, took her place quietly at the tea tray. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 25. A Wet Night and a Difference of Opinion. I am Sir Oracle, and when I ope my lips, let no dog bark. Merchant of Venice. Beggar I am even poor in thanks. Hamlet. What a strange Christmas Eve it was! Waveney felt as though she were in a dream, as she sat there demurely pouring out the tea, with Betty beside her, counting the lumps of sugar in each cup. "2 for Daddy, and 1 big one for Uncle Theo? Oh, that is not big enough, is it, Uncle Theo? And, oh dear," in a reproachful voice, "you did put in the milk first." "I shall know better next time," returned Waveney, smiling, and then she watched Betty spreading her father's toast with butter. The child's concentrated earnestness, her absorbed gravity, amused her, but Tristram evidently took it as a matter of course. What a cosy room it was, Waveney thought. The crimson curtains were drawn, and a bright fire burnt in both fireplaces, an unwonted extravagance, in honor of Christmas Eve, The circle of easy chairs round the farthest fireplace looked snug and inviting. Thorold did not talk much during tea time. He left the conversation principally to his brother, but he often looked at the little figure that occupied Joanna's place. His fastidious eyes noticed the neat, dainty movements and the changes of expression on the bright, speaking face, and the lovely dimple when Waveney smiled or laughed. A man could hardly be dull with such a companion, he thought, and then, at some sudden suggestion, some overwhelming possibility, a dull flush rose to his temples, and he went to the window to inspect the weather. "I am sorry to say that it is still raining, Miss Ward," he said, quietly, "and I am afraid we are in for a wet night, but I will get you a cab." "A cab?" interrupted Waveney, in a dismayed tone. "Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chaytor, you must do nothing of the kind. I am as strong as a lion, and I never take cold, at least scarcely ever. And what does a little rain matter?" "You are a stoic," he returned, somewhat amused at this, but she seemed so horrified at his suggestion that he said no more, being a man of deeds, not words. So when Waveney took possession of an easy chair, and Betty brought her her baby doll to admire, she felt comfortably convinced that she would be allowed her own way, but she had reckoned without her host. Waveney chatted happily to the child, while Tristram watched them with the lazy enjoyment of a tired man, and she never wondered why Mr. Chaytor was absent so long until he re-entered the room in his ulster. "The cab is here, Miss Ward," he said, coolly, "and you will find your things in my sister's room. Jemima says they are quite dry." Then Waveney only flashed a look of reproach at him, and walked meekly out of the room. Of course he was right, she knew that, and that the idea of the long lonely walk in the pelting rain was absurd in the highest degree, but as Waveney went upstairs she was not sure that she liked the quiet way in which Mr. Chaytor asserted his will. It made her feel like a little schoolgirl in the presence of a master. He had not taken the trouble to argue the point with her, or to prove to her that she had made a mistake, but had just gone out and brought the cab, and so Waveney, who, in spite of her sweet temper, was a trifle self-willed and obstinate, felt secretly aggrieved, and even offended, and she entered the parlor with so dignified an air that Thorold, who could read her face, smiled to himself. Betty ran to her with a sorrowful exclamation. "Oh, must you go, Wavy dear?" she said, dubiously. "Why, Bet," observed her uncle, rather shocked at this familiarity, "aren't you taking rather a liberty with your kind friend?" "She told me her name," returned Bet, in eager defence, "and she did say that I might call her what I liked. I know it was Wavy, or something like that." "Very like it indeed, darling," replied Waveney, kneeling down and putting her arms round the child. "And it is prettier than Waveney, and I shall always want you to call me so. Now good night, my little Betty." And then, as Betty clung to her and kissed her, Thorold looked at them rather gravely. "I am ready now," observed Waveney, resuming her stiff manner. "I suppose it will be no use telling you, Mr. Chaytor, that I can very well go by myself." "No," he returned, looking at her with very keen, bright eyes. "I am afraid your words would be wasted. You see, Miss Ward, I have a conscience, and my conscience tells me that I ought to see you safe in Miss Harford's hands." But to this Waveney vouchsafed no reply. She jumped into the cab and settled herself in her corner, and left Mr. Chaytor to dispose of himself as he would. And when he placed himself opposite to her, she only looked out intently at the lighted shops. Even the rain could not quite damp the festivity. The snow-white turkeys and geese, garlanded with holly, made a brave show, and the butcher's shop was full of shabby customers. Waveney's soft heart yearned as usual over the babies and little children. Then she turned her head and met Mr. Chaytor's amused glance. It was so kind, it spoke of such complete understanding, that she felt a little ashamed of herself. "Miss Ward, have you forgiven me yet for doing my duty like a man?" Waveney struggled with a smile, but she had not quite recovered herself, so she said, rather coldly, "I don't see that my forgiveness matters a bit." "Is not that rather crushing?" he returned, "especially as it matters very much to me. I wish you would be friendly enough to tell me the real cause of offence. You could not reasonably expect that I should let you swim through this," the rain beating an accompaniment to his words. "I would not have let my sister do it," his voice softening into involuntary tenderness. Never had she seemed so lovable to him, even though her childish waywardness was making him smile. "It was not the cab I minded so much," stammered Waveney, tingling with shame and confusion to her finger ends, and glad of the darkness that hid her hot cheeks. "Only you did it without telling me." Waveney did not dare say what she really thought, that he had managed her like a child. "And it makes me unhappy, it does indeed, Mr. Chaytor, to bring you out this dreadful night, when you are so tired, and have been hard at work all day." "I never felt less tired in my life, and you are giving me great pleasure in allowing me to perform this little service for you." Then Waveney blushed again, but this time for pleasure, for Mr. Chaytor's voice convinced her that he was speaking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. "Now we have had our first and last little difference," he went on cheerfully, "and shall be better friends than ever." And there was no outward dissent to this, only a mutinous sparkle in Waveney's dark eyes showed a silent protest. Would it be their last difference? She thought, for she was a shrewd, sensible little woman, and had her own opinions on most things, but at least she had the grace and honesty to own that on this occasion she had been in the wrong. What a short drive it was, after all! Almost before Waveney had seen that they were at the top of the hill, they were driving through the lodge gates. Althea came out into the hall to meet them in her heliotrope velveteen and lace ruff. She looked more like Queen Bess than ever. "My dear child, I have been so anxious about you, but of course I hoped you had taken shelter. Thank you for bringing her home, Thorold. Will you come in, or is your cab waiting? We have our usual mulled wine and Christmas cake, which you ought to taste for the sake of the auld lang syne. May I give the cabman some? Poor old fellow, he is so cold." But it was a mere form of words. He need not have asked the question. On Christmas Eve not an errand boy or a carol singer left the Red House without being regaled with Christmas fare, cakes and ale, as Althea and Doreen called it. Thorold carried out a great mug of hot spiced wine and a mighty wedge of cake to the driver. Then he took his by the hall fire, as he said he was too wet and dirty for the library. Waveney found him there alone when she came downstairs. Fresh pensioners were claiming the sisters' attention. He looked warmed and refreshed, and recommended her to follow his example. "See what a treat you have given me, Miss Ward," he said, smiling. "There is no mulled wine like this anywhere. The flavor brings back my dear old home to me." "Do you mean the old manor house?" she asked, softly. "Yes," he returned dreamily. "It is the season for old memories, is it not? At Christmas and New Year's Day the ghosts of the past stalk out of their dim recesses. but they are dearly loved visitants, and we do not fear them. Do you know what the Germans call Heimweh? Have you ever experienced it?" But he need not have asked, for at the unexpected question the girl's head drooped to hide her tears. How could he know, how could anyone know, how that brave young heart ached ceaselessly for her home and Mollie? Mr. Chaytor was quite shocked at himself. "Dear Miss Ward," he said, gently, "you must forgive me again, you see, but I spoke without thinking." Then Waveney shook her head and looked at him with a touching little smile. "You have done nothing. It is only I who am silly to night. But oh, I am always so wanting father and Mollie. But I shall see them to morrow. Mr. Chaytor, I must go now, but thank you so much for all your kindness and for bringing me home. I am not ungrateful, really." And Waveney's wet eyes looked so sad and beautiful as she raised them to his face that Mr. Chaytor thought of them all through his drive home. When Waveney woke the next morning, she found the rain had ceased, but it was still too dark to discover anything further. They drove to church for the early service, and the warm, lighted church, with its Christmas decorations, and crowded with worshippers, reminded her of the dearly loved church where she and Mollie had knelt side by side for so many years. Breakfast was ready for them on their return, and they had the usual noisy welcome from Fuss and Fury. But Waveney was a little perplexed when Althea told her, with a smile, that she must eat her breakfast as quickly as possible, as they had plenty of business before them. "It is a comfort the rain has stopped," she continued, with an irrepressible shiver, "for we cannot possibly have the carriage out again until we drive to town. How thankful I am that Aunt Sarah gave me that fur-lined cloak last Christmas," she went on, addressing her sister. "It keeps out the cold as nothing else does. I feel as cozy as that robin does in his red waistcoat." Waveney ate her breakfast a little silently. She was wondering why there was no greeting word from home. Perhaps the postman had not come. "Have you finished, Waveney?" asked Doreen a little abruptly. "By and by, if you have, we may as well go to the library, or we shall never get our parcels undone before it is time to start for church." Waveney opened her eyes rather widely at this, but when she entered the room she stared in amazement. The center table seemed a mass of plants, and brown paper parcels of every size and description were heaped on every available space. To her surprise, Althea quietly drew back the curtain of Cozy Nook and motioned her to enter. "You can amuse yourself there for a little while," she said, brightly, "while Doreen and I open our parcels. You will see Aunt Sarah has not forgotten you." And then, with a kindly nod, she withdrew. It was a pity that no interested observer saw the girl's start and blush of delight, for there, just opposite her, was a dress flung across a chair, and a paper pinned on one sleeve. "Waveney, from her loving friend, Althea Harford." Althea had pleased her own taste in the choice of that frock. It was a dark sapphire blue velveteen, of the same shade as the cloak, and was perfectly plain, except for a dainty little ruff of yellowish lace, and nothing could have suited Waveney's pale little face better. She stood for a long time with folded hands, in mute admiration of that marvelous garment. She knew now why her white dress had disappeared so mysteriously for a day or two. It wanted doing up, Nurse Marks told her, but when it had been returned, Waveney could see very little difference. The poor little frock looked sadly frayed and shabby. No wonder Miss Althea thought she needed a new one. But the kindness and the generosity of the gift were beyond everything, and there was a lump in Waveney's throat as her fingers touched the soft pall of the velveteen. Doreen's present was a box of handkerchiefs, with Waveney's initials prettily embroidered by one of the workers at the Home, and Mrs. Mainwaring, with characteristic kindness and good taste, had contributed a beautiful little muff. But Waveney's pleasure reached its climax when her eyes discovered a neat little umbrella, with a note from Mollie attached to the ivory handle. "Please do not think me extravagant, darling," it began, "because I really can afford to give myself a big treat this year. The menu cards have sold splendidly. Mr. Ingram says his sister has given him a commission for 3 more sets, so I shall be quite rich. I have bought myself a new jacket and hat, and father says that he certainly means to get me a tweed dress for Christmas, so I shall be as smart as you. He is only sending you gloves, but I know you will like them. And I have bought the umbrella out of my own earnings. You cannot think how proud I am of that. The poor old gamp you were using would not keep a sparrow dry, it was so worn out, and I could not bear to think of you getting wet through. A happy Christmas to you, my darling, and no more at present from your loving Mollie." Noel's present was wrapped up with the gloves. It was only a small manuscript book, neatly bound with blue ribbon, and in Noel's flourishing schoolboy hand was written, "The Further Adventures of Monsieur Blackie, by a Humorist, and dedicated with the author's compliments to old Storminstress." 10 minutes later, when Althea peeped through the curtain, she found Waveney still hugging her umbrella, while she looked over the pen and ink sketches with eyes twinkling with amusement. "Do you think it will fit?" she asked softly. Then the girl started to her feet, her face crimson with emotion. "Oh, Miss Althea, how am I to thank you?" she exclaimed. "You are too kind, oh, far too kind to me." And then, almost tearfully, "I have nothing to give you in return." "Nothing? I thought I saw a pretty pen wiper among my parcels, but I suppose I must have dreamt it. And I had an impression that Doreen showed me a needlebook." "Oh, but they were only trifles." "My dear, no gift, however small, from one who loves us, is a trifle, and I shall value your present. We have all we want, dear child, and the kindness of our friends almost embarrasses us. When you come back, I must show you all the beautiful things some of the girls have made for me, but there is no time to look at them now, for the church bells are ringing." And then, as they went upstairs, Waveney laden with her treasures, the crowning touch was put to her day's pleasure. "I am so glad you like your frock, dear," remarked Althea. "It is certainly seasonable for winter evenings. You will find a parcel in your room directed to Mollie. It contains a similar dress for her." And the flash of joy in Waveney's eyes certainly repaid her. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. A white vellum pocketbook. And there's pansies, that's for thoughts. Hamlet. There'll be a comforting fire. There'll be a welcome for somebody. One in her neatest attire will look to the table for somebody. Swain. It was in the gathering dusk of the afternoon when Waveney found herself in the neighbourhood of Cleveland Terrace. They had driven fast, and yet to the eager girl the way had seemed strangely long. As they approached the house, Althea shivered a little, as though her fur-lined cloak had suddenly lost its robin-like cosiness. The steely winter sky, the raw dampness of the atmosphere, the gloom of the half-light which made all objects appear out of due proportion, and gave them a hazy indistinctness, made her feel depressed and uncomfortable. As the carriage stopped, the door was quickly opened, though not by the footman, and a familiar voice in the darkness said, "Thank you, Miss Harford, 1,000 times, for bringing the child home. Waveney, my darling, a happy Christmas to you. Run out of the cold, dear. It is beginning to snow." But Waveney kept her place. "I must say good night first, father. Were you watching for me? Do you know you have not wished the dear ladies a happy Christmas yet?" Then Althea's gentle, melancholy voice interrupted her. "Dear child, there was no need to remind your father of an idle form. I am quite sure we have his good wishes for the sake of the Old Down sign. You are bareheaded, Mr. Ward. Do please go in." And a slim, gloved hand was stretched out to him. Everard bowed over it as he pressed it warmly. "You will always have my best wishes," he said very gravely. "Good night, Miss Harford. Good night, and thank you, Miss Althea." And then he swung open the gate and went up the little courtyard, with Waveney clinging to his arm. Althea looked after them with wistful eyes. What a stream of light met them! What did the narrow passage and steep, ladder-like stairs matter, or the frayed and dingy druggetting, when that starlight glow of home radiance beamed so brightly? And indeed, when Waveney felt Mollie's arms round her neck, and her warm cheek pressed against hers, her heart was comforted and at rest. "Where are you taking me, sweetheart?" she asked softly, as Mollie dragged her past the studio door. "You must come upstairs and take off your things first," returned Mollie, panting from her exertions. "We shall have tea in the dining room to night, because there are muffins and crumpets, and I must see to them." Then Mollie threw open the bedroom door, and stood still in silent enjoyment to see Waveney's start of surprise at the sight of a splendid fire burning in the grate. "Oh, Mollie!" she said, quite shocked at this extravagance. "Have we ever had a fire here before, except when we had the measles?" Then Mollie laughed and shook her head. "I dare say not, but I was not going to let you sleep in this cold vault for 3 nights when you have been used to a lovely fire in your Pansy Room. Why, Wave, you absurd child, how grave you look! Father won't have to pay 1 penny for it. I put 2 shillings into the housekeeping purse out of my own money, and we will just have a beautiful fire every night, and won't we enjoy ourselves?" "It feels lovely," returned Waveney, kneeling down on the rug, for she was chilly from the long drive. "No, don't light the gas, dear. The firelight is so pretty." Then Mollie put down the matchbox reluctantly. "I wanted to show you something," she returned in a low voice. "But perhaps if you make a blaze you will be able to see it. Oh, what is that?" as Waveney mutely held out a long brown paper parcel. "Is that another present? No, please don't open it. You must look at this one first." And then Mollie, with outward gravity and much inward excitement, laid a beautiful Russian leather writing case on the rug for Waveney's inspection. Never had Waveney seen such a case, so dainty, so complete, so perfectly finished. The initials M.W. were on everything, the silver paper knife and pen holders, and on the tiny card case and inkstand, and every card and sheet of paper was stamped with Mollie's address. Waveney was silent from excess of admiration, and also from a strong feeling of emotion. Only a lover, she thought, could have planned all those pretty finishes and details. Surely, surely Mollie's eyes must be open now. "Mollie, dear, I really don't know what to say," she answered at last when the silence became embarrassing. "It is really too beautiful for anyone but Cinderella." Then a little conscious smile came to Mollie's lips, and her cheeks wore their wild rose flush, and yes, certainly there was a new wistfulness in her eyes. "Was it not splendid of Mr. Ingram?" she said, but her voice was not quite steady. "It was so kind that I could not help crying a little, and then father laughed at me. I can't understand Father Wave. When I asked him if I ought to write and thank Mr. Ingram, he got quite red, and said that I must know my own feelings best. It was so odd of father to say that." "Did Mr. Ingram write to you, Mollie?" "No," returned Mollie, with her cheeks a still deeper rose. "There was only a slip of paper, with Monsieur Blackie's good wishes. But Wave, he is not coming back for a long time, he told me so. He said society had claims on him, and that he had a house party impending and other engagements, but I did not like to question him." Well then, I suppose you had better write, only just a short note, Mollie. And pray do not be too grateful. If he gives you presents, it is to please himself as well as you. But you do not know his address, you silly child." "No," returned Mollie with a sigh. "That is one of his mysteries. He calls himself a nebulous personage. If you ever want to write to me, he said, the last time he came. If your father breaks his leg, for example, or my friend the humorist plays another one of his tricks and requires chastisement, and the strong arm of the law, you can ask my cousin Althea to send on the letter for you. Is that not a funny, roundabout way?" "Rather," returned Waveney dryly, feeling as though she were on the edge of a volcano. "I think, Mollie dear, that under these circumstances it would be better not to write, but just wait and thank Mr. Ingram when he comes." And though Mollie looked a little disappointed at this decision, she agreed, with her usual loyalty, to abide by it. When the new dress had been duly admired, and Miss Althea praised to Waveney's entire satisfaction, they went downstairs to begin their Christmas merry making in earnest. Noel, who was always the lord of misrule on these occasions, had insisted with much severity on the usual programme being carried out. So they had snapdragon in the dark dining room after tea, and Mollie as usual burnt her fingers, and then they went up to the studio and acted charades and dumb crambos with an appreciative audience, Mr. Ward, who occupied the front row, and Ann and Mrs. Muggins, who represented the pit. "Laws, miss, ain't it beautiful and lifelike?" observed Ann, the heavy footed, for the 20th time. But Everard's eyes were a little misty. If only Dorothy could have seen them, he thought. And then his imagination flew off at a tangent to his old friend, Althea Harford. All the evening her soft, melancholy voice had haunted him. "For the sake of Auld Lang Syne," she had said, and her tone had been full of pathos. She has never forgotten. I think she is one of those women who never forget, he thought, but he sighed as he said it. To Waveney those 3 days were simply perfect, and every hour brought its enjoyment. On Sunday afternoon a snowstorm kept them prisoners to the house, and there was no evening church, so they sang carols by the fire instead. And Ann sat on the stairs with Mrs. Muggins on her lap, and an old plaid shawl of her mother's to keep her warm, and listened as devoutly as though she were in the vestibule of heaven. "Which is my opinion, Miss Waveney," she observed afterwards, "as the Sadducees and Pharisees could not have sang more sweetly, not with all their golden harps neither." Waveney looked puzzled for a moment, but Ann's idiosyncrasies were too well known in the household, and after a moment of silent reflection she said "I see what you mean, Ann. You were thinking of the cherubim and seraphim, and it is a fine compliment you are paying us." And then she went off to share the little joke with Mollie and Noel, and the peals of laughter that reached Ann's ears somewhat perplexed the stolid maiden. On Monday they woke to a white world, and then there was snow balling in the back garden, and then a long walk down Cheyne Walk and across the bridge to Battersea Park. And Mollie went with them, on her father's arm, and when she got tired, which she did far too soon, Noel took her home, grumbling at every step. And Waveney and her father went on. It was Everard's greatest pleasure to walk with his girls, but no companion suited him like Waveney. Her light, springy step hardly seemed to touch the ground, and then she was so strong and active, and nothing seemed to tire her. Mollie's sad limp always made his heart ache. As they stood looking at some floating ice in the river, Everard asked a little abruptly if Mollie had written to Mr. Ingram. Waveney shook her head. The question rather surprised her. "Why, no, father," she replied slowly. "We do not know Mr. Ingram's address, so I persuaded Mollie to wait until he calls." "Well, perhaps you're right," returned Mr. Ward doubtfully. "But Waveney, child, I am getting a little bothered about things. I like the fellow. I like him better every time I see him. He has real grit in him, and he is a gentleman, but I never saw a girl courted after this fashion." "What do you mean, father?" asked Waveney a little timidly, for she and Mollie were not at all up to date, and their shyness and reticence on the subject were quite old fashioned. "Why, any child can see that Ingram worships the ground Mollie walks on," returned Mr. Ward, with a touch of impatience in his voice. When she looked at him with her big innocent eyes, he stammered and changed colour more than once. "Oh, the man is in earnest, I would take my oath on that. It is Mollie's side of the question I want to know. She ought not to encourage him by taking his presents unless she means to have him." This was plain speaking, but Mr. Ward was getting desperate. His motherless girls had no protector but himself. It was pretty to see how Waveney blushed on Mollie's account. "Father, dear," she stammered, "I can't be quite sure, but I think Mollie is beginning to care a little for Mr. Ingram. She certainly misses him. He is very keen and clever, and I fancy that he understands her so well that he will not hurry things. I mean," explaining herself with difficulty, "that he will not speak until he is certain that her heart is won." "That is my opinion too," returned her father. And then he looked at her with tender curiosity. "Where did you gain your knowledge of men, little girl?" But Waveney had no answer ready for this question. That night, as they sat on the rug in the firelight, like two blissful salamanders, Mollie said, in a flurried and anxious voice, "Wave, darling, I want to consult you about something, and you must give me all your attention, you know," clearing her throat as though it were a little dry. "We have decided that I had better not write to Mr. Ingram." "Oh, yes, Mollie, we decided long ago." Waveney spoke in a calm and judicial voice, but Mollie only grew more flurried. "But I must do something to please him," she returned, in quite a distressed tone. "Think of all the pleasure he has given me, Wave. I have got such a lovely idea in my head. I have finished the menu cards, and I want to paint one of these white vellum pocket books for Mr. Ingram. A spray of purple pansies would look so well on it. And I will have it all ready for him when he comes next. Don't you think he will be pleased, Wave?" "Of course he will be pleased, sweetheart. He would carry it next to his heart, and sleep with it under his pillow." But this nonsense was received rather pettishly. "I wish you would be serious when a person asks advice," returned Mollie, with a little frown. "You would not like any one to say those silly things to you." Then Waveney was on her best behaviour at once, and the naughty, mischievous sparkle faded out of her eyes. "Don't be cross, Mollie darling," she said caressingly. "I do think your idea very pretty, and I should think Mr. Ingram will be very pleased. He does admire your painting so. Why have you selected pansies, I wonder?" Then, at this very simple question, Mollie looked a little confused. "They are his favourite flowers," she almost whispered. "He says you can never have too much heart's ease in this world." And this answer fully satisfied Waveney. The next morning they started off to Sloane Street to purchase the pocket book, and Mollie expended the last of her earnings. And the moment Waveney left her, to return to Erpingham, she sat down to her little painting table and worked until the short winter's afternoon closed in. Waveney did not see it until it was finished, and then her admiration fully satisfied Mollie. It was a charming design, and a pansy with a broken stalk, dropping from the main cluster, had a very graceful effect. "Father likes it. He says I have never painted anything better," observed Mollie, with modest pride, and Waveney cordially endorsed this. Privately, she thought the dainty pocket book was more fit for some youthful bride. "Mr. Ingram could not possibly use it," she said to herself. "He will put it under a glass case, or lock it up in a drawer, and if Mollie ever writes love letters to him, he will keep them in his pansy book." And then she smiled to herself, as she thought of his delight when Mollie, with many blushes and much incoherence, should hand him the book. She could almost see the flash of pleasure in his eyes. But as her lively imagination pictured the little scene, she was far from guessing under what different circumstances Ingram would receive his pansy book. CHAPTER 27 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. An Idealist in Love. Whatever we gain by patience. S. Teresa. Faith, thou hast some crutches in thy head now. The Merry Wives of Windsor. About 3 weeks after Christmas, Althea was sitting alone in her library. The great room felt strangely empty that morning. There was no curly head to be seen bending over the writing table in cosy nook; no girl secretary to answer the silver chiming of Althea's little bell. Waveney and Doreen had gone up to town for a day's shopping, leaving Althea to enjoy the rest that she so sorely needed. The severe round of Christmas feastings, the lavish dispensing of cakes and ale, would have tried a robust constitution, and even Doreen complained of unwonted fatigue. But Althea, highly strung and sensitive, had to pay the usual penalty for over exertion by one of her painful eye attacks, which lasted for 3 or 4 days, leaving her weak and depressed. It is strange and sad how mind and body react on each other in these attacks. A grey haze, misty and impalpable, seemed to veil Althea's inner world, and blot out her cheerfulness. The free, healthy current of her thoughts was checked by dimly discerned obstacles. A chilling sense of self-distrust, of rashly undertaken work, made her heart heavy. "It is brain sickness," Doreen would say to comfort her. "It will pass, my dear." "Yes, it will pass," returned Althea with passive gentleness. "I know that as well as you do, Dorrie, but for the time it masters me. Althea ill and Althea well seem 2 different persons. Is it not humiliating, dear, to think we are at the mercy of our overwrought nerves? A trifling ailment, a little bodily discomfort, and if we were at heaven's very gate, we drop to earth like the lark." "Into our nest," returned Doreen, with a smile. "You have chosen too cheerful a simile. Larks soar perpetually, and they sing as they soar." "I think I am more like a blind mole at the present moment," replied Althea, pushing up her shade a little, that she might see her sister's face. "Dorrie, I am ashamed of myself. I deserve any amount of scolding. I try to count up my blessings, to think of my girls' happy faces, but I am fast in my slough of despond, and not all your efforts will pull me out." "Very well, then, we must leave you there," returned Doreen, composedly. But she gave Althea's hand a loving little squeeze as she said this. Her heart was full of tenderness and sympathy, but she was too sensible to waste words fruitlessly. These sick moods were purely physical, and would yield, she knew well, to time and rest. They were trials to be borne, part of Althea's life discipline, the cloud that checkered their home cheerfulness, for these melancholy moods seemed to pervade the whole house. Althea felt much as usual that morning, though she had not quite recovered her looks. Her face seemed longer and more sallow, and there were tired lines round her eyes. When a woman has passed her youth, mental suffering leaves an indelible mark, and Althea looked old and worn that day, more like Queen Elizabeth's wraith than ever. "I am very idle," she was saying to herself, "but I feel that not one of the books that ever were written would interest me to day. I have no spirit or energy for travels. History is too full of war and bloodshed, and biography would weary me. A novel? Well, no, I think not. I am not in the mood for other people's love stories. I wish someone would write a novel about elderly people," she went on, "middle aged, prosaic people, who have outlived their romance. How soothing such a book would be! I could almost write it myself. There should be plenty of incident, and very little moralizing. And it would be like one of those grey winter days, when the sunlight is veiled in soft vapour, and every window one passes is red with the firelight of home." The fancy pleased her, and she smiled at her own conceit, but it faded in a moment when the door bell rang. "A visitor at this time in the morning," she thought, and a little frown of annoyance gathered on her brow, but it vanished when Mitchell threw open the door and announced Lord Ralston. "Why, Moritz!" she exclaimed, and her voice was full of surprise and pleasure. "This is indeed a welcome sight. How long is it since you last honoured our poor abode? Draw that chair up to the fire and give some account of yourself. Even Gwen seems to have forgotten our existence since baby Murdoch made his appearance." "Ah, you may well say so," returned Moritz, with a dismal shake of his head. "Gwen is incorrigible. I give you my word, Althea, that the beatitude of that young woman is so excessive and so fatuous that it resembles idiocy. She fairly drivels with sentiment over that infant, and he is as ugly and snub nosed a little chap as Gwen was herself. He has even got her freckles, and she calls them beauty spots." And Lord Ralston's voice expressed unmitigated disgust. Althea laughed. "I do not suppose that Madam endorses these sentiments. I should like to hear Mrs. Compton's opinion of her grandson." Well, she vows he is a fine child, and he has got Jack's eyes. But all the same, I heard her tell Gwen that a plain baby often became a handsome man. So we can make our own deductions from that. Murdoch has his good points," she went on, "and he will improve. And would you believe it, that idiotic Gwen became as red as a turkey cock." "There is no improvement wanted," she said indignantly. "My precious baby is perfect. He is beautiful in his mother's eyes, whatever his cross old grandmother chooses to say." And then she hugged the little chap and cried over him. And all the time Madam sat beaming on them both, with her fine old face tremulous with happiness. "It is Ruth and Naomi over again," finished Moritz. "Madam still finds fault with Jack sometimes, but never with Gwen, and the way Gwen toadies her passes belief. Gwendoline is very happy certainly. Never was there a better matched couple than she and Jack Compton." Althea spoke in a tone of warm interest. She had forgotten her distaste for other people's love stories at that moment, and the thought of her young cousin's happiness was pleasant to her. "Dear Gwen, I am so fond of her. I am glad that one man had the sense to fall in love with her, in spite of her plain face. But you know, Moritz, that I always thought Gwen's ugliness quite charming." "Yes, but I could not have done it in Jack's place," returned Moritz rather thoughtfully. "I am too great an admirer of beauty." And then he changed the subject a little abruptly. "Jack and Gwen and their son and heir have been staying with me at Brentwood. I had a house party for Christmas and the New Year, and I wanted Gwen to play hostess. It was an awful bore, and I got pretty sick of it, but they had both been lecturing me on the duties I owed to my fellow creatures. Well, I have played my Lord Frivol long enough, and now I am playing Mr. Ingram again." "What, still masquerading? Isn't it time for you to unmask?" But he shook his head. "No, not yet. But there is method in my madness. We have not quite completed our little comedy, but I think the closing scene will be effective." He shut his eyes as though to picture the scene, and then opened them abruptly. "I have not been to Cleveland Terrace for an age. In fact, I only came up from Brentwood this morning, and on my way up here I passed Doreen and Miss Ward." "Oh, then you knew I was alone?" "To be sure I did. That is why I appear in my true character. I suppose," his voice changing perceptibly, "that Miss Mollie and her father and my friend the humorist are well?" But Moritz did not look at Althea as he put this question, and so did not see the little smile on her lips. "They were quite well when Waveney went home on Sunday. She said Mollie was a little pale and tired, but then she had been taking too long a walk. She spent a night here on the evening of our girls' entertainment. It was quite amusing to see how they all admired her. She was the May Queen in one of the tableaux. It was the prettiest thing imaginable." I wish I had seen it, and Lord Ralston's eyes were dark and bright. If Althea had not guessed the secret long ago, she would have guessed it now. With one of those sudden impulses which were natural to her, she put her hand gently on his arm. "Moritz," she said, in her sweet, womanly way, "does Gwen know? Have you made her your confidante?" Just for a moment Moritz drew himself up a little stiffly, as though he resented the question, but the kindness in Althea's eyes disarmed him, and perhaps his need of sympathy was too great. "There was no need to tell her," he returned in a low voice. "She found it out for herself. Gwen is very acute about such things." "And she approves?" "Oh, we have not come to that point yet," speaking in his old airy manner, "but she was very much interested, and as good as gold. She laughed at me a little for what she called my fantastic chivalry, but all the same she seemed to like it." "But, Moritz, why are you so afraid of appearing in your true colours? I do not see that Viscount Ralston is a less interesting person than Mr. Ingram." "Perhaps not," he returned dryly, "but we all have our whims. I am an Idealist, you must remember that, and I have a wish to stand on my own merits as a man, and not to make myself taller by posing on my pedestal of 30,000 a year. It may be a foolish whimsy, but it is a harmless one, and affords me plenty of innocent amusement." Althea smiled, but she knew it was useless to pursue the argument. Moritz and Gwendoline were both utterly unmanageable when they had a crotchet in their head. They cared nothing about the world's opinion, and as for Madame Grundy, or any other madam, they had simply no regard for them. Already Viscount Ralston was considered a most eccentric person, and sundry matrons had admonished their daughters on no account to contradict him. "He is a little odd, certainly," one of them remarked, "but I am told he is really clever and original, and that sort of thing wears off after a time. Your father is very much taken with him, so you may make yourself as agreeable as you like to Lord Ralston." "And when may I ask him to marry me?" returned the daughter, to whom this Machiavellian speech had been addressed. For Lady Ginevra had plenty of spirit, and was clever enough to read between the lines. "Mother was terribly put out," she informed her younger sister afterwards. "She lectured me for 10 minutes on what she called my coarseness and vulgarity; but, as I told her, I prefer vulgarity to hypocrisy. 'You and father want me to marry Viscount Ralston,' I told her, 'because he has Brentwood Hall and a fine house in town and 30,000 a year, and it does not matter one bit if I care for him or not. If he holds out the sceptre to me I am to touch it. But, thank heavens, Jenny, these are not the Dark Ages; and though mother frowned and stamped her foot, there was no get thee to a nunnery.'" And Lady Ginevra laughed and went off to put on her habit, for it was the hour when she and her father rode in the park. Althea had a word to say before she let the subject drop. "At the theatre you spoke of needing my help, Moritz. I hope you will let me know when my assistance is wanted." "Oh, I was going to speak to you about that," he returned quickly. "You see, my dear cousin, that there are circumstances in which a man is bound not to be selfish. Miss Mollie" how his voice always softened as he said the name "is so simple and childlike. She knows so little of the world, and her life has been so retired, that I dare not hurry matters. She must learn to know and trust me before I can venture to make my meaning plain." "Yes, I can understand that." "Gwen quite agrees with me, but all the same I think at least I hope that Monsieur Blackie's probation will soon be over, but Gwen and I have all our plans in readiness. What do you say to a picnic party at Brentwood about the middle of next month?" "My dear Moritz, are you crazy? Really, an idealist in love is a terrible being. A picnic in the middle of February! Do you want the 3 grim sisters, snow and hail and frost, to be amongst your guests?" "Pshaw! Nonsense!" he replied impatiently. "There are lovely spring like days in February. Besides, with the sort of picnic I mean, weather will not signify. You had better hear my programme first, Althea." "Oh, go on," she returned in a resigned voice. "I will try to forget my common sense while I listen to you." But he only twirled his moustache triumphantly. "The party will be small and select, just you and the 2 Misses Ward and Gwen and myself." "And not Noel?" in some surprise. "Noel? Oh dear, no! My friend the humorist would be decidedly de trop. He is too acute and wide awake a youth, and Monsieur Blackie will be found out in a moment." "But I thought Lord Ralston was to be our host?" Althea spoke in a puzzled tone. Then Moritz patted her in a soothing manner. "Keep calm, I entreat you," he said gently. "In the presence of great thoughts we should always keep calm. Lord Ralston is my intimate friend, please understand that. We are like brothers, he and I, and it is for the corner of his picture gallery at Brentwood that King Canute was bought. Miss Ward and her sister will be interested to see it again. And as Brentwood Hall, with its silent pool, is a show place, a picnic there will be the most natural thing in the world." "And the master is absent?" "Yes, he is absent, but he may return at any moment." And here there was a strange glow in Maude's eyes. "We must leave town early," he went on, briskly, after a moment's pause. "And I think we could reach Brentwood by midday. Gwen has promised to meet us at the Hall, and we shall have plenty of time to see the picture gallery, and more of the rooms before luncheon. I shall coach the servants carefully, so there will be no contretemps. After luncheon there will be the conservatories and the silent pool, and then tea in the blue drawing room. It will be light until 5:30, so you may as well tell Doreen not to expect you home until 8. Oh, I forgot one important part of the programme. Gwen means to carry you off to Kingstein. either before or after tea, to see baby Murdoch and Madam. She is staying with them at present." It was evident, from Althea's amused look, that the picnic at Brentwood would meet with her approval, and she was just about to give a cordial assent when Mitchell entered to tell her that luncheon was ready, and at the same time she handed her a telegram. "It is for Miss Ward, ma'am," she said, "and the boy is waiting." "Then I suppose I had better open it," returned Althea. "There was some talk of their going to Cleveland Terrace to have tea with Mollie, if they finish their shopping in time. Perhaps this is to say that she is out or engaged." And then Althea opened the yellow envelope. But her countenance changed as she read the telegram. "Do not come," was all it said. "Mollie is ill. Will write." It was from Everard Ward. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 28. But yet, the pity of it! The web of our life is of a mingled yarn, good and ill together. All's well that ends well. For this relief, much thanks. Hamlet. When Althea had read the brief message, she told Mitchell very quietly that there was no answer required, and that she might give the boy some refreshment and send him away, and then, as the maid left the room, she handed the telegram to Moritz. It troubled her kind heart to see the pain in his eyes as he read it. He was quite pale, and his lips twitched under his moustache. "What does it mean?" he asked, in rather a stifled voice. "I thought you said that she was well. If she is ill, why is her sister to be kept away? You see what he says, 'Do not come.'" "Yes, I see," returned Althea, very gravely. "It must be something sudden; but I hope, for poor dear Waveney's sake, that it is nothing infectious. Let me think for a moment. One cannot grasp it at once. This is Wednesday, and on Sunday Mollie was well, only a little pale and tired; and yes, I remember, she had a slight headache, and so Waveney persuaded her not to go to church." "A headache and pale and tired! Good heavens, Althea, it is clear as daylight. She was sickening for something." Moritz's tone was so tragical, and he paced the room so restlessly, that, in spite of her very real anxiety, Althea could hardly repress a smile. "Dear Moritz," she said, gently, "there is no need to take such a gloomy view. Our pretty Mollie is human, and must be ill sometimes like other people. Perhaps it's a bad cold or influenza, or it might even be measles. They are very much about." For Moritz, unregenerate women had been singularly captious since the New Year, and close muggy days had paved the way for all kinds of ailments to which flesh is heir. There was a great deal of sickness at Dereham, and Althea had been both wise and careful in refusing to allow Waveney to go as usual amongst her pensioners. "Of course it may be anything," returned Lord Ralston, impatiently, for even his easy temper was not proof against the bitterness of his disappointment. He had so hungered and thirsted, poor fellow, for a sight of Mollie's sweet face. All these weeks he had been doing his duty nobly, and now he had looked for his reward. "Absence makes the heart grow fonder." he had said to himself that very morning. Would this bud of love, which he had been nurturing so tenderly, have blossomed into a beauteous flower when they met again? Over and over again he had asked himself this question, but Mollie was ill, and all hope of an immediate answer was over. "It may be anything," he repeated, "but who is to look after her? There is only her father and that half-witted maid of all work. There used to be some friend who nursed them when they were ill, but she is living somewhere in the country with an invalid lady. We must get a nurse. Do you know where their doctor lives?" But Althea shook her head. "No, but we can find out. Moritz, I think the best plan will be for me to go over to Cleveland Terrace, and then I can tell Waveney exactly how things are. I will leave a line for Doreen and beg her to say nothing until my return." Then a look of intense relief crossed Moritz's face. "It's a good idea," he said eagerly, "and I will go with you." And Althea made no objection to this. "It is a pity the carriage is out," she said regretfully, "but George shall get us a cab. Now we will go and have some luncheon, and then I will get ready." But with both of them the meal was a pretence. Apprehension and worry deprived Moritz of all appetite, and Althea was so nervous and fluttered at the idea of encountering Everard in his own home, that she could scarcely eat a morsel. She rose as soon as possible, and left Moritz to finish his repast, but he preferred pacing the room. In spite of his vivacity and gaieté de cœur, his jaunty airs and cheerfulness, he was easily depressed. Any form of illness that attacked those he loved preyed on his mind. When Gwendolen's little son was born, he was so anxious and despondent that Jack Compton, in spite of his own natural solicitude for his young wife's safety, laughed at him and told him that he looked as melancholy as a gib cat. "The old chap was in the doldrums and no mistake," he said to Gwen afterwards. "I tell him I played the man twice as well as he, but he is a good old sort, too." And then, with awe and wonder, the young father regarded the small and crumpled and exceedingly red morsel of humanity lying snugly within Gwen's arm. As they drove up to Cleveland Terrace, they saw an unmistakable doctor's brougham before the door of Number 10. Lord Ralston's swarthy complexion turned rather livid at the sight, but Althea only remarked, with composure, that they had come just at the right time. Noel opened the door to them. He had seen them from the window. His face brightened perceptibly. "Father has gone up with Dr. Duncan," he said, "but they will be coming down directly. You had better come up into the studio. There is a fire there." And Noel led the way. Althea glanced quickly around the room as she entered. It was shabby, there could be no doubt of that, but there was an air of comfort about it. And then she subsided wearily into a corner of the big, cosy looking couch. But Moritz marched off to the inner room and stood with his back to them, gazing at poor Mollie's little writing table with an aching heart. "Noel, what is the matter with your sister?" asked Althea, in a low voice. But Noel could not tell her. She had seemed queer and feverish the previous day, he explained, and his father had advised her remaining in bed. She had a bad night, and her throat was painful, and he had been forbidden to go near her. This was Dr. Duncan's first visit. They had sent for him in the morning, but he had been unable to come until now. It was evident that Noel could not enlighten them much, so Althea forbore to question him further, and waited silently until they heard footsteps descending the stairs. But as they passed by the studio door, Althea heard the doctor say, "I will look in later and see what you have done about the nurse." Noel heard it too, for he looked rather startled. "A nurse!" he muttered. "Poor old pater! That will bother him a bit." And then Everard came quickly into the room. "Noel, I want you," he said, rather sharply. "Duncan says—" But here he stopped in sudden surprise as Althea's tall figure rose from the couch. "Mr. Ward," she said, quietly, "Waveney was out, so I opened your telegram, and I have come to see if there is anything I can do for Mollie. My cousin, I mean Mr. Ingram, has brought me." Then Everard, with rather a sad smile, held out his hand to the young man. "You are both very kind," he said, simply, "but there is nothing you can do for the dear child. Mollie is very ill, and Dr. Duncan wishes her to have a good nurse at once. I'm going to send Noel off to the institution. He has given me the address. It is diphtheria, and her throat is in a dreadful state, and there is no time to be lost." "Let me go," returned Moritz, earnestly. "I will take a hansom and be there in no time. Mr. Ward, I shall esteem it as a favour and a mark of true friendship if you will send me instead of Noel." But before Everard could reply to this urgent request, Althea's gentle voice interposed. "Mr. Ward, please listen to me a moment. I know what this illness means. I have had it myself. Mollie will need two nurses. There will be no one to take care of her by day while the nurse rests, and any neglect will be an awful risk. Please let Moritz go and settle the business. There need only be one to-night, but the day nurse must relieve her to-morrow morning. Let him have the address, and Noel can go with him, and then you must let me go up and see Mollie." And then Everard, in a dazed fashion, held out a folded piece of paper. "Two nurses! I shall be in the workhouse," they heard him mutter, but no one took any notice. "Althea, you are a trump," whispered Moritz, as she followed him into the passage. "Tell me anything she needs, and I will get it. Two nurses! She'll have a dozen nurses. If the doctor approves, we will have a second opinion. We will have the great throat doctor, Sir Hindley Richmond, down." But what more Moritz would have said in that eager, sibilant whisper was never known, for Althea gave him an impatient little push. "Go, go! There is no use in talking. I shall not leave until the nurse arrives." And then she went back into the studio. She had forgotten her nervousness now, her reluctance to enter Everard's house. Her face glowed with kindly womanly sympathy as she approached him. "I am so sorry for you," she said, gently, "and I am sorry for dear Mollie, too, for it is such a painful complaint. But with good nursing I hope she will soon be well. Is Dr. Duncan a clever man?" "Oh, yes, I believe so," returned Mr. Ward, dejectedly; "but his charges are very high, Miss Harford. I am afraid we must manage with one nurse. I have not the means. I am a poor man." But Althea turned a deaf ear to this. It was far too early in the day to proffer help. He must not be told yet that he has good friends, who were only only too thankful to be allowed to bear his burdens. For Mollie's sake, for Waveney's sake, and for poor Moritz's sake, there must be no indulgence of false and misplaced pride. He must be managed adroitly and with finesse and female diplomacy. No masculine blundering must effect this. "How did Mollie catch it?" she asked, to turn his thoughts from the question of expense. But Everard could not answer this question. Mollie had not seemed well since Sunday, he said. She had been restless and irritable, and complained of feeling ill. She had been so feverish in the night that he thought it must be influenza, and he had sent for Dr. Duncan. But, early as it was, he had already started on his rounds, and had only just come. He would pay another visit later in the evening. Althea listened to this in silence. Then she said, rather gravely, "Mr. Ward, what are we to do about Waveney? It will break her heart to be kept from Mollie. And yet—" Then he turned upon her almost fiercely, and there was an excited gleam in his eye. "I will not have it. Tell Waveney that I forbid her to come near the house. Good heavens, would she add to my troubles? It is not enough to have one child ill." Then his eyes filled with tears, and the hand he put on Althea's arm shook a little. "Dear Miss Harford, be my friend in this. Keep Waveney safe for me." And something in his tone told Althea that, dearly as Everard loved all his children, this was the one who came closest to his heart. "Do not fear," she returned tenderly. "You can trust me, and Waveney loves you far too well to disobey you. But," here she sighed, "it will certainly break her heart. Mollie is her other and her dearer self." "Yes, poor darling, I know that. But she must be brave. Tell her, from me, please, that I will write twice a day if that will comfort her. She shall know everything. There shall be nothing hidden from her." "Yes, I will tell her," returned Althea, sorrowfully. "And when my cousin returns we will arrange about Noel. He must not stop here." Then there was an unmistakable look of gratitude in Everard's eyes. "You think of everything," he said, in a broken voice. "I was troubling sadly about the poor lad. Now I am afraid I must leave you, as Mollie has no other nurse." But he was both touched and surprised when Althea rose too. "Let me go with you," she said, quickly. "I am not the least afraid. I had the complaint very badly myself before we left Kitlands." "I fear we are both doing wrong," returned Everard, hesitating. "Your sister will be very angry with you." But Althea shook her head very decidedly at this, and he was too bewildered and miserable to argue the point. The sick room looked bare and comfortless to Althea's eyes, in spite of the bright fire burning cheerily in the grate. The big iron bedstead, with its old and obviously patched quilt, the dark stained wood furniture, and the narrow window seats, with faded red cushions, were hardly a fit shrine for Mollie's dainty beauty. Mollie lay uncomfortably on her pillows. She looked flushed and ill, and her beautiful eyes had a heavy, distressed look in them. She held out her hands rather eagerly to Althea, but the next moment she drew them back. "Oh, I forgot," she said, in a thick voice, and it was evidently a great effort to speak. "You must not come near me. Dr. Duncan said so. Tell my darling Wave that she must keep away if she loves me, and ask her not to fret. Oh, I cannot talk. And here poor Mollie flung herself back on the pillows, and her hot, restless fingers tried to put back the heavy masses of rough, tangled hair. How Althea longed to brush it out and sponge the fevered face and hands! But at her first hint Everard frowned and looked anxious. "Not for worlds," he said, decidedly. "The nurse will be here directly. The institution is hardly a mile from here, and Ingram will take a hansom." He spoke in a low voice, but Mollie heard him. "Oh, father, is Mr. Ingram here?" she whispered. "How sorry he will be to hear I am ill." And then a sudden thought struck her, and she beckoned to Althea rather excitedly. "Miss Harford," she said, in her poor, hoarse voice, "will you do something for me? In that small right hand drawer behind you, you will see a little parcel. It is directed. Please give it to Mr. Ingram from me." Althea secretly marvelled at this, but held her peace. When the dainty white parcel was in her hand, she said, gently, "Yes, dear Mollie, he shall have it directly he returns. But now your father does not wish me to stay. Good bye. God bless you, my child." And Althea's tone of faltering tenderness arrested Everard's attention. "It would not be safe. I dare not let you do anything for her," he said, very softly, as he opened the door. "I will stay with her until the nurse comes. But please go down and rest." And Althea, who was trembling with some strange emotion, obeyed him without a word. End of chapter 28. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 29 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 29. Barmecide's Feast and a Brown Study. Control, give, sympathize. These three must be learnt and practiced. Self-control, charity, and sympathy. Oriental saying. Althea was glad of a few minutes' quiet to recover herself, for she felt agitated and shaken. The sight of that comfortless sick room, and Everard's worn face and haggard eyes, oppressed and saddened her. A perfect passion of pity for him and his motherless girl swept over her as she closed the door. She had left the room in answer to a wistful, pleading look from him. Her presence there evidently troubled him, and he was unwilling for her to run any risk. It was kind, it was friendly of him, she thought. Everard always had a good heart, but at that moment her impulsive, highly wrought nature only yearned to show her sympathy in action. In spite of her sensitive nerves, she was constitutionally brave, and had no fear of any form of illness. "We shall only die when our time comes," was a favourite saying of hers, and neither she nor Doreen shirked anything that met them in their daily path of duty. Mollie was very ill, there was little doubt of that, and she would probably be worse. The sight of the sweet flushed face, and the remembrance of the poor thick voice would haunt her, she knew, and there was Waveney. But at this point the sound of a hansom driving up rapidly dispersed her gloomy thoughts, and the next moment Lord Ralston entered the room. "We have got her," he said triumphantly. "Nurse Helena, the best and cleverest nurse in the institution, and she will be here in 10 minutes. I saw the matron, and there is another one coming at 11 to-morrow. I shall go round to Dr. Duncan's house presently, and have a talk with him. We must have Sir Hindley Richmond down. I am determined on that." "Why not wait for to morrow?" returned Althea, quietly. "You are so impetuous, Moritz. There is no need for you to see Dr. Duncan to night. Poor dear Mollie is very ill. I have just seen her. But good nursing and the proper remedies may do wonders. Wait until to morrow. It will be far better. And tell me what has become of Noel." "He is up in his room putting up his things. I'm going to take him round to Eaton Square directly. I shall stay there myself for the next week or two. And you really saw her, Althea? Does she look very bad?" Moritz's anxiety was so intense he could hardly bring out the words. "She is evidently in great pain," she returned slowly. "It is impossible to judge at this stage. But she was able to speak to me. Moritz, she asked me to give you this. It was put away in a drawer, and she told me where to find it." And Althea handed him the little white parcel. "For me? Are you sure it is for me?" he asked, breathlessly. But Althea, with a faint smile, only pointed to the direction, for in Mollie's sprawling handwriting was very lightly inscribed, "Mr. Ingram, with Mollie Ward's good wishes." Nothing could be more correct or proper. Then why did Lord Ralston's eyes brighten so strangely, and why did a sudden smile of tender amusement come to his lips? Because his keen scrutiny had detected something that Althea had not perceived. Two half obliterated letters before the good "Lo." He could make that out plainly. "With Mollie Ward's love." That was what she had meant to write, until her maidenly scruples, and perhaps some sudden self consciousness, induced her to change the inscription. Moritz walked off into the inner room with his treasure. Would Mollie guess how her lover's heart beat almost to suffocation, as he looked at the white vellum book with its clustering pansies? "Little darling," he kept saying over and over to himself. "She must have known they were my favourite flowers." And then he looked at the first page and saw his name prettily illuminated. "Pansies, that's for thoughts," was the motto under it, and one or two pansies were drooped loosely underneath. It was a dainty remembrance. Mollie had evidently not spared either time or thought for her friend. It was to be a token of her gratitude for all the pleasure Monsieur Blackie had given her, and for all his lavish gifts. But even Mollie could not guess, in the faintest degree, the intense joy that pansy pocket book gave Ingram. As he replaced it in its cover his eyes were dim, and his honest heart was recording its vows. If Mollie lived, her life's happiness, as far as human power could effect it, should be his task and joy. "My own darling, are you beginning to love me?" he thought. "And now—" And then there was a stab of pain through the young man's heart, for how could he tell how long it would be before he saw the angel laughing out of Mollie's eyes again? When he went back into the other room he found Noel there. The nurse had arrived and had gone up to see her patient, and presently Everard came down to them. He seemed a little surprised when Althea told him that Noel was going to stay with her cousin. "Moritz wants him, and they will be company for each other," she said. "It will be easier for him to go from there to St. Paul's by and by." And as this was reasonable, Mr. Ward offered no objection. Then, at her suggestion, he sat down and wrote a few tender, urgent words to Waveney. Althea took her leave after this. She had made another fruitless attempt to dissuade Moritz from going to Dr. Duncan. He was utterly unmanageable. "I mean to make a clean breast to him," he said recklessly. "If he is a sensible man, he won't want any explanation. I shall tell him that Mr. Ward has influential friends, and that they wish a second opinion. Why, good heavens, Althea," working himself up to a pitch of nervous excitement, "how do we know what that poor child needs, and that only money can buy?" And then Althea, with a vivid remembrance of that bare dingy looking room, wisely held her peace. As she drove off she wondered vaguely, but without much interest, how Moritz was to keep up his masquerading at Eaton Square. Noel was a sharp-witted lad, as he had himself said, and there had been no opportunity of coaching the servants. An old retainer of the family, who had been the old Viscount's butler, took care of the house when it was not occupied, and his wife and one or two maids kept a few rooms always in order. Moritz, who was a thorough Bohemian, had a habit of running up to town for a night or two as the fancy seized him, and he seldom announced his intention beforehand. More than once Mrs. Barham had been at her wits' end to make his lordship comfortable, but she soon got used to his odd ways, and now, when Moritz arrived at his town house, he was sure of finding his dining room and library and a couple of bedrooms in first-rate order. Althea need not have wondered, if she had listened to the brief conversation that took place between Moritz and Noel on their way to Eaton Square. It was rather late, for Moritz, like an obstinate man, had had his way. He had left Noel in the cab and seen the doctor alone. Though Dr. Duncan was a sensible man and no toady, he was much impressed by Lord Ralston's impetuous generosity. He could not deny, he said, that there were many things that his patient required, though he had forborne to name them, as he knew Mr. Ward had small means. Sir Hindley Richmond! Oh, certainly, he had no objection to meet him. But there was no need for that at present. He would keep it in mind, and Mr. Ward must be consulted. And then, after a little more talk, and a promise on the doctor's part to respect his confidence, the interview ceased. Moritz felt a little happier when he jumped into the hansom again. He thought Dr. Duncan had spoken hopefully of the case, and then, as he looked at the list in his hand, he foresaw a delightful morning's work before him. To rush from shop to shop, to pay the highest price possible for each article, to order in fabulous quantities of the needed commodities, would be purest joy to him. If Mollie recovered, she would find herself stocked for a year or two with eau de cologne and other good things. "What an age you have been!" grumbled Noel. The poor lad was too cold and hungry and miserable to mind his manners. Wasn't the old chap in? "Oh, yes, he was," replied Ingram, vaguely. And then he pushed up the little trap door, and told the man to drive to number 14, Eaton Square. "I hope Mrs. Barham will be able to give us something to eat," he continued. "You see, she does not expect us, and there may be nothing in the house." Noel's face grew rather long at this. "Is it your house? Do you live there?" he asked curiously. "Yes," returned Ingram, "it is my house, but I am not often there. I have another house in the country." And then, rather abruptly, "Noel, lad, can you keep a secret? Honor bright, you know, and all that sort of thing." Then Noel looked up in his face a little suspiciously, and there was a knowing twinkle in his eyes. "Mum's the word," he said quickly. "But I know what you are going to say. Your name isn't Ingram." "Oh, yes, it is," returned the other, rather amused at this. "Only I have another. It is the family name. My father was Colonel Ingram, and until 18 months ago I was plain Mr. Ingram." "And now?" And there was growing excitement in Noel's voice. "Well, the only difference is an old cousin died, and so I became Viscount Ralston. Why, my boy," with a little chuckling laugh, "I was as poor as a church mouse before that. Poorer than your father. I painted bad pictures that would not sell, and lived in a tin shanty. Hold hard. Don't interrupt me, for we shall be at my diggings directly. I want you to understand that, for the present, at Cleveland Terrace and at the Red House, I am still Mr. Ingram. I have my reasons, and some day you shall know them. But I want you to promise that you will not betray me." Then Noel, feeling utterly bewildered, and not a little mystified, nodded an assent to this, and the next moment they stopped before one of the big gloomy looking houses in Eaton Square. A tall, grey haired old man admitted them. "I have taken you by surprise, Barham," observed Lord Ralston carelessly, "and you see I have brought a friend." "Yes, my lord," returned Barham, tranquilly, "and I am glad to say there is a fire in the library; but there is something wrong with the dining room chimney, and the workmen have been there." "All right. Just pay the cabman." And then Lord Ralston led the way to the library. It was a large room, and the firelight played fitfully over the carved oak furniture and red morocco chairs. The next moment the soft electric light enabled Noel to see his surroundings more plainly. Since his visit to the Red House his views had been considerably enlarged, and he at once told himself that this room beat Miss Harford's library hollow. Lord Ralston left him for a few moments. When he returned he said, with something of his old whimsical dryness, "I have just been interviewing my worthy housekeeper, and have left her metaphorically tearing her hair in the larder. She tells me there is literally nothing in the house, so I suppose we may expect Barmecide's feast." Noel nodded. He was well acquainted with the story of the barber's sixth brother, and quite understood the allusion. But the youthful pangs of hunger were so overmastering that he murmured something about bread and cheese, and then coloured up the roots of his hair, fearing that he had taken a liberty. "Oh, Mrs. Barham is a woman of resources. She will do better for us than that," was the indifferent reply. "But we must exercise our patience. I will take you up to your room now." And Noel presently found himself ensconced in a most luxurious chamber, with a bright fire, and everything prepared for his comfort. "It is like the Arabian Nights," muttered the lad, when his host had left him. "To think of my cheek, Monsieur Blackie, indeed!" And then Noel sat on the edge of the chair and chuckled. A viscount! Great Scott! Lord Ralston! My word, how the pater and old Storm and Stress will open their eyes! To think that the wobbly one will be my lady some day! And here Noel gave a long, low whistle, proving that, in spite of that vulgarity inherent in the English schoolboy, the embryo barrister had his wits about him. It does not take much eyesight to see a blank wall, especially when it is painted white and the sun shines," he had observed once to Waveney. "Any fool can see that chap is dead nuts on Mollie," which was forcible if a trifle coarse. When Noel found his way back, with some difficulty, to the library, he saw a charming little dinner table laid in readiness. Mrs. Barham evidently knew her business well. The fish and cutlets, the sweet omelette, were all excellent, and a wonderful dessert followed. Lord Ralston was most kind and hospitable, but he was hardly as good a companion as usual. He seemed absent, and was continually falling into a brown study. When dinner was over and coffee had been brought, he gave up all attempt to be sociable. He even invited Noel to help himself to a book, and for the remainder of the evening Lord Ralston sat in silence, with his eyes fixed on the beech logs, which were burning and sputtering so merrily. It was nearly dinner time at the Red House when Althea reached home. Doreen, who was already dressed, was waiting for her in the library. Waveney was still upstairs. There was a short and hurried explanation on Althea's part, and a few ejaculations of pity from Doreen. Then she followed her sister upstairs and sent Peachy away. It was one of their pretty sisterly ways to wait on each other occasionally, and Althea, who was accustomed to this loving ministry, took it calmly and as a matter of course. Doreen wanted to talk to her, that was all. "I am so sorry you had such a wretched afternoon," observed Doreen, affectionately. "Poor dear, you were hardly fit for it. How is Mr. Ward? I am afraid he will be dreadfully anxious." "Anxious? I should think so from his looks. I should say he had had no sleep. Do you know, Dorrie, I have discovered something to day. Dearly as Everard loves all his children, it is Waveney who is the apple of his eye." "He loves her better than his pretty Mollie?" "Oh, no, Althea." "Yes, I am sure of it, and I cannot say I am greatly surprised. Mollie is a dear, sweet child, but Waveney is more human and spirituelle. Her nature has greater depth. Oh, there is the gong. Please help me to arrange this ruff. Dorrie, you must do all the talking at dinner. Waveney must have no hint of anything until we have finished. There is the shopping and your purchases. You must make the most of those." "So you went out, after all?" was Waveney's first remark, when grace had been said, and her voice was rather reproachful. "And you promised that you would have a day's rest." "It hardly amounted to a promise, I think," returned Althea, with a forced smile. "One never knows what may turn up in the day's work, and I had to go out on an errand of charity. Well, how have you enjoyed your shopping expedition?" And this question launched Waveney at once into a lengthy description of all their purchases. "It was too late to think of going to Cleveland Terrace," she finished regretfully, "so we had tea at Fuller's instead. The cakes were delicious. Oh, how I long for Mollie to be with us! She does so love buying pretty things." "Oh, I forgot," interposed Doreen, abruptly. "Mrs. Craven was at Marshall and Snellgrove's, buying things for Augusta's trousseau. We had quite a long talk, in the mantle department. I have ordered a nice waterproof cloak, Althea. It is Harris tweed, and your favourite grey." And so on, discussing the merits of each article purchased until dinner was over, and, with an unmistakable look of relief, Althea rose from the table. Chapter 29. Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 30 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 30. Suspense. Down thou climbing sorrow, thy elements below, King Lear, till now thy soul has been all glad and gay, bid it awake and look at grief to day. Adelaide Ann Proctor. As Althea walked into the library, she was aware that Waveney was following her closely. Doreen had made some excuse and had gone off to her own room, probably to write letters. "Do you want me to read to you to night?" asked Waveney. She looked wonderfully bright and animated this evening. As she spoke she slipped her hand into Althea's arm, in a coaxing, girlish way. "Dear Miss Harford, I am not a bit tired. I feel as springy as possible." This being a favorite word in the Ward vocabulary to express latent and superfluous energy. "No, my child, not to night," returned Althea, gravely. "Waveney, dear, I'm afraid I have rather bad news for you. You were out when the message came, so I went over to Cleveland Terrace to inquire." Then a troubled, almost a scared look came into the girl's eyes. "A message!" she gasped. "Did they send for me? Is any one ill? Father? Or—" But she did not finish the sentence, as Althea quietly handed her the telegram. "What does it mean?" she asked in a bewildered tone, but her lips were trembling. "Mollie ill! But she is never ill, except when we had the measles. She has never been in a bed a single day for years. What is it? Why do you not tell me?" And Waveney spoke in a tone of intense irritation. "I am waiting, dear, until you can listen to me," returned her friend soothingly. "My cousin Moritz was with me when the telegram came." Here Waveney started. "And I thought, we both thought, that the best thing would be for me to go over to Cleveland Terrace. Moritz went with me. We saw your father, and I went up to Mollie. It is diphtheria. No one knows how she caught it. She is ill, and her throat is very painful, but she could speak to me. She sends her love, and said that you must not think of coming to her." Then an incredulous smile crossed Waveney's face. "Mollie said that, but of course she did not mean it. The idea is too absurd. If I were not so miserable I could laugh at it. Not go to my Mollie when she is ill and in pain! Has father sent for Dr. Duncan? And have they given her a fire? The room is so cold." Then, interrupting herself with sudden impatience, "Why do I stop to ask these questions when it is getting late? Oh, Miss Harford, you ought to have told me before dinner. What does that matter? But I will get ready now, and if you will be kind enough to send for a cab, I shall not be 5 minutes changing my frock." For even at the supreme moment some instinct told the girl that sapphire blue velveteen was not quite suitable for a sick room. Althea was quite shaken by Waveney's impetuosity. It was evident that her young companion had entirely forgotten her role. Her sole idea was that Mollie was ill, and that nothing else mattered. She was actually half way to the door when Althea called her back in a tone that arrested even her attention. "Waveney, my poor child, what are you doing? Did you not understand the telegram? Your father will not allow you to go home. He told me so himself, and here is a note he has sent you." Then Waveney, without a word, took the letter. "My precious child," wrote Everard, "we are in sad trouble. Our dear Mollie is very ill, but Dr. Duncan tells me that it will not be safe for you to be with her, and that he must have a properly trained nurse. One is coming in directly, and then she will have every care and attention. Do not come unless I send for you. It is enough to have one child ill, and I will not have you here, my little Waveney. I know I can trust you. Since you were a baby you have never given me a moment's uneasiness. You have been my dear, good child, who has always obeyed my least wishes. If you love me, my darling, you will be brave and calm. Miss Harford will tell you everything. She is a good, kind creature, and I feel you will be safe with her. You shall know everything. Nothing shall be kept from you. I promise you that faithfully. Your loving father." When Waveney had finished the letter, there was despair in her eyes. "He is cruel. Every one is cruel," she said, in a choked, unnatural voice. And then, with a dry sob, "Oh, why am I not lying there in her place?" "Don't say that, dear child," returned Althea, gently, "for then Mollie would have to suffer." And at this Waveney winced. "Where are you going?" Althea spoke rather nervously, for again the girl seemed about to leave her. "Oh, Waveney, surely you will not go against your father's wishes." But she need not have asked the question. The loyal little soul would have died sooner than grieve that beloved parent. "No, I cannot disobey father," she said, in a dull voice, and her poor little face looked so white and rigid. "I am going to my own room now." "Will you not stay and let me talk to you a little?" asked Althea, anxiously. "You are taking things too hardly, dear. Mollie may be better to morrow." But she spoke to deaf ears. "No, no. Please do not keep me. I must be alone. There is no use in talking. How do you know? How does any one know about things?" And Waveney abruptly turned away. Althea's eyes looked very sad as the door closed behind her. "I knew it," she said to herself. "I knew how she would suffer. Her nature is intense. Those who love much suffer much. Mollie and she seem to have only one heart between them. It is not so with all twins." But the next moment her dreary moralising was interrupted, for Waveney came hastily back and stood by her. "I did not bid you good night," she said, huskily. "I'm afraid I was rude and abrupt, but I did not mean it, and you are so kind, so kind." Then Althea put her arms round the girl and kissed her tenderly. "My dear, do not trouble about that. I quite understand. May I come to you presently? I may be able to think of something to comfort you." But Waveney shook her head. "No, please do not come. There is no comfort for me while my Mollie is ill and suffering." And Waveney drew her cold hands out of Althea's detaining grasp. It was sad to see how her step had suddenly lost its springiness. To be alone, that was her one thought now, as it is the instinct of all sorely wounded creatures in God's free world. Waveney never recalled that night of misery without a shudder. The sudden shock quite prostrated her. That Mollie should be ill, perhaps dangerously ill, for every one knew that people died of diphtheria. Princess Alice had, and the butcher's little daughter, and one or two others that she and Mollie knew. That Mollie should be ill, and that her only sister should not be allowed to nurse her. This was almost inconceivable to Waveney. It was this separation that seemed so unnatural, but Waveney chafed bitterly against her father's restrictions. After those first unguarded expressions, she did not blame him in words, but again and again in her heart she accused him of cruelty. "Oh, father, how could you? How could you?" she said over and over again that night. "It is not right, it is not fair, that you should torture me like this. If I were only there I should not be so unnerved and frightened, but everything is worse when one is kept away." Waveney was right from her own point of view. She would have been her brave, resolute little self at Cleveland Terrace, and Mollie would have had the tenderest and most cheery of nurses. "I should not have taken it. I should have been careful, and left the nurse to do things," she said later on. "It was just father's nervousness." Dr. Duncan's opinion she treated with contempt. It was part of a doctor's duty to say these things. More than once Althea crept to the girl's door, but she could hear nothing. Once she turned the handle, but the door was locked. Waveney, who was still sitting huddled up in the easy chair, heard the soft retreating footsteps go down the passage again. Her fire had burnt out, and she felt strangely chilled. "I may as well go to bed," she thought drearily. But it was long before the deadly cold left her limbs. When she slept, her dreams troubled her, and she woke the next morning to see Althea standing beside her bed, with a cup of hot coffee in one hand and in her other a yellow envelope. "Will you drink this, my dear? Doreen and I have had our breakfast, but there is no need for you to hurry. If you lie still, Nurse Marks will bring you yours." "Oh, no, I could not think of such a thing," returned Waveney, quite shocked. "I am not ill. I would rather get up, please. I am so sorry I have overslept myself. But I was late, and—" Then she looked at the telegram wistfully. "Is that for me, Miss Harford?" "No, my dear, it is for me. Moritz sent over to Cleveland Terrace quite early this morning. You will see what he says. 'Miss Ward not so well. A bad night. Shall wire for Richmond.'" "What does it mean?" returned Waveney, faintly, and her head sank back on the pillow. "I don't understand it." "It means that you and Mollie have a good friend," returned Althea, sitting down beside her. "A very kind and generous friend. Moritz wants to help you all. Sir Hindley Richmond is the great throat doctor. He is wonderfully clever, and some of his cures are marvellous, but his fees are immense, and of course Moritz knows that Mr. Ward could not afford to have him, so he is arranging it with Dr. Duncan." "But we have no right, we have no claim on Mr. Ingram," stammered Waveney. "But he is doing it for Mollie's sake." She said it quite simply. In her own mind it had long been an assured fact that Mr. Ingram was her sister's lover. How could any one mistake such devotion? "Yes, he is doing it for Mollie's sake," returned Althea, with equal frankness. "Poor fellow, he is very unhappy about her, and his only comfort is to do her service." And Althea smiled a little as she thought of that tender and fantastic chivalry with which Moritz was wooing his beautiful Mollie. "I will get up now," Waveney observed, restlessly. Mollie was not so well. It would drive her frantic to lie still and think of that. She would dress and go out. Miss Althea was too kind to think of asking her to write and read. She could not sit still. She must have air and movement. But though she said no word of this, Althea understood her perfectly. "We must leave her alone," she said rather sadly to Doreen. "Her nerves are unhinged by the suspense, and she is not used to trouble. "I shall drive down to Cleveland Terrace," she continued, "on my way to Aunt Sara. There may be some little thing Mollie requires, and Waveney will be glad of news." She spoke rather hurriedly, as though she feared Doreen might raise some objection. But Doreen, who could read her sister like a book, merely nodded assent. So all the morning Waveney wandered about the common like a little lost spirit, until her limbs ached with weariness, and after luncheon Noel arrived. Mr. Ingram had sent him, he said, bringing out the words rather sheepishly. They had been shopping all the morning, tearing up and down Regent Street and Bond Street in a hansom, and they had had luncheon at the Army and Navy Stores. Then they had called at the door of Number 10, and Noel had seen his father. Things were much the same, and he sent his love, and so on. Althea had already started when Noel made his appearance, so it was too late to prevent her fruitless journey to Chelsea. There was nothing Mollie wanted, Noel declared bluntly, and he chuckled as he thought of all the things Ingram had ordered. "My word, there's no mistake about his being a viscount," she thought. "If he turned out to be a duke, I should hardly be surprised." Waveney was very fond of her younger brother, but his society failed to give her comfort, and Noel, on his side, was so awed and depressed by her sad face and unusual silence that he could find little to say. It was quite a relief when his visit was over, and he had to return to Eaton Square. But one word he did say as Waveney followed him into the hall. "I say, Wave, I suppose you will send your compliments or kind regards to Mr. Ingram." And here Noel cleared his throat. "He is awfully cut up, you know, and all that." "Oh, yes, you may give him my kind regards," returned Waveney, in a listless tone. Then her conscience accused her of ingratitude. "Yes, certainly. Noel, my kindest regards. I know how good he has been. He is actually going to have that great throat doctor down to see dear Mollie." "I know that," replied Noel, mysteriously. "I know a thing or two that would make you stare. He is a good old sort. He is as good as they make them, and he deserves to turn up trumps." And with this peculiar form of blessing, which was nevertheless genuine in its way, Noel adjusted his pince nez and marched off with his head in the air as usual. When Althea returned, she had very little to add to this. Mollie was no better, certainly, and Dr. Duncan was undoubtedly anxious about her, but she had excellent nurses, and Sir Hindley Richmond was to come the next day. There had been some hitch or difficulty, and Moritz had been much put out. Althea was in the dark about it, for Mr. Ward had volunteered no explanation. "Sir Hindley Richmond is coming to morrow," was all he said. "Mr. Ingram insists on it. He wired for him to day, but there was some difficulty, and Ingram fussed awfully about it. I am not allowed to put in a word," he continued, with a feeble attempt at a smile. "The doctor and nurses manage everything. All sorts of things come to the house. Of course Ingram sends them, and if I remonstrate, I am told that the doctor ordered them, or that Nurse Helena wished for it. Althea was the bearer of another sad little missive from Everard. Waveney carried it off to her own room. She was still reading it with dry, tearless eyes when the gong sounded. "Do not lose heart, my darling," it finished. "It is always darkest before day. We will pray to our Heavenly Father that our sweet Mollie may be spared." Waveney was repeating this sentence over and over again as she sat at the dinner table, and Althea, seeing that she ate nothing, told Mitchell to fill her glass with Burgundy. "You must take that, my dear, and some of this nice light roll. If you make yourself ill, it will only give additional trouble." Althea spoke with such quiet decision that Waveney was compelled to obey. As she sipped the wine a tinge of colour came into her lips, but the bread was sadly crumbled on her plate. As she rose from the table her knees trembled under her, and she almost tottered as she followed Althea. Last night about this time she had told her. What a nightmare of horror these 24 hours had been! No wonder she felt giddy, no wonder! But here Althea took possession of her with gentle force. "Sit down, Waveney. Why, you foolish child, you have overwalked yourself, and eaten nothing, and of course you feel bad." And before Waveney could summon up sufficient energy to contradict this, she found herself lying on the library couch, with the softest of pillows under her head and a warm quilt over her. "Doreen and I are going across to the Porch House," observed Althea, kissing her. "It is Thursday evening, but dear old Nursie will look after you." "Thank you, but she needs not trouble," returned Waveney, drowsily. "I am quite well, only tired." Every one was very kind, she thought, and Miss Althea, how dear and good she was! After all, it was very comfortable to lie still. The silence, the firelight, the soft warmth, were so soothing. Why were the bees humming so? Beehives and libraries were surely incongruous. And there were white lilies too, nid nodding at each other. And the writing table had gone, and there was a bed of pansies. "Pansies, that's for thoughts," she said to herself, for, little as she knew it, Waveney was fast asleep. End of chapter 30. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 31 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 31. Down by the River. Only upon some cross of pain and woe God's Son may lie. Each soul redeemed from self and sin must have its Calvary. Anonymous. The Porch House Thursdays, as they were called, had become red letter days in Thorold Chaytor's life. Ever since that wet Christmas Eve, when he had partaken of cakes and ale in the hall at the Red House, he had looked forward to them with an intensity that had surprised himself. Little had he thought, when he had generously given a few hours of scanty leisure to help Althea in her good work, that such deep enjoyment would be the result, and that he would actually count the hours until he could see a certain curly head bending over the book. If only any one had guessed how his heart always leaped at the sight. Thorold's life until now had been laborious and joyless. His home was utterly uncongenial to him. He loved his sister, but there was no real sympathy between them, and, as he would often say bitterly to himself, "Joa cares more for Trist's little finger than for me." And he was right. Joanna was one of those women whose short sighted tenderness made them lavish their best affections on some prodigal or black sheep. Perhaps the fault might lie a little with Thorold. His calm, self controlled nature was somewhat repressive. Few people understood him, or guessed that underneath the quiet, undemonstrative surface there was a warm, passionate heart. Perhaps only Althea knew it, and even she was in error about him, for she thought that his intellect dominated his heart, but in this she was wrong. Thorold Chaytor was a keenly ambitious man. He loved his work for its own sake, but he was also desirous of success. As he knew well, his feet were on the first rung of the ladder. His literary work was always meeting with appreciation, and now he held his first brief. The first cold breakers had been passed, and the bold swimmer had his head well above water. Poverty would soon be a thing of the past. But even as he grasped this fact gratefully, he was aware that fresh responsibilities fettered him. Tristram and Betty were on his hands. It would be long, probably years, before Tristram would be able to provide comfortable home for his child, and when they quitted his roof, he clearly foresaw that Joanna would go with them. Nothing would part her from Betty. But, for years to come, how was he to marry? Would any girl care to enter that incongruous household? Would he wish to bring her? He was a man who would want his wife to himself, who must have all or none. No one must interfere with his monopoly. And then, with a pang of proud sensitiveness, he told himself that the thing was impossible. Nevertheless, the Porch House Thursdays were his high days and festivals. As he walked up the hill in the darkness, some new, strange feeling was throbbing at his heart, a sudden yearning to know his fate. It was no use to delude himself with sophistries, or to cheat himself any longer. The first moment he had looked into the depth of those wonderful eyes, he knew that he loved Waveney, as such men only love once in their lives; and he knew now, too well, that he must win her for his wife, or for ever live solitary. His mind was in a chaotic state this evening. A subtle form of temptation was assailing him. Why should it be hopeless? True, he could not marry for years; but what if he were to tell her that he loved her, and ask her to wait for him as other women had waited? He dallied with this thought a moment. "Give me a little hope," he would say to her. "It will strengthen my hands, and I shall fight the battle of life more bravely. Let me feel that I am no longer lonely." But even as the words crossed his lips, he chid himself for his selfishness. Why should he bind down that bright young life, and condemn her to years of wearisome waiting? Why should his burdens be laid on her young shoulders? How could he know what the years would bring? His health might fail, and then, In a mood of dogged hopelessness, he let himself into the little gate that led to the tennis ground and the Porch House. Little did he guess, as he passed the lighted window of the library, that the objects of his thoughts lay there sleeping for sorrow. But his first glance, as he entered the recreation hall, showed him that the chair by Nora Greenwell was empty, and his face was graver and more impassive than ever as he took up his book. But more than once that evening, as he heard the latch lifted in the adjoining room, he lifted his head, and his wistful look was fixed on the opening door. But no little figure in sapphire blue came lightly into the room. As soon as his duties were over Thorold crossed the room to Althea. "Where is Miss Ward?" he asked, quietly; and Althea, who knew he had personal interest in all his pupils, took the question as a matter of course. "I thought you would have heard," she said, a little sadly. "The poor child is in great trouble." And then she gave him a brief account of the last 2 days. Thorold's face paled a little. He was extremely shocked. "Her twin sister! That beautiful girl I saw in old Ranelagh Gardens?" "Yes," returned Althea, sorrowfully. "I really think Mollie Ward has the sweetest face I have ever seen. Oh, I do not wonder that Waveney loves her so. She is suffering cruelly, poor child, but her father will not allow her to go home." "No, of course not," he returned, so quickly that Althea glanced at him. "He is right, quite right. Diphtheria is terribly infectious. She might be ill, too. Good heavens! No one in their sense would expose a girl to such risk." And Thorold spoke in a low, vehement tone of suppressed feeling. But Althea was too much engrossed with her own painful train of thoughts to notice his unusual emotion. "No, you are right," she replied. "They must be kept apart. But, Thorold, it makes my heart ache to see her. Poor child! It is impossible for any one to comfort her. I can do nothing with her." Then Thorold's firm lips twitched a little. "I am sorry," he said, in a quick undertone, "more sorry than I can say. Will you tell her so, please? Good night. I must go home and work." And then he went off hastily, forgetting that it was his usual custom to help Althea extinguish the lights, and walk down the dark garden with her. But Althea, sad and preoccupied, hardly noticed this desertion on Thorold's part. The evening had seemed a long one to her. Her thoughts were in poor Mollie's sick room. Down below a lonely, anxious man sat by his solitary fire. "God comfort him," she said to herself, softly, as she rose from her seat. The next few days dragged heavily on, days so dim with fear and anguish that for many long years Waveney never willingly alluded to that time, when the mere mention of it drove the colour from her face. Even Mollie, suffering tortures patiently, hardly suffered more than Waveney. Sir Hindley Richmond had paid his visit, but had spoken very guardedly about the case. There were complications. It was impossible to say. A great deal depended upon nursing. He would come again. Yes, certainly, if Mr. Ingram wished it. And then the great doctor drove off. Everard took the news to the Red House. Perhaps he needed comfort himself, and pined for a sight of his darling. but Waveney's changed looks and languid step filled him with dismay. She came to him silently, and, as he took her in his arms, a sob burst from his lips. "Waveney, you break my heart. Have pity on your poor father. I have but two daughters, and Mollie—" And here he could say no more. Waveney put her hands on his shoulders. They were as cold as ice, and her eyes had the fixed, heavy look of one who walks in her sleep. "Father, is Mollie dying?" Her voice was quite toneless. Everard started in horror. "My darling child, no. God forbid that such sorrow should be ours. But she is very ill, and I'm afraid Sir Hindley Richmond thinks very gravely of the case. There are complications, but he will come again. Ingram insists on it. They are nursing her splendidly. Everything depends on that. But it may be doubted if Waveney heard this. "Father," she said, in the same dull voice, "I want you to make me a promise. If there is no hope, if Sir Hindley says so, promise me that I shall see her before you know what I mean. Oh, Waveney, my little Waveney, for God's sake do not ask me that." And Everard shook with emotion. "But I do ask it." And then her arms went round his neck in a sudden passion of pleading. "Father, I will be good. I will not go near or kiss her. But her dear eyes I must see. She must know that I am there. Father, if you love me, you will not refuse." And then, with a choking sob, poor Everard gave reluctant consent. Very little more passed between them, when Everard said he must go. Waveney made no attempt to keep him. For the first time in her life, her father's presence failed to comfort her, and instinctively he realized this. "Take care of yourself for my sake," he said, and he kissed and blessed her. But she made no answer when he left her. She paced up and down the room restlessly. Movement, that was her sole relief, and body fatigue, that would make her sleep. Once she pressed her face against the window and looked out at the darkness. "Mollie is dying," she said to herself, "and perhaps the dear Lord will let me die too." And then she smiled at the thought, and resumed her pacing to and fro in the firelight. As Everard stumbled out of the room, Althea opened the door of the library and beckoned to him. She had no need to ask him any question. One glance at his face was enough. "Mr. Ward," she said, in a soft voice, "I cannot let you go like this. Sit down by the fire, and I will give you a nice hot cup of coffee. You always liked coffee better than tea, I remember." "You are very good," he returned, in a hesitating voice, "but I am anxious to get back to my poor child. Dr. Duncan will be coming at 6, and Ingram will be round for news." "Oh, I would not keep you for worlds," replied Althea, gently. "But you must drink this first, and there is no need to drink it standing." And then, with a half smile, Everard yielded. The beautiful room, the soft lamplight, the quiet face and kindly ministering of hands of his old friend gave him a sudden feeling of warmth and repose. He felt like a tired child brought out of the cold and darkness. As he drank his coffee, the numb, strained feeling gave way. "Miss Harford," he said, suddenly, "it makes me miserable to see Waveney." "Ah," she returned, quickly, "I was afraid you would say that. But the poor child is not herself. She is stunned with trouble. When we talk to her, she does not seem to hear what we say. Doreen spoke to her a little sharply to day," she went on. "She did it to rouse her, but, of course, I told her that it would be useless. When she had finished, Waveney merely looked at her, and then went out of the room, and Doreen was so afraid she had hurt her that she followed her to say something kind. Waveney seemed quite astonished. "You have not hurt me. Oh, no," she said. "It is I who am rude, for I did not hear half you said. When I try to listen, my head pains me, and I get confused, but I think nothing hurts me." Everard sighed. "What are we to do with her?" he asked, in a despairing voice. "Dear Mr. Ward," returned Althea, in her flute-like voice, "we can do nothing but love her and pray for her. She and her dear Mollie, too, are in God's hands, not ours. Try to trust them both to Him." And then Everard looked gratefully in her face. "She is a sweet woman," he said to himself as he walked toward the station. "I wonder why she has never married." But no suspicion of the truth entered his mind. Moritz used to send Noel up to the Red House nearly every day, but he never came himself. He spent most of his time at Number 10, Cleveland Terrace. Everard took very kindly to his visits. Moritz turned up at all hours, with all sorts of excuses. He would send up messages to the nurses, and very often would waylay Nurse Helena in the road outside. Nurse Helena, who had a kindly, womanly nature, would smile a little sadly, as she walked on. "He does not know, poor man, that he has a rival," she said to herself. "There is Monsieur Blackie. I have heard the name often, but, poor child, what does it matter?" And here Nurse Helena shook her comely head. For that day, dear, sweet Mollie was at her worst, and Moritz was like a man distracted. That afternoon Thorold Chaytor came home unusually early. He was bringing his work with him. Joanna and Betty were spending the day with a friend at Richmond, and Tristram had promised to join them in the evening, so he would have the house to himself. It was nearly 4 o'clock, but down by the river there was still light. The water had a cold, steely gleam on it, and the black hulls of the boats drawn up on shore looked hard and forbidding. There was a touch of frost in the air, and as Thorold lingered for a moment on a bridge, he was surprised to see a solitary figure on the towing path. The next moment he uttered an exclamation, and then walked rapidly in the same direction. His keen, far-sighted eyes had recognized the pedestrian. Waveney's restlessness had amounted almost to disease that day. She simply could not sit still. All the morning she had been wandering over the common with the little dogs running beside her, and the moment luncheon was over, she started off on an errand to the model lodging house. Her limbs ached with fatigue, but a streak of red sunset, casting a glow on the river, attracted her irresistibly, and though the light had long faded, and the air was chill and damp, she still paced up and down. But she started, and a sudden giddiness came over her as a deep voice accosted her. "Miss Ward, is this wise or right? Have you no regard for your health?" And Thorold's voice was unusually stern. But even in that dim light, the drawn pallor of her face frightened him. Could sickness and sorrow of heart have wrought this change in these few days? "Perhaps I have walked too much," she returned, faintly. "I am so fond of walking, and the river is so beautiful, and there is nothing else to do." And then a sudden impulse of self preservation made her catch at his arm. "I'm so giddy," she said, in a tired little voice. "If I only could sit down a moment." "There is a seat near," he returned, quietly. "Let me help you." And then his strong arm almost lifted her off the ground. The next moment she was on the bench, but his arm was still around her. She was not faint. Her eyes were wide open and fixed on the water. But her strength had gone, and, as far as he could judge, she seemed scarcely conscious of her surroundings. She even submitted like a child when he drew her head against his shoulder. "Do not try to speak. It will pass, and you will be better soon." And then he felt her pulse. The feeble beats spoke of utter exhaustion. Very likely she had eaten nothing all day. There was only one thing to be done. She must be warmed and fed, and then he must take her home. "Do you think you could walk a little now?" he asked, when a few minutes had passed, and the cold breeze from the river seemed to pierce through him. "It is not safe to sit any longer. There is a frost to night, and we have only such a little way to go. Will you try? And I will help you." "Oh, yes, why not?" returned Waveney, dreamily. "But it is not a little way to the Red House, is it?" And then she rose stiffly, as if Thorold had not held her she would have fallen. "Why am I like this?" she panted. "I have never been weary before." "You have walked too far," was his sole answer, "and you are numb with cold." And then, half supporting, half carrying her in his man's strength, they reached the bridge. Under the gaslight he saw she revived a little, and then he made her take his arm. The town was lighted, and there were plenty of passers by, but happily there was not far to go. More than once, even in that short distance, he was obliged to let her pause for a minute. As he opened the little gate, she pressed his arm feebly. "Oh, not here," she said. "I must go home. Please do not make me go in. Please, please, Mr. Chaytor." "My dear child, can you not trust me?" was all his answer. "Do not fear. I mean to take you home." And somehow his calm, authoritative voice seemed to control her at once. End of chapter 31. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 32 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 32. I will never be faithless again. Nothing begins and nothing ends that is not paid with moan, for we are born in others' pain and perish in our own. Thomson. He had a face like a benediction. Cervantes. In spite of her terrible exhaustion, Waveney instinctively dreaded the surprised looks and curious questionings which she feared awaited her. The idea of Joanna's pity and Betty's welcoming caresses seemed alike repugnant, and when Thorold opened the parlour door, she drew back as though afraid to enter, but he gently led her in. "They are all out," he said quietly, "but you can rest and get warm." And then he drew up an easy chair to the fire and placed her in it, and brought her a footstool. The next moment, with careful hands, he removed her hat, and put a cushion under her head. Then he drew off her gloves and gently rubbed her benumbed fingers. Waveney submitted to it all passively. The warmth and stillness soothed her, in spite of herself. When Thorold left the room to speak with Jemima, she rested her weary head against the soft cushion, and closed her eyes. How kind he was! How kind every one was! And then, all of a sudden, great tears welled up in her eyes. The little parlours, with their drawn crimson curtains and bright fire, seemed to fade from her sight. She was sitting on a bench in old Ranelagh Gardens, and Mollie was beside her. The sunlight was filtering through the limes. The children were flitting to and fro like butterflies. "Here he is, the noticeable man, with large grey eyes," she was saying, and she could hear Mollie's sweet, scornful laughter in reply. "Dear Miss Ward, please drink this. It will warm you and do you good." Thorold spoke in a clear, persuasive voice. But as Waveney opened her eyes, the tears were rolling down her small white face. "Why did you rouse me?" she said, with a little sob. "I was dreaming, and it was so lovely. I was sitting with my Mollie, and we were laughing and talking together. Oh, Mollie, Mollie!" And here a fit of bitter weeping seemed to shake her from head to foot. No power on earth could have hindered the flow of those tears. For one moment Thorold almost lost his calmness. "Waveney, my dear child, hush!" he said, hoarsely. "You will make yourself ill. Why are you so hopeless? It is often darkest just before the dawn." And then his hand rested for a moment lightly on her head. "How do you know that your sister's life may not be spared? And then all these tears may have been needlessly shed. Child, do not lose your faith. God may be dealing mercifully with you and yours." He spoke in a voice of intense feeling. Then he gently raised her from the cushions, and held the cup to her lips. "You must drink this," he said, very quietly and gently. And Waveney checked her tears and obeyed him. "There, you are better now," he said, in a tone of relief, when the cup was empty. "Yes," she whispered. "Thank you for being so good and patient. I ought not to have troubled you so." "Troubled?" returned Thorold, in a low, suppressed voice, "when there is nothing on earth that I would not do for you, my darling." The last words were scarcely audible. Then he bit his lip and rose hastily. What was he doing? He had forgotten himself. The sight of her tears, the anguish in her beautiful eyes, had utterly unnerved him. For the moment he had been oblivious of everything but her suffering, and his great love, and words of tenderness had forced themselves to his lips. Good heavens! What had he done? And here he paced the room in agitation. But a glance at the easy chair reassured him. Poor child! She was so dazed, so confused, that probably the words had not reached her ears. If they had, and here he frowned, and stared at the fire in perplexity, if, fool that he was, he had betrayed himself. And then, in spite of his self reproach, a gleam of joy crossed his face. What if she had understood him, and knew, without doubt, that she was the darling of his heart? But he would not trust himself to be alone with her any longer. He sent for a cab, and then went up to Joanna's room for an old fur-lined cloak that he knew hung in her wardrobe. A few minutes later, when he returned to the room, the cloak was over his arm. Waveney was still in the same position, lying back on the cushions, with closed eyes, and listless hands folded on her lap. But at the sound of his step, she struggled into a sitting posture. "Have you come for me? May I go now?" she asked, in a weak little voice; but he noticed that the colour had returned to her lips. "Yes," he said quietly, "the cab is here. But you must let me wrap you in this cloak, for it is bitterly cold outside, and this room is so warm." Then she stood up without a word and allowed him to put it round her. Then, still silently, he drew her hand through his arm, and led her slowly down the little courtyard. For some minutes no word passed between them. Thorold pulled up the windows. Then he wrapped the old cloak a little closer round her, and stooped to bring it under her feet. As he did so, she put out her hand to stop him. "Oh, please, please do not trouble about me so," she said, in a distressed tone. "I am quite warm now. You are so kind, and I cannot even thank you." Then, with a sudden impulse, he took her hand and held it firmly. "Do you know how you can thank me best?" he said, very gently. "By taking better care of yourself in future. Waveney, promise me that you will never act so recklessly again. Good heavens! What would have become of you if I had not found you? And even now—" Then, with an involuntary shudder, he checked himself. "I was very wrong," she returned, humbly; "but I was so unhappy, and I wanted to tire myself, and somehow the river and the loneliness soothed me. And then all at once I seemed to lose myself, and you came. I think the cold numbed me, but I understand better now, and I am sorry." She spoke in broken little sentences, and it was with difficulty that he could hear the words. They were just entering the lodge gates at that moment, and he leant forward in the darkness and lifted the cold little hand to his lips. "Yes, you were wrong," he said, tenderly, as though he were speaking to a child. "But you will never be so foolish again. You will take care of yourself for the sake of those who love you." Then he dropped her hand as a gleam of light from the open door streamed across the shrubbery, and as the cab stopped he saw Althea standing in the porch, with a light, fleecy wrap thrown over her head. "Oh, Waveney!" she exclaimed, in an anxious tone, as Thorold lifted the girl out. "Where have you been?" Then, as she caught sight of Waveney's face, "My dear child, you look dreadful. What has happened?" "Nothing has happened," returned Thorold, impatiently. "Miss Ward is not well. The cold has struck her. Please do not keep her standing here." And unceremoniously putting Althea aside, he almost carried Waveney across the hall. "Take her to Doreen's room. There's a nice fire there," Althea said, quickly. But she was too late, for Thorold had already opened the library door. As he did so, two people, sitting by the fire, rose hastily and looked at them. The next moment Waveney uttered a cry, and freed herself from Thorold's supporting arm. "Father!" she exclaimed, in a voice of terror, you have come to tell me." Then her breath failed her, and she almost fell into Everard's arms. "My darling, I have come to bring you good news," he said, pressing her almost convulsively to him. "Oh, such good news, my Waveney! Mollie is better, the danger has passed, and—" But here he stopped, as Waveney's head fell heavily on his shoulder. "You have told her too suddenly," observed Althea, in an alarmed voice; but Thorold, without a word, took the girl from her father's arms, and laid her on a couch. "She has fainted," he said, briefly. "You had better bring some brandy and smelling salts. The sudden revulsion has been too much for her." And then he helped Althea apply the remedies, while Everard stood helplessly by, too shocked and troubled to be of any use. It seemed long before Waveney opened her eyes. She seemed rather confused at first. As Thorold put a glass to her lips, she looked at him a little wildly. "Is it another dream?" she whispered. "Was not father here really?" Then Thorold smiled at her. "It was no dream," he said, quietly. "The good news is quite true. Mr. Ward, will you take my place, please?" Then Everard knelt down by her couch. Waveney's weak arms were round his neck in a moment. "Father," she said, pressing her cheek against his, "tell it me again. Mollie, my Mollie, is not going to die?" Then Everard, in a rather tremulous voice, repeated the good news. There had been a change for the better early in the day, but he had waited until the afternoon for the physician's verdict. The danger that they dreaded was no longer imminent. The disease had run its course. Everything depended now upon skilful nursing, with care and watchfulness. Sir Hindley hoped that Mollie would, in time, recover her normal strength, but in this insidious disease there was the danger of sudden collapse from exhaustion. Indeed, there were other risks, but Everard did not mention this. Waveney listened with painful attention. Then her heavy eyes were fixed wistfully on her father's face. "Is it really true?" she murmured. "Thank God! Oh, thank God! Father, dear, may I see her now?" Everard frowned anxiously. He had dreaded this question, but he had to be firm, for the doctor's orders were stringent. "No, dear," he said, sorrowfully, "you must not see her yet. It is for Mollie's sake as well as yours. No one must see her; the least excitement or agitation, in her weak state, might be fatal. You must be patient, my little Waveney, and I will promise you this, that you shall be Mollie's first visitor." And then Waveney hid her face on his shoulder. "Do not let her talk any more," observed Althea, gently. And then Thorold came forward to take his leave. As he pressed her hand, Waveney looked at him with a touching expression of gratitude in her dark eyes. "You were right," she said, in a low voice, "and I was wicked and faithless. But I will never be faithless again." But his sole answer was a smile so bright and reassuring, that in her weakness it almost dazzled her, as though some sudden sunbeam had flashed across her eyes. "Fear nothing," it seemed to say. "Poor little tired child, rest and be still." And indeed, before Everard left the house, an hour later, the worn out girl was sleeping peacefully, while Althea, with motherly eyes, watched beside her. It was late that night before Althea retired to rest. Thorold's account had filled her with uneasiness. His description made her shudder. The dark, solitary towing path, with the dense mist rising from the river, the exhausted little creature trying to walk off her sorrow and restlessness. No wonder that Althea's kind heart ached with pity. "Oh, Thorold," she said, and her eyes were full of tears, "how do we know what the poor child may have to suffer for her imprudence? She may have rheumatic fever. Oh, one cannot tell what may be the result of such madness." Then Thorold shook his head with a rather sad smile. "You must not take such a gloomy view. Let us hope there will be no bad result. I confess Miss Ward's exhausted condition alarmed me at first. It was distressing to see her, and then there was so little one could do." Thorold's tone had a note of pain in it, but Althea looked at him with an affectionate smile. "Don't undervalue yourself, Thorold. In any emergency or trouble, I know of no one who could give more efficient help. So many kind hearted people spoil everything by their fussiness." "Oh, that is one for Joa." "No, no, I was not thinking of poor Joa. With all her goodness, she is the last person I should care to have near me in any sudden trouble. Perhaps it is unkind of me to say this, but I know we think alike on this point." And though Thorold made no verbal response to this, it was evident that he agreed with her. When Waveney woke the next morning, she was conscious of aching limbs and unusual weariness and lassitude, and it was almost with a feeling of relief that she heard Althea say she must remain in bed. "You have been a naughty little child," she said, kissing her, "and Doreen and I are excessively angry with you, so we have agreed that you are to be punished by some hours of solitary confinement. I'm going to light your fire, and then you are to eat breakfast and go to sleep again." Waveney smiled quite happily at this. She had no wish to dispute the point. It was a luxury to lie still in her soft bed, and watch the pleasant firelight until her drowsy eyelids closed again. In spite of her weariness and aching limbs, there was a fount of joy in her heart. "Mollie is better. Mollie will get well." Those were the words she repeated over and over again, and more than once her hands were folded, and "Thank God" came audibly from her lips. At midday Althea brought a note that Moritz had sent by a boy messenger. It was written to her, but there was a message for Waveney. She read part of it aloud. Mollie had slept well, and the improvement continued. Both doctor and nurses seemed satisfied. "If I had my way, Sir Hindley should have a peerage," wrote Moritz. "He is worth all the other doctors put together, and Miss Mollie would never have pulled through without him. I'll take my oath of that." But Althea kept the remainder of the letter to herself. It was too strictly private and confidential even for Doreen's ears. All day long, in her waking intervals, Waveney was keeping one thought at bay. Deep down in her inner consciousness, she was aware of some strange and secret joy which she dare not face, but which seemed to distil some rare and precious aroma. Was it a dream? She was continually asking herself, but the answer to this perpetually eluded her. All the events of the previous evening had resolved themselves into a sort of painful vision. The dark, sullen river, her restless anguish, those confused moments when, giddy and sick, she had sat on the bench with Mr. Chaytor beside her, the walk through the lighted streets, and then the warmth and comfort of that friendly refuge. It was not until late in the afternoon, when the wintry dusk had closed in, and the Pansy Room was bright with firelight, that the power of consecutive thought and memory seemed to return to Waveney, when some sudden remembrance made her bury her face in the pillow. What were those words that, in spite of her weakness, seemed stamped on her heart and brain? "Trouble? When there is nothing on earth that I would not do for you, my darling." No, it was no dream. She had actually heard them. He had really said them. Would she ever forget his voice, or the smile that had seemed to steal into her weary heart like a benediction? Then, for a few blissful moments, Mollie was forgotten in the overwhelming consciousness that the man she most admired and revered, who seemed so far above her in wisdom and intellect, should stoop from his great height to care for her. End of chapter 32. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 33 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 33. A Quixotic Resolution. Thine were the weak, slight hands That might have taken this strong soul, and bent Its stubborn substance to thy soft intent. Watson. For the first time in his life Thorold Chaytor's conscience felt ill at ease, and, though his nature was by no means introspective or over scrupulous, he tormented himself and suffered keen twinges of remorse for what he called his unpardonable want of self control. Thorold's sense of honour was exceptionally high. In spite of his cold, reserved manner, he was extremely sensitive. The thought that he had been overmastered and carried away by passion, even though it had been momentary, humiliated and shocked him. In some of his ideas Thorold was somewhat behind his generation, and different from other men. He held old-fashioned and somewhat obsolete views on the subject of love, and his reverence for women savoured of the old days of chivalry. In his hard-working life he had been brought little into contact with them. He had no time for society. An evening at the Red House with his old friends, Althea and Doreen, was the only relaxation he had allowed himself. But in spite of his self-repression, Thorold Chaytor was intensely human, and, like other men, he yearned for the joys of wife and child. "Man is not made to live alone," he would say to himself, drearily, as he sat late at night by his solitary fireside; and though no visionary, the thought of some fair young face would haunt him persistently. "I wonder if I ever shall have a wife," he would say to himself, as he looked into the red glowing caverns before him. "I shall be hard to please. I should like her to be a younger and prettier Althea. Oh, she is a noble creature, Althea. She would have been a treasure to any man, but I have always fancied, that she gave her heart to Everard Ward. Well, who knows what may happen, when I have earned my fortune?" And then he smiled a little bitterly, as he opened his books again. Thorold's strong, intense nature took nothing lightly. If he loved, it was with his whole heart and soul. Alas, for him, the small pale face and dark spirituelle eyes of his little Undine were now all the world to him. From the first he had recognised her sweetness and intelligence. How he had longed to hold her to his heart, and comfort her with the assurance of his great love. How his nerves had thrilled with passionate tenderness as he ministered to her, as though she were a little helpless child; and all the time his heart had, with mute reverence, worshipped her. "I must not think of myself or my own happiness," he said to himself, as he walked down the hill in the darkness that night. My days have been always joyless, and what does a little more pain matter? It is of her I am thinking. God forbid that I should cloud her bright young life with any of my cares or perplexity. My little Waveney, I would suffer 100-fold more willingly than see you bearing my burdens. Poor Thorold! In his generous self renunciation he was making a grievous mistake, though he little guessed it, for woman's nature was terra incognita to him. Generosity and self abnegation are not solely masculine virtues, and there are women to whom any form of self sacrifice for the sake of a beloved object is simply joy and happiness, who care nothing for waiting and poverty, if they can only lean on some strong arm and be at rest. But Thorold was not wise enough to know this, so he formed a singular resolution. He would see Waveney again. He would watch her closely. Ah, he loved her so dearly that he felt he could almost read her thoughts. If she received him with her old frankness of manner, if there were no trace of consciousness in look or tone, he would know that his impulsive speech had not reached her ear, and he would content himself with being more guarded for the future. But if, as some subtle instinct told him, there should be some undefinable change in her, some new veil of shyness, he would be certain that she had heard him too well, and in this case it was his full intention to make her understand in some way the difficulty of his position. "It is impossible for me to marry for a great many years. I am too heavily handicapped." Some such words as these he would say, and then he would leave her, but not until he had apologized to her with all the humility of which he was capable. And when he had arrived at this Quixotic resolution, Thorold was more at peace. They would not meet just yet, for Waveney was unable to leave her room for some days, and spent most of her time, as Althea informed Thorold when he came in one evening, in sleeping like a baby. "And she looks like one," observed Doreen, who had just come down from the Pansy Room. "I was watching her just now before she woke up, and I never saw such a baby face. I think it must be her short curly hair that gives one the impression. I wonder why it has never grown long. Mollie Ward has such lovely hair." "Waveney told me once that it had never grown since some childish illness," returned Althea, "but that she did not mind it, as it gave her so little trouble. Why, Thorold, you are never going?" as he rose from his chair. "What nonsense! You must stay to dinner. You have not dined with us for an age." "Not this evening," he returned hurriedly, "or I should have to sit up all night working. I am glad to hear that Miss Ward is better," he continued, rather formally, "but she seems very weak still. I suppose you have had Dr. Hilton?" "Oh, no, it was not necessary," returned Althea. "Waveney is not really ill. She is only worn out, body and mind. A few days' rest and feeding up, and plenty of Nurse Marks' cosseting, will soon put her to rights. And now her mind is at rest about Mollie, she will soon be her cheerful little self again." "I hope so," was Thorold's sole answer. And then, seeing that he was in one of his grave, silent moods, Althea did not press him to stay, only accompanied him to the door, and bade him a friendly good night. "Poor old Thorold! He does not look quite happy," observed Doreen, as her sister re entered the room. I wonder if he has anything on his mind." And although Althea made no reply to this, the same thought had crossed her mind more than once. When Waveney heard that Thorold had called to inquire after her the previous evening, she merely observed that it was very kind; but an hour or two later she insisted on dressing herself, and making an attempt to go downstairs. Althea remonstrated at first, but Waveney was so bent on trying her strength that she thought it wiser to let her have her way, and actually forbore to triumph when Waveney, with rather a piteous face, subsided weakly on the couch. "Perhaps I had better wait until to morrow," she panted. "Dressing has tired me so." And then, as Althea brought her another pillow, and covered her up snugly, she continued in a weak voice, jestingly, "I feel as though I had the corporal's wooden legs instead of my own. They do move so stiffly. But then, wooden legs don't ache. Never mind, anything is better than the heartache." And to this Althea cordially agreed. Everard Ward paid them another visit while Waveney was still in her room. When he came again he found her cosily established in the library, and though looking still rather weak and pale, in excellent spirits. For every day the good news was verified, and Mollie made slow but steady progress to recovery. Only once had there been a return of anxiety. For one long half hour, Mollie's weakness was so great that Nurse Helena feared sudden collapse. Everard did not tell Waveney this, but he kept her well acquainted with every little detail of the sick room, what nourishment Mollie took, and how many hours she slept, and even a speech or two, repeated by her nurses. Once she sent her dear love to Waveney, and another time she asked if Mr. Ingram ever came to the house, and had looked both pleased and surprised when she heard he had been daily. Twice or three times a day would have been no exaggeration of the truth, but Nurse Helena wisely kept this to herself, for of all things she dreaded any agitation or excitement for her patient. When Waveney grew stronger, she drove daily with one or the other of the sisters, and when the February sunshine tempted her, she took short strolls over the common, with Fuss and Fury. One Sunday afternoon, when Althea and Doreen were occupied as usual, Waveney put on her hat and went out. There had been rain the previous night, and the garden paths were damp. At luncheon Althea had recommended her to take a little walk in the direction of the golf links, as it would be higher and drier there. "Do not go too far, and tire yourself," had been her parting words. "Remember Thursday," as though Waveney could have forgotten it, for a moment. For that day she was to see her dear Mollie again. It was a lovely afternoon. The air was soft and balmy, and full of the promise of spring, and thrushes and blackbirds were singing for joy because the dark wintry days were over. Waveney could have sung with them, out of very gratitude and happiness. Oh, how sweet life was! After all, Mollie was getting well, and But here Waveney flushed and walked on more rapidly, for there were certain thoughts that made her heart beat too quickly. "I am very faithless," she was saying to herself, as she came in sight of her favourite seat. It was a little hollow, and in the summer the larches and willows made a pleasant shade. There was a pond near, where children loved to sail their little boats, or throw sticks in the water for some excited dog. In her letters to Mollie she had called it her green parlour. She would have rested there for a few minutes, but she saw it was occupied by a gentleman, so she walked on slowly, The next moment, however, she heard her name pronounced, and Thorold Chaytor stood beside her. "You are tired. You wanted to sit down," he said abruptly, as they shook hands. "Please come back and rest a moment. It is so warm and sheltered in the hollow." "I was not really tired," returned Waveney, nervously, but she avoided looking at him as she spoke. "It is rather a favourite seat of mine, and the view is so pretty." "Yes, I was admiring it just now," replied Thorold. "But you will sit down for 5 minutes, will you not?" Then Waveney, shy and confused, accompanied him a little reluctantly across the grass. But as Thorold walked silently beside her, under his quiet manner there raged a perfect tempest of conflicting feelings. His sudden and unexpected appearance had taken Waveney by surprise, and her startled blush and confusion betrayed her agitation at the meeting. Her new timidity, the faltering of her voice, and her avoidance of his eyes, all told the same tale to Thorold. She had understood, and she was not indifferent to him. A spasm of joy shot through Thorold's heart at this thought. Then he remembered his resolution, and crushed down his rising happiness. "I must think of her and not of myself," he said to himself, as he took the seat beside her. "I'm glad to see you are so much better," he began, after a long pause that neither knew how to break. "But you are not quite strong yet. Your step has lost its old spring." Then he interrupted himself, as though he feared to say too much. "But all that will pass." "Yes, it will pass," she returned, trying to speak naturally, and looking at him for the first time. The soft brilliancy of her eyes almost dazzled Thorold. He nearly forgot his resolution, as he looked into their brown depths. "Do you know, Mr. Chaytor, that on Thursday I am actually to see my Mollie? I am counting the hours, and so is she." "And that makes you very happy?" he asked, in a low voice. "Oh, yes, so grateful and happy. Father has seen her, of course, and he says I must be prepared to find her very weak. Is it not a pity she has lost her lovely colour? But Nurse Helena says it will come back. She seems such a kind woman. When I send little notes to Mollie, she answers them so nicely, and gives all Mollie's messages." Waveney had forgotten her nervousness in this engrossing topic, but Thorold's answer was a little vague. "And you will never be faithless again?" "No," she returned, flushing at this. "I will try to be more trustful in future." And then, more kindly, "Mr. Chaytor, you were so good to me that miserable evening. I have so often wished to thank you, and tell you that I am not unmindful of your great kindness." Then he checked her. "Miss Ward, you owe me no gratitude. Any one would have done what I did. It is your forgiveness I ought to ask, for I am afraid that in my sympathy and pity I forgot myself." He said this with such difficulty, and in such a constrained tone, that Waveney looked at him in astonishment. Then, as she saw his expression, her head dropped a little. "I do not know what you mean," she said, under her breath. "I cannot explain it myself," he returned, hurriedly. "Would to heaven that I could! But I think from your manner that you do not misunderstand me. Miss Ward, there is something I want to tell you about myself, if you will pardon my egotism. We are good friends, I trust, and if possible I want you to think well of me." Waveney listened silently to this, but she bit her lip to conceal a smile. Was it likely that she of all persons would think ill of him? "I am unfortunately placed," he continued. All my life circumstances have been too strong for me. Other men can please themselves, but I have never been free to choose my own path. Duties and responsibilities have crowded on me from mere boyhood. Fresh ones have come to me within the last few months." Then Waveney understood that he was speaking of his brother and little Bet, and her attention became almost painful. "I can see no end of it all," he went on, and there was despair in his voice. "It must be years, perhaps many years, before I can think of marrying. I ought to have remembered this. I ought not to have forgotten myself." Then he rose abruptly, and his face was very pale. "Miss Ward, you have been very good to listen to me so patiently, but I must not keep you here any longer. It will not be safe for you." He was standing before her as he spoke, but for a moment she made no reply, only sat with bent head, and her hands folded tightly together in her lap. But as he stooped and put out his hand as though to help her rise, she suddenly looked up in his face. "Thank you," she said, quite simply. "You need not fear that I should ever misunderstand one so good and kind." And then she flushed up and rose quickly from the bench. "It is too late to go on now, and Miss Harford will be expecting me. Please do not come any farther. There is no need to spoil your walk. Give my love to your sister and little Bet. Dear little Bet." "Are you sure? Do you not wish me to accompany you?" he stammered. But she shook her head with a semblance of gaiety. "Oh, no, I shall be at the Red House in 5 minutes. Good bye, good bye." Waveney was in such a desperate hurry that she forgot to shake hands. She almost ran down the little path between the furze bushes. The thrushes and blackbirds had ceased their songs, and the sunshine had faded from the landscape. But in Waveney's heart there was a strange new joy. "He loves me, he loves me," she was saying to herself, "though he will not tell me so for a long time. Oh, how good he is! How patient and self sacrificing!" And then her eyes were dim as she remembered the suppressed pain in his voice. "I have never been free to choose my own path." Was that not true, absolutely true? And could any man have done his duty more nobly? And yet this hero, this king among men, actually loved her. And now Waveney's eyes were full of tears. End of chapter 33. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 34 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 34. I have wanted my old sweetheart. Our doubts and our fears we are leaving. Before us the future uprears, where angels a rainbow are weaving, of smiles and of tears. Helen Marion Burnside. During Waveney's indisposition, Everard Ward had been constantly at the Red House, and these visits had been full of consolation to both father and daughter. Althea's kindly welcome and womanly gentleness had, from the first, put him at his ease. Both she and Doreen had cordially pressed him to repeat his visits, and they gave Waveney so much pleasure. Once, when the sisters were out, and Waveney was making tea for him in the library, she asked him suddenly why Mr. Ingram never called at the Red House. "I do not think it is quite kind and cousinly," she said, rather seriously. Everard seemed a little embarrassed by the question. "Why, you see," he replied, in rather a hesitating way, "Ingram is so fully engaged. He is up at our place regularly every morning and evening. He does not seem able to exist away from it. Mollie ought to consider herself a lucky little girl," he continued, thoughtfully, "for I never saw a man more deeply in love. He is a fine fellow, Ingram, the best hearted fellow I know, and I only hope," and here he looked at Waveney rather searchingly, "that our dear Mollie values him as he deserves." "I think Mollie is beginning to care for him," returned Waveney. "At least, I fancy so. But of course one can only guess at her feelings. You see, he has given her so much pleasure, and she has learnt to depend on him so much for companionship and sympathy, that it would be strange if she were to harden her heart against him, at last. But, father," her voice deepening with emotion, "do you think he is quite good enough for our sweet Mollie? He is very kind and amusing, our dear little Monsieur Blackie, but—" Everard interrupted her abruptly. "Pshaw, what a ridiculous name! I think it is quite time that you and Noel dropped it. Monsieur Blackie, indeed! Absurd! I cannot imagine why you have all taken such a liberty with him." Everard spoke in such a ruffled tone that Waveney stared at him in surprise. "But, father dear, he likes it. He is as proud of the name as possible. In his little notes to us he always signs himself Monsieur Blackie." And then she added, rather wickedly, "You know, dear, the name does not suit him so perfectly. If he were tall and handsome and dignified, we should have found him quite a different name." But this explanation did not seem to please Everard. "Nonsense, child," he said, quite sharply. "What do looks matter? A good heart and a generous nature are worth far more. Some of the greatest men in the world were short of stature, Nelson and Napoleon. Oh, and many others. But girls are so silly and sentimental. They prefer some Adonis 6 feet high, with an empty purse and head." Waveney laughed merrily at this. Then a sudden thought came to her. "Father," she said, rather gravely, "it is easy to see that Mr. Ingram will have no difficulty with you, and that you are his best friend. Has he," and here she hesitated and flushed, "has he spoken to you yet? I mean, has he told you that he loves Mollie?" "My little Waveney, that is not a fair question," returned Everard, quickly. "But I suppose that there is no harm in telling you that I am most certainly in Ingram's confidence. Now, no more questions. He has begged me to respect his secret. Yes," rising from his seat, and speaking with repressed excitement, "he has my best wishes for his success. Now I must go, dear child, for I have promised to dine with him and Noel." When Everard had gone, Waveney sat down by the fire. The conversation had given her plenty of food for thought. Her father was in Ingram's confidence. It was evident that he fully approved of him as a prospective son in law; that Ingram's generosity and kindness of heart had won him over completely. "I like him," she said to herself, "and I think I could get fond of him as a brother. But in Mollie's place," and here Waveney shook her head. The vision of a grave, strong face, with keen, thoughtful grey eyes, seemed to rise before her; a quiet, cultured voice vibrated in her ears. Well, Mollie was welcome to her Black Prince. To her there was only one man in the world, and his name was Thorold Chaytor. This little talk had taken place 2 or 3 days before her interview with Thorold that Sunday afternoon. After that she thought less about Mr. Ingram. She was reading her own version of the old story, which most women read once in their lives, and though the opening chapter was headed "Waiting and Patience," it was none the less sweet and engrossing to the reader. There was something heroic to her in Thorold's silence and self renunciation. "He is great because he has learnt to conquer himself," she thought. "Most men are dominated by their own passions and prefer inclination to duty." And then, like a true woman, she reverenced him the more. It was the longest week that Waveney had ever passed. It seemed as though Thursday would never come. Althea had promised to have luncheon with Miss Mainwaring that day, so she proposed to drive Waveney over to Cleveland Terrace about noon. She had already made her preparations for the interview by sending Mollie the prettiest and daintiest blue dressing gown. Mollie, who was still very weak, had shed tears over the gift, but Nurse Helena had only laughed at her, and made her try it on. Everard was in the studio, touching up a picture that one of his pupils had painted, when Waveney entered. She was rather pale and breathless. How shabby and bare the dear old room looked to her, after her long absence! And yet, in spite of its dinginess, how she loved it! "Oh, father, how nice it is to be here again!" she said, softly, as she stood near him. And Everard smiled and patted her cheek. "Ingram left those flowers for you," he said, pointing to a charming bouquet on Mollie's little painting table. "He was so sorry that he could not wait and see you, but he had to meet an old friend at his club." But before Waveney could make any reply to this, or look at her flowers, a pleasant looking woman in nurse's garb entered. She had a gentle face and kind eyes, and Waveney went up to her at once and took her hand. "You are my sister's nurse, Helena," she said, quickly. "Thank you for all your care of Mollie. May I see her soon?" "Certainly. Will you come with me now? Miss Ward heard the carriage stop, and she sent me down to bring you up at once. I need not caution you," she continued as they went upstairs, "to be very quiet, as my patient is still weak. She is on the new couch that Mr. Ingram sent for her to use, and I think you will say she looks very comfortable." Waveney was far too agitated to answer. As Nurse Helena opened the door, she heard Mollie's dear familiar voice say, in weak accents, "Wave, darling, is it really you?" And the next moment she was kneeling by the couch, and she and Mollie were clasped in each other's arms, and Mollie's thin white cheek was wetted by her sister's tears. "Wave, dear, you must not cry so," whispered Mollie, in a troubled voice. "I am better, and Nurse Helena says that I get stronger every day." Then Waveney, ashamed of her want of self control, and remembering the nurse's injunction, brushed away her tears and tried to smile. "I have wanted my old sweetheart so badly," she faltered, and with difficulty she repressed a sob. In spite of her pallor, Mollie looked lovelier than ever, almost too fragile and beautiful, Waveney thought, with that faint flush of excitement on her wasted cheeks, and the violet lines under her eyes. "Not more than I have wanted you, darling," returned Mollie, softly. "Wave, I want to see your dear face more clearly. Look, Nurse Helena has put that seat close to me, so I can hold your hand, and we can talk comfortably. She is going to leave us alone for a quarter of an hour, and I have promised to be good and not tire myself." Then, as Nurse Helena closed the door, "Oh, Wave, it is almost worth all the pain and weariness to have such happiness as this." "It is almost too good to be true," returned Waveney, tenderly. "Dear Mollie, it has been such a dreadful time. If I could only have borne the pain for you. But to know you were suffering, and that strangers were nursing you, and I could do nothing, nothing," and faint shudder crossed her as she remembered those days of anguish and suspense. "Hush, darling," replied Mollie, but there were tears in her eyes. "We will not talk about that sad time now. Do you think I did not know what my Waveney was feeling? That night I was so bad, and I thought that perhaps I should die. I prayed that I might see you once more, and that we might bid each other good bye. There, don't fret," for Waveney was kneeling beside her again, with her face hidden in the pillow. "I only want to tell you how good Nurse Helena was to me, and how she comforted me. I was very miserable the next day, though I believe I was really better, and when Nurse Helena asked me what was troubling me, I told her it was because I was so wicked that I felt I could not be happy in heaven if my Waveney were breaking her heart about me here, and that with such feelings I was not fit to die. And she said, in such a comforting way, 'But you are not going to heaven yet, my child, so you need not trouble your head about leaving your sister. As for feeling wicked, well, we are none of us angels, but it is my belief that our Heavenly Father will not be angry with us for loving those He has given us to love.' Oh, she is such a sweet woman, Wave. If you only knew her, you would like her as much as I do. Nurse Miriam was very kind, too, but she is not as nice as Nurse Helena." "I love her already for being so good to my darling," returned Waveney, and then she tried to smile. "Mollie, dear, there is some one else to whom we owe gratitude." Then a swift, undefinable change passed over Mollie's face. "I know whom you mean," she returned in a low voice, "and father has told me how good he has been. It was Mr. Ingram who sent Sir Hindley down, and he made him come 3 times. Nurse Helena says his fees are tremendous, and that he is the greatest throat doctor in the world. And then he is paying for the nurses. I found that out the other day, and every day something comes, game, and wine, and fruit, and flowers, and yesterday this lovely couch. Oh, Wave, somehow it oppresses me to think of it all, for how is one to repay such kindness?" "We will think about that, dear, when you are stronger. Oh, we shall have so much to talk about and to plan, so you must make haste and get well, for I cannot do without my sweetheart any longer." Then Mollie smiled, well satisfied. "Oh, dear, how nice it will be," she said, in rather a tired voice. "Do you know, Wave, Miss Althea sent me a message by father the other day. She has promised to spare you to me whenever I want you, and when I go to the sea you are to come too." This was news to Waveney. "I have heard nothing about it. Are you quite sure?" she asked, doubtfully. "Quite sure," returned Mollie, decidedly. "But it was only settled last night. Mr. Ingram, I mean," and here Mollie spoke rather hurriedly and nervously, "was talking to father. He said change of air was necessary after such an illness, and that the doctor wished it, and that I should never get strong without it. And then father gave in, and it was decided that I should go as soon as possible, and that you and Nurse Helena were to come, too. Oh, there she comes," as the nurse opened the door. "But I am sure our quarter of an hour is not up yet." "It is just 20 minutes," observed Nurse Helena composedly. "Just 5 minutes too long, I can see by your face. Miss Ward, will you bid your sister good bye, please? I should like her to be quiet for a little before her dinner." "Yes, you must go, Wave," observed Mollie, with ready submission. "But you are to have dinner with father before you go back, and I am to see you again on Sunday." And then the sisters kissed each other silently. But as Waveney turned on the threshold for a last look, Mollie waved her hand. "Oh, it has been so nice," she said, feebly, "and I am so happy." But almost before Waveney was downstairs, Mollie was asleep. "Well," observed Everard, with a questioning smile, "have you talked Mollie into a fever?" "I am afraid we did talk rather too much," returned Waveney, penitently, "for Mollie looked very tired when I left. But, father, how weak and thin she is! I could not help fretting when I saw her; but she looks sweeter than ever, dear thing. And Miss Althea's blue dressing gown is lovely. She was quite a picture with that Indian silk rug over her feet, and all those beautiful flowers beside her." "Ingram again," returned Everard, with a groan. "Do you know he is actually going to Eastbourne next week to take lodgings for her and Nurse Helena, and nothing I can say will stop him?" "Mollie says I am to go, too," observed Waveney, anxiously. "Yes, dear, Miss Harford proposed that, and I think she is right in saying that you need a change, too. You are looking thin and pale, my child." "Oh, I am very well," she replied, hastily. And then Anne, the heavy footed, came up to tell them that dinner was ready. After that, as Waveney was too restless to stay in the house, they went out for a walk, and strolled in Old Ranelagh Gardens, and then down the Lime Walk, and along the Embankment to Cheyne Walk, and then, as it was growing dusk, they walked on quickly to Sloane Square, and Everard put her in the train. "Good bye until Sunday, father dear," were her last words, as the train moved off. But that night, before Waveney fell asleep happily in her Pansy Room, Nurse Helena's homely words recurred to her. "Well, we are none of us angels, but it is my belief that our Heavenly Father will not be angry with us for loving those He has given us to love." "Thank God for that," she murmured, "and that it is no sin that I love my Mollie so intensely." And in the dying firelight Waveney folded her little hands together, and with a grateful heart said her Te Deum. Chapter 35. Of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 35. What am I to say? So we grew together, like to a double cherry, seeming parted, and yet a union in partition, two lovely berries moulded on one stem. Shakespeare. Although March set in fierce and blustering as a lion, it might have been as mild as any lamb to Waveney, for when one is young, and the blood courses freely in the veins, even a nipping east wind and gray skies are not the intolerable hardships that older people feel them, especially when a wellspring of joy is bubbling up in the heart. Mollie was getting well. That was the keynote of Waveney's happiness, and although Althea shivered and looked depressed as she gazed out at the uninviting prospect, and even Doreen shrugged her shoulders and made uncomplimentary remarks on the weather, Waveney only laughed and looked provokingly cheerful. "I don't mind the long walk one bit," she returned, in answer to a pitying observation from Althea. "I shall walk as fast as possible and keep myself warm. And as for the dust, don't you know the old saying, that a peck of March dust is worth a king's ransom?" But Althea smiled a little sadly as Waveney ran out of the room to put on her hat and jacket. "How happy the child is!" she said, with an involuntary sigh. "After all, Dorrie, when one is growing old, it is pleasant to have a bright young creature about the house. Don't you remember when Aunt Sarah first suggested that I should have a companion, that you looked rather blank, and said that our old cosy life would be quite spoiled?" Althea spoke in a rather depressed voice, and Doreen looked at her anxiously. "Yes, I remember," she replied quietly. "The idea quite worried me. I was almost cross with Aunt Sarah for mentioning it. But I am glad now that Waveney came to us," she continued thoughtfully. "She is a dear little thing, and one can't help loving her. And then, you have found her such a comfort." "Indeed I have," was Althea's reply. "She is such a bright, intelligent little soul, and she has so much tact and sympathy. I am afraid I almost begrudge her to Mollie, especially as—" But here she checked herself. "You are not feeling quite well, dear," observed her sister affectionately. "I hope your eyes are not troubling you." But Althea shook her head. "Not particularly. No, don't fuss, Dorrie. There is nothing really the matter, only the east wind is my enemy. How is one to feel happy without sunshine and warmth? Do you remember that March we spent in the Riviera, and those orange groves and the bed of Neapolitan violets under our window? How delicious it was!" "But Ally, dear," remonstrated Doreen, "why do you speak in that regretful voice? You know Aunt Sarah wanted you to spend the winter with her at Mentone, but you refused at once." "Of course I refused," returned Althea indignantly. "Do you think I was going to leave you alone all the winter? Besides, there was my work. What would have become of my Porch House Thursdays, and my classes and library teas? Oh, no, Dorrie. What is the use of putting one's hand to the plough, and looking back? Work has its responsibilities. As long as my strength lasts, I want to do my own little bit as well and as perfectly as I can." And then Mitchell came in for the coachman's orders, and Althea went off to read the letters in the library. Waveney spent half her time at Cleveland Terrace. As Mollie grew stronger, she yearned incessantly for her sister's companionship, and, as Althea once remarked to Everard, it seemed useless and cruel to keep them apart. And Everard fully concurred in this opinion. "But you are very good to spare my little Waveney to us so much," he said, gratefully, "and we ought not to take advantage of your kindness. The child was here 3 or 4 times last week. I'm afraid she is neglecting all her duties for Mollie." But though Althea was too truthful to deny this, she assured him that she was perfectly willing to spare her young companion. I don't think I ever saw two sisters so devoted to each other," she continued. "It is really beautiful to see their love for each other." "It has always been the same," returned Everard, in a moved voice. "Even when they were mere babies, Mollie would refuse to touch her cake unless Waveney had half. Dorothy had to put them to sleep in the same cot, or Mollie would have cried half the night. It was the prettiest sight, she used to tell me." And then he broke up rather abruptly. "I am an old fool about my girls," he said, with a little laugh. "But you see, I have had to be mother as well as father for so many years." But Althea made no answer to this. She only bade him good bye very kindly. It was the first time he had mentioned his wife to her. Dorothy! How could his voice have softened as he mentioned the beloved name? That morning when Waveney made her little speech about a peck of March dust, she found a delightful surprise awaiting her at Cleveland Terrace. Her father was not at home. She knew well it was his day at Norwood, so she went hastily past the studio door without peeping in as usual. But the next moment she saw Nurse Helena on the threshold beckoning her. "Will you come in here for a minute, Miss Ward?" she said, rather mysteriously. And Waveney, with some surprise, retraced her steps, and then, as she followed her in, a little cry of delight broke from her, for there was Mollie pillowing up cosily on the old couch, and smiling at her in the most triumphant way. "Oh, you darling!" exclaimed Waveney, in perfect ecstasy at the sight. "Do you mean that you have actually walked downstairs?" "Yes, and all by myself, too," returned Mollie, proudly. "But do you know, Wave, I have been grumbling dreadfully. Grumps is not a bit comfortable," and she pinched the old moreen cushions rather pettishly. "But Nurse Helena promises that I shall have my lovely new couch down to morrow. It will stand quite well in that corner between the window and fireplace, and I shall be able to see any one who comes to the gate. It is so stupid only to lie and look at the fire." "Of course it is, you poor dear, but you will soon be watching the waves breaking on the beach, so cheer up, sweetheart." But it was evident that Mollie was not listening. Something else was occupying her thoughts. Her fingers played absently with Waveney's curly hair as she knelt beside her. Then she drew a note from under her pillow. "Nurse Helena brought me this on my breakfast tray," she said, flushing a little as she spoke. "But I have not answered it yet. I want you to tell me what I ought to do." Then Waveney, who had recognized Ingram's handwriting, read it somewhat eagerly. "My dear Miss Mollie," was all it said. "Do you think you are well enough to see an old friend? I need not tell you what pleasure it will give me if you will allow me to come. You shall choose your own day and hour. Any time from cockcrow to midnight will be equally convenient, too. Yours sincerely, Monsieur Blackie." "Short and sweet," observed Waveney, smiling at the superscription. But Mollie was in no mood for trifling. "What am I to say?" she asked, anxiously, and her eyes looked bright with excitement. "My darling, that is for you to decide. Are you sure that you are quite strong enough to see Mr. Ingram? Shall we ask Nurse Helena what she thinks about it?" "I have asked her," replied Mollie, "and she said that if I did not stay up too long, or tire myself with talking, that probably I should be well enough to see a visitor the day after to morrow." "Well, dear, shall I write and tell him so?" Shall I ask him to come in the morning or the afternoon?" "Oh, the afternoon, please. But Waveney," and here Mollie seemed on the verge of tears, "of course I want to see Mr. Ingram, but yet I do dread it so. What am I to say to him? And how am I to thank him for all he has done? I feel quite overwhelmed by it all." And then, as Mollie was still very weak, one or two tears rolled down her cheeks, but Waveney kissed them away. "Oh, you silly child," she said, tenderly. "Fancy crying, just because a kind friend wants to come and see you. Why, it will do you all the good in the world. There is no one so amusing as Monsieur Blackie. Take my advice, Mollie dear. Be as kind to him as you like, but don't trouble your poor little head about making him grateful speeches. Wait until you are stronger. You may depend upon it," she continued, "that the Black Prince has simply been pleasing himself quite as much as he has you. I expect generosity is just an amiable vice of his, a sort of craze, don't you know? Like he likes playing minor Providence in other people's lives. It makes him feel warm and comfortable." But Mollie was quite indignant at this. "You are very clever," she said, rather petulantly, "but you talk great nonsense sometimes. An amiable vice, indeed! I should like father to hear that. Why, the other night he said, quite seriously, that Mr. Ingram has been a perfect godsend to us all. And Waveney," and here Mollie's voice grew quite plaintive, "I do feel as though I owe my life to him, for if it had not been for Sir Hindley, and Nurse Helena, and Nurse Miriam, I should never have got well, for father had no money, and what could we have done?" And here Mollie broke off with a sob. "Darling, do you think I don't know all that?" returned Waveney, vexed with herself for her attempt at a joke. "I would not undervalue Mr. Ingram's kindness for the world. He has been our benefactor, yours and mine, and father's and Noel's. As for myself, I could grovel in the dust at his feet out of sheer gratitude for all his goodness to my Mollie. What I mean to say was this. Mr. Ingram does not want our thanks. We are his friends, and he just loves to help us. So be as nice to him as you like, sweetheart, but don't embarrass him with grateful speeches, for you would certainly cry over them, and then he will get into a panic and ring violently for Nurse Helena." And then Mollie laughed. And after that they talked with their old cheerfulness. Indeed, Waveney was quite wild with spirits, for Athena had told her that morning that she would give her a month's holiday when Mollie went to Eastbourne. It so happened that Waveney had promised to spend an hour at the hospital with Corporal Marks on the very afternoon that was fixed for Mr. Ingram's visit. The old man was depressed and ailing. "Jonadab has never got over the sergeant's loss," as his sister used to say, and she reminded Mollie of this. "It just fits in nicely," she observed, "for you see, two is company and three's none, and I should have been dreadfully in the way. But I should be back in time to make tea for Mr. Ingram, and we will have a cosy little time together. Now I must go, dear, for I promised Miss Althea that I would not be late. So good bye until the day after tomorrow." "I wish it were tomorrow," whispered Mollie, feverishly. "I do so hate waiting for anything like that. I shall just think about it, and what I am to say, until I get quite nervous. There, don't talk about it any more. And Mollie, who looked flushed and tired, pushed her gently away. Waveney had promised to have luncheon with her father before she went to the hospital, and when Wednesday came, she went to the studio to have a peep at the invalid. "Why, Mollie!" she exclaimed, as she entered the room, "it is quite a transformation scene." And indeed, the shabby old studio looked wonderfully bright and cosy. The round table had been moved to the other side of the room, and Mollie's pretty couch, and a low table that Ingram had sent for her use, were placed between the fireplace and window, and a bowl of Neapolitan violets was beside her. There were flowers everywhere, and as for Mollie, "Oh, you dear thing, how sweet you look!" remarked Waveney, with a hug. And indeed Mollie had never looked more lovely. Nurse Helena had fastened two little pink rosebuds in the lace at her throat, and their soft delicate tint just matched Mollie's cheeks. She had a tiny gold vinaigrette in her hand, which she showed Waveney. "It came this morning with the flowers," she said, rather shyly. Waveney looked at it silently. "M.W." was graved on it. "Is it not beautiful, Wave? But I wish he had not sent it." When the luncheon was over, Everard walked with Waveney to the door of the hospital. He had a tiring afternoon's work before him. By tacit consent, neither of them spoke much of Ingram's visit. "I hope it will not tire Mollie too much," was all Waveney said. And once Everard hazarded the observation that Ingram was sure to be punctual. End of chapter 35. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 36 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 36. See the Conquering Hero Comes. That man that hath a tongue, I say, is no man, if, with his tongue, he cannot win a woman. Two Gentlemen of Verona. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. A Midsummer Night's Dream. As Moritz drove to Cleveland Terrace, he carefully rehearsed his part, as he had already rehearsed it a dozen times before. "I am going to see your sister this afternoon," he had said to Noel at breakfast that morning. "Miss Mollie, I mean. Have you any message for her?" "No, only my love, and that sort of thing," returned Noel coolly, as he cut himself another slice of bread. And then, contrary to his custom, for he was one of the most talkative and sociable of men, Ingram relapsed into silence. "Feels a bit grumpy, I fancy," thought Noel, with a suppressed grin. "If I ever have a young woman, I wonder if I should feel in that way. Why, the poor old chap has had hardly any breakfast." And Noel shook his head solemnly and adjusted his pince nez and then helped himself liberally to the cold game pie. Ingram's knowledge of invalids and sick rooms was purely rudimentary. He had a theory that sick people must be treated like children. They must be coaxed, amused, and made as cheerful as possible. There must be no agitation, no bringing forward of exciting or perplexing topics, no undue warmth of expression and feeling. "I must be perfectly cool and quiet," Ingram said to himself, as he came in sight of the house. I must not let her see what I have gone through all this time. Monsieur Blackie must take no liberties. He must be just kind and friendly." But as the brougham stopped, Ingram looked a little pale, although he put on his usual sprightly air as he went up the courtyard. "Pride must have its fall," says the old proverb, and perhaps Ingram, who was an idealist, relied a little too much on his theories and good intentions. As Noel would have said, he was too cocksure of himself. Anyhow, when Anne, of the heavy foot, ushered him up to the old studio, where he and Everard Ward had passed so many hours of misery and suspense, and he saw Mollie's sweet face, flushing and paling with shy pleasure, Ingram found himself unable to say a word for the sudden choking sensation in his throat. He could only stand there like a fool, holding the little thin hand that Mollie had silently held out to him. "Won't you sit down?" observed Mollie, faintly, but her lips trembled as she spoke, for Ingram's dumb emotion almost frightened her. It was so unlike her dear old friend, Monsieur Blackie, to stand there without a word of kindly greeting. Mollie's flower-like face grew painfully suffused. "Do please sit down," she faltered, with a growing sense of discomfort and helplessness. Ingram did as he was bid, but he did not relinquish her hand. "Mollie," he said, and his eyes were dim with a man's trouble, and the passionate tenderness that he was trying bravely to repress was so evident in his voice and manner that even Mollie, innocent and guileless as she was, thrilled in every nerve. "Perhaps I had better go away," he stammered. "I shall tire you, agitate you, if I stay. I must not say what I think, and by heaven, I cannot talk platitudes, when you have come back from the very valley of the shadow of death. Mollie, shall I go? For I cannot answer for myself if I remain." "Why should you go?" returned Mollie, piteously. "I thought it would be so nice to see you, and I wanted so to thank you. You have done so much for me. Waveney told me that you would not like to be thanked, but indeed, I am grateful." "Grateful to me!" returned Ingram, indignantly. He dropped her hand. "Mollie, do you wish to pain me, that you say such things to me? Gratitude! When I would willingly give you everything I possess. Unsay those words, my darling," he pleaded passionately. "Don't you know that I love you better than anything in the world? Oh, Mollie dearest, if I had lost you, I think I should have mourned for you all my life." Ingram was certainly not acting up to his theory. Monsieur Blackie had utterly forgotten his role. He had promised himself to keep perfectly cool and collected, to be kind and friendly, and to avoid all emotion or excitement. But before 10 minutes had passed he was pouring out his pent-up feelings. "Oh, Mollie, dear Mollie," he went on, in a broken voice, for Mollie, shaken and agitated, had hidden her face in her hands. "All this time I have been trying to win you. I want you to be my sweet wife, to give me the right to watch over you all my life. Darling, do you think you can care for poor Monsieur Blackie a little?" "I do care," sobbed Mollie. "How can I help it, when you have been so good to me? I think" but Mollie whispered this with her soft cheek pressed against his shoulder as he knelt beside her, "I think I have cared for you all this time." And perhaps that moment's ecstasy fully repaid Moritz for all the pain of the last few weeks. Moritz behaved very well on the whole. While the first few minutes of beatitude were over, Mollie's pale cheeks and tearful eyes reminded him that she was an invalid, and he forbore to overwhelm her with his delight and gratitude. He sat beside her talking quietly, while Mollie lay back on her pillows in languid happiness, listening to her lover. He was telling her how proud he was of his sobriquet, and that no other name would ever be so dear to him as Monsieur Blackie. "I hope you will always call me by that name, Mollie, darling. To you I would always be Monsieur Blackie." "But Moritz is so much prettier," she objected, "and Monsieur Blackie would be so long for daily use." Then Ingram hastened to explain, in his eager way, that he had not meant that. Of course, his wife how Mollie blushed at that must call him Moritz, but he never intended to lose his dear old title. "Wave often calls you the Black Prince," returned Mollie, with a low laugh. "Oh, dear, how wonderful it all seems! Do you know," very shyly, "I never imagined that any one would ever care for me, because of my lameness. Are you sure that you do not really mind it?" And here Mollie's voice grew anxious and even sad. "I am so awkward and clumsy. You know Noel often calls me the wobbly one." "Noel will never call you that again," returned Ingram, quite sternly. "I gave him a good lecture the other day. Why, Mollie dearest, you are simply perfect in my eyes. I am afraid to tell you how lovely and dear I think you. The wonder is that you could ever bring yourself to care for me, for, as Gwen says, I am about as ugly as they make 'em," continued Ingram, in his quaint way. And then Mollie laughed again, though there were tears in her eyes of sheer joy and gratitude. Mollie was very humble on the subject of her own merits. She had no conception how Ingram worshipped her sweetness and beauty. His crowning triumph had been that Monsieur Blackie, and not Viscount Ralston, had won her love. "Gwen may laugh at me, and call me a fool," he thought, "but her sarcasm and smart speech will not trouble me in the least. I have played my little game, and got my innings, and the loveliest and dearest prize in the world is mine." And then he fell to musing blissfully on the surprise in store for his sweetheart. What would Mollie say when he showed her her future home? What would she think of Brentwood Hall, and the silent pool, and the big conservatory that Gwen had called their winter garden, and the long picture gallery where, in an obscure corner, King Canute hung as large as life? Moritz smiled happily to himself as he thought of the family diamonds over which Gwen had gloated, and which he had vainly entreated her to wear. "Jack would not like it," Gwen had answered gravely. "They are for the future Lady Ralston, not for me." How glad he was now that Gwen's unworldliness and good sense had been proof against the temptation, for in those days how was he to know that a certain sweet Mollie Ward would steal away his heart? When Mollie asked him, a little curiously, why he was smiling, Moritz returned, without a moment's hesitation, that he was merely thanking Heaven that she was not rich in worldly goods. Mollie opened her eyes rather widely at this. "I mean, dear, that I shall so love to give you all you want," he said, tenderly. "But you are not really rich, are you?" asked Mollie. "Of course I know you are not poor, because of all the lovely things you have given me, and but here Mollie stopped. She had not the courage to mention Sir Hindley's fees. "No, I am not poor," returned Ingram, quietly. "I have had a nice little property left me by a relative. We shall be very comfortable, dear, and when you are my wife you will not have to bother your poor little head with making ends meet." For once he discovered Mollie shedding tears over her battered little housekeeping book, because she had exceeded the week's allowance. It was only 7 and 6 pence, or some such paltry sum, but Mollie was covered with shame at her own carelessness, and Ingram, who was, even in those early days, head over ears in love, longed to take her in his arms and kiss the tears away. "Yes, I think we shall be very comfortable, darling," went on Ingram, somewhat hypocritically, as he remembered with secret glee his 30,000 a year. Then, as even his inexperienced eyes detected signs of exhaustion in Mollie's increasing paleness, he somewhat quickly dropped the subject. Mollie was not merely tired, she was dazed with the wonderful new happiness that had come to her. In spite of her love of pretty things, her little girlish vanities and harmless ambitions, she was far too simple minded to be really worldly. If Moritz, in the old approved fairy tale fashion, had suddenly filled her lap with diamonds and emeralds, they would only have dazzled Mollie's tired eyes. Later on, perhaps, these baubles and adjuncts of rank and wealth would gratify and delight her, but at this present moment she would have regarded them with indifference. It was the man, Moritz Ingram, whom she wanted. It was Monsieur Blackie, with all his quaintness, his oddities and eccentricities, his old world chivalry, and true, manly tenderness, whom Mollie loved and honoured. Mollie, with all her simplicity and childliness, had been wiser than most women in going straight to the root of the matter. It was nothing to her that her chosen lover was short of stature, a small dark man with a sallow skin, and closely cropped hair that would have done credit to a convict. Mollie saw nothing but the kind, dear eyes and pleasant smile, and she would not have exchanged him for any Adonis, though he stood 6 feet in his stockings. Moritz's conscience was uneasy. More than once he had made an effort to go, but Mollie's soft little hand had kept him a willing prisoner. "Waveney will be here directly," she said. "She has promised to make tea for us." And at that very moment Waveney entered the room. The lamp had not been lighted, and only the firelight threw a flickering, uncertain glow over the two faces before her; but something in Mr. Ingram's attitude, in the very atmosphere of the warm, flower scented room, made Waveney's heart beat with quick, sympathetic throbs. "Oh, what is it?" she said, stumbling a little in her haste. But, as she put out her hands to save herself, Ingram caught them in his own. "My little Samaritan," he said, affectionately, "do you know, I am going to be your brother. Will you wish me joy, dear?" And then, in his airy foreign fashion, Moritz lifted her hand to his lips. "My brother!" gasped Waveney. Well, she had expected it, but all the same she felt a little giddy. Mollie's prince had come, as she knew he would, and would carry Mollie away. "Darling, come here!" and Mollie stretched out her arms almost piteously. "Wave, why do you stand there, as though you were turned to stone? Don't you want me to be happy?" she whispered, as Waveney at this appeal knelt down beside her. "Oh, Mollie," returned poor Waveney, "I know that I ought to be glad, and I am glad, but," with a sob that would not be kept back, "but I have lost my old sweetheart." "Never," returned Mollie, energetically, and her arms were around her sister's neck as she spoke. "Wave, dear, you must not say such things. Nothing, nothing can ever come between us, or make our love less. Kiss me, darling," she went on, "and promise me that you will never say that again." And then, as Waveney stooped over her, she whispered in her ear, "After all, I have found out the best way of thanking him." Perhaps it was as well that Nurse Helena made her appearance at that moment with the lamp, and so broke up the agitated little group. Waveney got up, feeling rather guilty, when Nurse Helena commented somewhat severely on Mollie's flushed and tired face. "There has been too much talking," she said, in her quiet, authoritative voice. "Miss Mollie must have her tea, and go upstairs and rest." And then she regarded Ingram rather suspiciously. Nevertheless, when she went out of the room there was an amused twinkle in the nurse's grey eyes. When Anne brought up the tea tray, Waveney was assiduous in her attentions to Mollie and her fiancé. She chatted to Ingram in her old frank way. Mollie was to rest and listen to them. She was to enjoy her tea and the delicate tongue sandwiches that Nurse Helena had cut so carefully. But Nurse Helena was right, and there must be no more talking. And then she amused them both by retailing to them the corporal's odd speeches. Directly tea was over, Ingram took his leave. "Before Nurse Helena turns me out," he observed, with a laugh. Waveney, who waited for him outside, was somewhat taken aback at the length of the farewell. "Parting is such sweet sorrow," she said to herself, but she sighed as she said it. Waveney, who was bitten with the same disease, was certainly not disposed to be hypercritical on the behaviour of the lovers. She had a few words with Mollie before nurse came to claim her charge. "Oh, Wave, I cannot understand it!" Mollie exclaimed, and her eyes looked bright and excited. "Fancy me being engaged before you! I, who never expected to have a lover of my own! Dearest, you must love him for my sake. He is so good. Oh, there is no one like him!" And Mollie seemed almost appalled at the magnitude of her bliss. Waveney had promised to wait for her father. He was to put her into the train, and Althea had directed her to take a cab from Dereham station straight to the Red House. Everard was somewhat later than usual, and they had only a little while together. He listened to the wonderful news with the air of a man who had fully expected it. "I knew Ingram would steal a march on us," he said, rubbing his hands together. "I told him to wait until the child was stronger, and I thought he agreed to this. But you can never depend on a man when he is in love. And so Mollie really cares for him," went on Everard, in a pleased voice. "Well, she is a sensible girl, and does me credit. As for Ingram, he is a capital fellow, a son-in-law after my own heart," went on Everard, with a smile that perplexed Waveney. It was so mysterious, and yet so full of amusement. CHAPTER 36. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 37 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 37. A Devout Lover. A man he seems of cheerful yesterdays, and confident tomorrows. Wordsworth. I do perceive here a divided duty. Othello. When Waveney broke the news of Mollie's engagement to her friends at the Red House, the sisters only looked at each other with a meaning smile. "So that is the end of the comedy," observed Althea, in an amused voice. "All's well that ends well, eh, Dorrie?" "Of course we all knew how it would end, that evening at the theatre." "To be sure we did," returned Doreen, complacently. Nothing ever ruffled her placidity. If people chose to be engaged or married, it was their affair, not hers. Doreen never envied them, never drew unfavorable comparisons between her friends' matrimonial bliss and her own single blessedness. She had walked contentedly, in maiden meditation, fancy free, all these years. "I was cut out for an old maid," she would say sometimes, laughingly, to her sister. "The rôle just suits me. You are different," she once added, looking rather wistfully at Althea as she spoke. "Yes," replied Althea, frankly, "you and I are different people, Dorrie. You are the happiest and most contented woman I know, but," a little pathetically, "I have not had all my good things." And though she said no more, Doreen understood her. "It is very odd to think that pretty little Mollie Ward is to be a connection of ours," went on Doreen, when Waveney had bidden them good night. Waveney's heart was so full that she yearned to be alone in her Pansy Room and think over the day's excitement. "Mollie will be our cousin." And as Althea assented to this with a smile, she continued, "I wonder what Gwen will think of her new sister in law." "My dear Dorrie, I think I can answer that. Gwen will be charmed with her. You know how much Gwen thinks of beauty, and where will you find a sweeter face than Mollie's? Then she is such a dear little unsophisticated thing. Ah, Gwen will lose her heart to her, you may depend upon that. Upon my word," she went on, "I think Moritz has not chosen so badly, after all. Indeed, for an idealist, he has done very well for himself, and I shall write and congratulate him most cordially. Mollie will make a most fascinating little viscountess. She will have much to learn, of course, but she will be no faint-hearted Lady of Burleigh, sinking weakly under the burden of an honour into which she was not born," finished Althea, with a little laugh. And then, as the old grandfather's clock in the hall struck 10, Doreen rang the bell for prayers. Althea did more than write her letter of congratulation. She drove down all the way to Cleveland Terrace a day or two afterwards, to see Mollie, and wish her joy; and she was so kind and sympathetic, she praised Moritz, and said so many nice things about him that Mollie was ready to worship her for her tact and gentleness. Mollie's pretty bloom was returning to her cheeks, and on her left hand there was a splendid half hoop of diamonds. She showed her ring to Althea, with a child's shy eagerness. "It is far too beautiful," she said, proudly, "but he did not buy it for me. It belonged to that old relative who left him the property." "Oh, indeed," returned Althea, with polite interest. But there was an amused gleam in her eyes. Of course the ring had belonged to old Lady Ralston, who had been a beauty and an heiress, and whose diamonds had been the envy of all the dowagers at the county ball. And then Moritz had come in and interrupted them. He was evidently taken aback at the sight of his cousin Althea, but her cordial welcome and her warm congratulations soon restored his equanimity, and he was soon chatting to her and Mollie in his old light-hearted fashion. Mollie was to go down to Eastbourne the following week, and the two girls were to be chaperoned by Nurse Helena. Mollie was recovering her strength so fast that Nurse Helena's office was likely to be sinecure, but when Althea pointed this out very gently to Moritz, he put his foot down very decidedly. Of course Mollie was getting better, he said, with the air of an autocrat, and the sea breezes would soon set her up. But how could his cousin Althea imagine that two girls could be alone at a place like Eastbourne? The very idea shocked him. As Mr. Ward could not leave town, except from Saturday to Monday, he had insisted that Nurse Helena should be put in charge. "I shall run down myself every few days," he finished, "and I suppose one has to study the proprieties." Then Althea very wisely held her peace. Moritz went to the station to see them off. The girls were in high spirits, and Mollie, who knew that she would see him again before many days were over, could hardly summon up gravity enough to bid him good bye. It was Moritz who looked melancholy. London was a howling wilderness to him without his darling. He had sent Noel back to keep house with his father, and he meant to go down to Brentwood Hall and seek consolation with Gwen and her boy. Gwen would give him all the sympathy he demanded. She was as romantic and unconventional as he was. Gwen dearly liked a lover. She would listen patiently to all his discourse on Mollie's perfections, and she would help him with the decorations, and the refurnishing of the rooms that were to be got ready for his young wife. Moritz, who had been such a patient wooer, was now in hot haste to clinch his bargain. Mollie, startled and protesting, had been carried away by his masterful eloquence, and had signed away her freedom. They were to be married in the middle of August, and to spend their honeymoon at his shooting box in the Highlands. The moorland air would be good for Mollie, he said, and they and the grouse would have it to themselves. "I don't hold with rushing about from place to place on one's wedding trip," he observed to Althea, for he had his theories on this subject also. When Jack and Gwen were married, they went off to the Austrian Tyrol, and heaven knows where besides. But I know a thing or two better than that. The hut is a cosy little place, and there are some comfortable rooms in it. I will send down Murdoch. He is a Highlander and a handy fellow, too, and his wife is a capable woman, to make things shipshape for a lady. We will have a few days in Edinburgh first, and show Mollie Holyrood and Arthur's Seat, and she shall feast her eyes on the shops in Princes Street." For Moritz remembered, with lover-like accuracy, Mollie's girlish penchant for shop windows. Moritz could be practical on occasion, and he somewhat astonished Althea when he took her into his confidence by his thoughtfulness for his young fiancée's comfort. It was to his cousin Althea that Moritz entrusted the formidable but delightful task of ordering the trousseau. Gwen was too far from London to undertake such an onerous business. He had already talked the matter over with Mr. Ward, and had wrung from him a reluctant consent. Even Everard's pride and independence could not resist Moritz's urgent entreaties that a trousseau befitting Mollie's future rank should be provided at his expense. But before this could be done, Mollie must see her future home, and be made aware of her splendid position, and for this purpose it was arranged that, when the month at Eastbourne was over, she should pay a visit to the Red House, and then Moritz's long deferred picnic to Brentwood should take place. Althea had her own little plans, which she did not impart to Moritz, although she had already talked them over with Waveney. "You know, my dear child," she said seriously to her, the evening before Waveney started for Eastbourne, "I have been thinking a great deal of you and Mollie, and I have made up my mind to part with my dear little companion." "What can you mean?" asked Waveney, in a startled voice, but she flushed uneasily. "I know I have been very little use to you lately, and that I have neglected my duties shamefully, but I was going to speak to you about that. I want you to give me less money, indeed, indeed," as Althea looked extremely amused at this. "I am quite serious. I have not earned my salary, and I cannot take it. It would not be honest." And here Waveney drew up her slight figure, and looked very resolute. "Why, Waveney, my dear child," remonstrated Althea, "surely you are not going to disappoint me after all these months. I thought we were such good friends, you and I, that we understood each other thoroughly." And as the girl looked at her in dumb questioning, she continued, affectionately, "Dear friends do not differ for a trifle, or stand on their dignity. What are a few pounds more or less, compared to all you and Mollie have done for me?" "How do you mean, dear Miss Althea?" asked Waveney, quite taken aback at this. "I have done little enough, I know; and as for Mollie—" "You have brought fresh interests into my life," returned Althea, quietly. "You have given me two more human beings to serve and love. Yes," she continued, but her voice was not quite steady, "I am very fond of you and your pretty Mollie, and it adds to my happiness to feel that I am any help or comfort to either of you." "Comfort! What should I have done without you?" replied Waveney, with emotion. "My own mother could hardly have been kinder and more patient." Then Althea flushed slightly. "Well, then, you will be a good child, and let me finish what I have to say." And then, in her clear, sensible way, she explained her views about the future. When Mollie married, Waveney would have to leave them. It was impossible for her father and Noel to do without her. And Waveney, who had not taken this into consideration, felt a sudden thrill of pain at the idea of leaving the Red House. As this was the case, went on Althea, she and Doreen both agreed it would be cruel to part her and Mollie during the few months that remained to them. Mollie was coming to the Red House for some weeks to do her shopping, but when she went back to Cleveland Terrace, Waveney must go with her. "That is why I say that you and I must part, my child," finished Althea, gently. "I shall miss my bright companion sadly, so sadly indeed that I never mean to have another. But, Waveney, your father has the first claim to your services. I dare not deprive him of your society when Mollie has gone. There, we will not talk any more." As she saw that Waveney's eyes were full of tears, "Think over what I have said when you are at Eastbourne, and take Mollie into your confidence. I know she will say that I am right." And indeed, when Waveney consulted her, Mollie, who was a very sensible little person, fully endorsed Queen Bess's opinion. "Of course, I could not do without you, darling," she remarked with decision. "Moritz," she always said, his name so prettily and shyly, would not like me to be alone; and as for father and Noel, they would be too uncomfortable with only that stupid Anne to look after them." And then Waveney owned, with a sigh, that she and Miss Althea were right. Waveney took herself to task severely for her reluctance at leaving the Red House. Was she guilty of loving the flesh pots of Egypt? Was her home to be less to her because Mollie would not be there? Waveney cried "Shame!" to herself, because the thought of Anne's clumsiness fretted her, while the meagre housekeeping and all the pretty economies that had been Mollie's share, and were now to be shifted to her shoulders, filled her with a sore distaste and loathing. She had grown to love the Red House, and every room in it, the luxury, the comfort, the perfection of the train service, the homelike atmosphere, the cultured society of the two sisters, and their wide work and sympathies, all appealed strongly to Waveney's nature. Her life in the Red House had been a liberal education. How much she had learnt there! And then the Porch House Thursdays. But, at this point in her reflections, Waveney checked herself abruptly. Too well she knew where the sting lay, and why the pain of leaving Erpingham would be so sharp and continuous. Only there could she enjoy the society of Mr. Chaytor, and she knew well that at Cleveland Terrace her Thursdays would be blank and sad. "Wave, dear," exclaimed Mollie, on that first evening, as they were together in their comfortable sitting room looking out on the Parade and the sea, while Nurse Helena was busy in the room unpacking their boxes, "isn't this one of our dreams come true, that you and I should be at the seaside together?" "It was your dream, not mine, Mollie," returned Waveney, in a teasing voice. "You were the dreamer in the old days. I was far more prosaic and matter of fact." And then she settled herself more comfortably against Mollie's couch. "There were your Kitlands dream, you know, and 100 others." "Oh, never mind Kitlands," replied Mollie, with a touch of impatience in her voice. "That was a dear dream, but of course it was too big and grand ever to come true. But how often we used to make believe that we were going to the seaside! Don't you remember, Wave? The little bow window parlour over the Tinmans in High Street that we used to take, and the sea breezes that would meet us as we turned the corner, and how we were always to have shrimps for tea." And then Mollie laughed with glee. "But this is much better, isn't it, dear?" And she looked at the big cosy room that Ingram had selected for their use. They were like a pair of happy children that evening. Mollie had insisted that she and Waveney should share the big front bedroom, and she was so wide awake and excited that she would have talked half the night, only Waveney sternly refused to be cajoled. "Nurse Helena has begged us not to talk," she said, "and I feel I am on my honour. No, Mollie, I will not be coaxed. I am a woman of my word, and I gave Nurse Helena my promise. There shall be no pale cheeks for the Black Prince to see on Saturday. Go to sleep like a good child." And then Mollie consented to be silent. It was a happy month, and nothing occurred to mar their enjoyment. They spent delightful mornings on the beach or Parade. In the afternoon, while Mollie had her siesta, Waveney and Nurse Helena wrote their letters, or enjoyed the books with which Ingram had provided them. After tea, when the evenings were fine and warm, they drove into the country, coming back to an early supper. Moritz always came down from Saturday to Monday, and put up at the hotel close by. Once he brought Mr. Ward with him, and another time it was Noel, and then, indeed, Mollie's happiness was complete. Only one thing troubled Mollie as the days went on. In spite of her high spirits, Waveney was not quite herself. She had silent fits at times. She was absent and distrait, and did not always hear what Mollie said to her. And more than once as they sat in the moonlight, looking at the silvery path across the dark sea, Mollie had heard a suppressed sigh. "There is something on her mind, something she is keeping to herself," thought Mollie, anxiously. "And we have never, never had a secret from each other. It is not like my own Wave to hide anything from me, and I shall tell her so." And indeed, Mollie was so tearful and pleading, so pertinacious in her questions, and so quick and clever in her surmises, that before they returned to the Red House, Waveney's poor little secret, her unfinished story, was in Mollie's keeping. Mollie was full of tender sympathy. She cried bitterly over Waveney's description of that meeting by the river. She quaked and shivered, was hot and cold by turns with excitement. "Of course he cares for you, darling," she said, putting her arms round her sister's neck. "How can he help it?" "Oh, it will all come right," she continued, cheerfully. "One day you will be as happy as we are. What a pity he is so poor and proud! Men are so blind. It would be so much nicer to be engaged, and wait, oh, any number of years," went on Mollie, with womanly philosophy. But to this Waveney made no answer. Perhaps in her secret heart she was glad Mollie knew. Never in their lives had they had a thought unshared by the other. But when Mollie was alone she made a naughty little mouche. "How can she care for that plain, old looking man?" she said to herself. "Why, I should be frightened to speak to him, he looks so grave. Waveney is 100 times too good for him. A noticeable man, with large grey eyes, is not to my taste," went on Mollie, with a blissful remembrance of her own dear Monsieur Blackie. CHAPTER 27. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 38 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 38. Mollie's Prince. And while now she wonders blindly, nor the meaning can divine, proud turns he round and kindly, "All of this is thine and mine." The Lord of Burleigh. "It is all arranged about the picnic," exclaimed Mollie, in a joyous voice, as she entered their bedroom, where Waveney was busy packing her own and Mollie's things. It was the last day before their return to town. Moritz had come down unexpectedly the previous evening, and had paid his usual morning visit. He had gone back to the hotel to write his letters, and had promised to join them on the parade later on. "What picnic?" observed Waveney, absently. She was at that moment regarding, with great satisfaction, the new spring dresses that had just come from the dressmaker's. They had been bought with her own money, and the pretty hats, and smart boots and gloves, had all been provided from her quarter's salary, and although Mollie had at first refused to allow Waveney to spend her money on her, she was soon persuaded that any shabbiness on the part of his young fiancée would be distressing to Mr. Ingram's feelings. "You know he likes people to be nicely dressed," Waveney had remarked, rather severely. "So please don't be foolish, Mollie. Surely," in a pathetic voice, "you won't begrudge me this last chance of buying clothes for my sweetheart." And what could Mollie do after that, except hug her silently in token of yielding? "What picnic?" returned Mollie, indignantly. "Why, our long promised visit to Brentwood Hall, of course, to see dear old King Canute in the picture. Moritz says he has arranged everything with Miss Althea. I am to have a day's rest at the Red House, and on Thursday we are to go." "But Miss Althea is always engaged on Thursday," objected Waveney. "She has her Porch House evening." "Oh, yes, I know," retorted Mollie. She was fairly glowing with excitement and happiness. "But Miss Althea says she doesn't mind being absent for once. We are to drive down to Waterloo, and Moritz will meet us there, and it's only an hour's journey by train. Moritz says that his sister has promised to join us at luncheon. I was just a wee bit frightened when he said that, but he assured me she would not be the least formidable. She is very tall, Waveney, and very plain; at least, strangers think her so, and she always calls herself ugly, but she was sure I should soon love her. Gwen is the dearest girl in the world," he went on, "and Jack just worships her. Jack Compton is her husband, you know. Oh, Wave, I do hope she will like me." "Of course she will like you," returned Waveney, with comfortable decision. "I would not give a fig for Miss Gwen if she had the bad taste not to admire my Mollie. Well, I hope it will be a fine day for Moritz's picnic, and then we can wear our new dresses. But, Mollie dear, are we really to have luncheon at Brentwood Hall? I thought Moritz said his friend was away, and that only servants were there." "Yes, but he says he and Lord Ralston are such close friends that he has carte blanche to do as he likes. He is Viscount Ralston, and he is very rich. Moritz says he has over 30,000 a year. He seems to have very grand friends," went on Mollie, rather thoughtfully. "I am afraid they will look down on me, a poor little lame Cinderella." But Waveney scouted this idea with energy. Mollie was well born and well educated. No one could look down on her. Moritz would not have to blush for her, even if his friends were dukes as well as viscounts. Mollie must hold her own, and not be too humble on the subject of her own merits. It was quite evident that Moritz thought her the dearest and sweetest thing in the world, and she ought to be satisfied with that. And then Mollie cheered up and forgot her fears, and they packed happily until it was time to go out. When the eventful day arrived, Mollie woke Waveney at an unconscionably early hour, to inform her that the weather was simply perfect, and that they might wear their new dresses without fear of a shower. It was one of those typical May days, when nature puts on her dandiest and fairest apparel, when the fresh young green of the foliage seems to feast and rest the eyes. The air was sweet with lilac and may, and the tender blue of the sky was unstained by a single cloud. When Mollie came downstairs, in her pretty grey dress, with a little spray of pink May at her throat. Althea thought that she matched the day itself. "Mollie has quite recovered her looks," she said to Doreen. "The dear child is a great beauty, and Gwen will be charmed with her." And indeed, as they drove through, there were many admiring glances cast at the pretty, blushing face. Moritz was at the station to meet them. He had a white flower in his buttonhole, and looked jubilant and excited. Perhaps he was a trifle fussy in his attentions. Mollie must take his arm, he said. The station was so crowded, and there were a lot of rough people about. Poor Mollie felt a little nervous and conscious. It was difficult to adapt her slow, lurching walk to Monsieur Blackie's quick, springy tread. Moritz might be as tender over her infirmity as a mother over some crippled child, but Mollie, who was only human, could have wept over her own awkwardness. Perhaps her limping gait had never given her more acute pain than now, when Ingram was trying so carefully and laboriously to adapt his step to hers. Mollie's cheeks were burning by the time they reached their compartment, but when Moritz sat down beside her, with a fond look and word, she forgot her uneasiness, and was her own happy self again. The journey was a short one. When they reached Brentwood, Moritz hurried his party through the little country station before the station master had an opportunity of accosting him. An open barouche with a fine pair of bays was awaiting them. When Waveney admired them, Moritz remarked rather complacently that Ralston was a good judge of horse flesh, and then he asked Mollie how she would like to drive herself in a low pony carriage with a pair of cream-coloured ponies. And Mollie, thinking that he was joking, clapped her hands gleefully. "How delicious that would be!" she returned. "But it is very naughty of you to tantalize me in this fashion. Oh, what a dear old village!" she went on. "And Moritz, the people seem to know you." For Moritz was lifting his hat every instant in response to some greeting. "Oh, they are always civil to people who are staying at the Hall," returned Ingram, evasively. But at that moment he met Althea's amused glance. "Very well done, my lord," she said, under her breath, and then she shook her head at him. They were just turning in at some open gates, and before them was a shady avenue. At the end, some more gates and finely wrought Flemish work admitted them to the sunny gardens and terrace, while before them stood the grand old hall, with its grey walls and quaint gables, and oriel windows embroidered in ivy and creepers. "It is a lovely old place," murmured Althea, but Mollie and Waveney were speechless with admiration. To their eyes it looked like an enchanted palace, surrounded by shimmering green lawns. The great door was wide open, as though to receive them, but there was no sign of human life. When the carriage had driven by, Moritz took Mollie's hand and led her across the wide hall with its pillars and grand oak carvings, its mighty fireplace and walls covered with curious weapons, with here and there a stag's antlers or the head of a grinning leopard. They only paused for a moment to admire the great stone staircase, that was broad enough for a dozen men to walk abreast. One of the Ralstons, in a mad frolic, had once ridden his gallant grey up to the very top of the staircase. "I'm going to show you everything," observed Ingram, as they walked down the softly carpeted corridor. "We call this the Zoo," he continued, "for if you look at the pictures, Mollie, You will see they are mostly of animals. There are some good proof engravings of Landseer, and the sculpture is rather fine. But the most beautiful groups are in the picture gallery upstairs. The fifth Viscount Ralston was a connoisseur of art, and spent a good deal of his income in pictures and sculptures. It was he who brought the Flemish gates from Belgium. They are considered very fine, and are always pointed out to visitors. Mollie began to feel a little breathless. She wanted to linger in every room, but Moritz, who had his work cut out for him, hurried her on. They went through the big dining room, which was large enough for a banqueting hall, and into a smaller one, where the table was already laid for luncheon, and then into the library and morning room. When Mollie asked, with naive curiosity, if there were no drawing room, Moritz laughed and told her to wait. "These are Ralston's private quarters," he said, ushering her into a cosy sitting room, fitted up for a gentleman's use. But when Mollie would have investigated, with girlish curiosity, the mass of papers on the writing table, he quietly took her arm, and marched her into the billiard room adjoining. "Ralston would not like us to look at his papers," he said gravely. "He is an untidy fellow, and his writing table is always in confusion." "Is Lord Ralston married?" asked Mollie, presently, as they went slowly up the stone staircase. Althea, who overheard her, was obliged to pause. She was shaking with suppressed mirth, but Waveney was far too busily engaged in admiring a painted window to notice her merriment. Ingram was quite equal to the occasion. "He is not married yet, dear," he returned quickly, "but he does not expect to be a bachelor much longer. Shall I show you the rooms that he has chosen for his future wife, or shall we go to the picture gallery?" But Mollie's excitement was too great for fatigue, and she at once desired to see Lady Ralston's rooms. To Mollie's inexperienced eyes they were grand enough for the Queen. She was almost indignant when Moritz exclaimed that the boudoir and dressing room were to be refurnished. It was shameful extravagance, she repeated more than once. What did it matter if the furniture was a little old fashioned? Mollie was quite eloquent on the subject, as she stood in the wide bay window of the boudoir. It was a charming window. Mollie looked straight down the avenue to the great bronze gates. The rooks were cawing in the elms. Some tame pheasants were pluming themselves on the lawn below, and a wicked looking jackdaw was strutting up and down the terrace. The beds were full of spring flowers. "Oh, how perfect it all is!" sighed Mollie, and then she said, in quite a decided tone, "I do think it will be wicked for Lord Ralston to refurnish this room." "There, Gwen, do you hear that?" exclaimed Moritz, and Mollie turned hastily around. A tall young lady was standing in the doorway watching her. She was quite young, but Mollie thought she had never seen any one so tall, and certainly it was her opinion, that first moment, that Mrs. John Compton was the plainest person she had ever seen. Mollie, who was a great admirer of beauty, felt a sort of shock at the sight of Gwen's frank ugliness, her small greenish blue eyes crinkling up with amusement. The bluntness of her features, and her wide mouth, gave Mollie a pang. She had yet to find out her redeeming points, her beautiful figure, the rich brown hair, and pleasantly modulated voice. "Moritz, is this my dear new sister?" asked Gwen, with a smile so bright and warm that it quite transfigured her plain face. And then, with frank kindness, she put her arms round Mollie and kissed her. "Mollie, you must be very good to me," she went on, and now there were tears in her eyes. "Moritz is my only brother, and we have been everything to each other. Have we not, old boy?" And Gwen pinched his ear playfully, and then greeted Waveney and her cousin Althea in the warmest fashion. There was a little hubbub of talking and laughter, and then Moritz drew Mollie's arm through his and led her away. Probably Gwen had had her orders, for instead of following them, she made room for Waveney on the wide window seat. "There is something Moritz wishes me to tell you," she said quietly, "and that he is telling your sister now." However important Moritz's communication might be, it had to be deferred until Mollie had exhausted her whole vocabulary of admiring terms at the sight of the noble gallery. It was a drawing room and ballroom, as well as a picture gallery. Three great fireplaces, with their cozy environment of luxurious lounges and easy chairs, gave warmth to the whole room, and on the other side were windows with deep recesses, every one forming separate cozy nooks. In one was a low tea table, and a circle of easy chairs. Another was fitted with an inlaid writing table and cabinet. A third contained only a low velvet divan. It was in this last recess that Moritz at last contrived to detain Mollie. "Dear Mollie," he said, gently but firmly, "there will be plenty of time to look at the pictures and sculpture after luncheon, but I want you to listen to me a moment. I have to ask your forgiveness for a little deception." Moritz's face was so grave that Mollie regarded him with astonishment. "My forgiveness? Are you joking, Moritz?" "No, darling, I am quite serious. I have brought you here under false pretences, but I will tell you all about it by and by. Dearest, this is your future home. It is here that you and I are to spend our lives together. Moritz Ingram and Viscount Ralston are one and the same person." Mollie's face grew white. The little hand he held trembled with emotion. "Oh, no, not really," she gasped. "Yes, really, my sweet one. But I cannot have you look so pale and frightened." Then, as Mollie glanced shyly at him, he caught her suddenly to his breast. "My little blessing," he whispered, "you loved your old friend Monsieur Blackie, but you will not tell me now, I hope, that Ralston is to be less dear to you." "No, no," stammered Mollie, "but I cannot understand. Oh, Moritz, why did you do it?" "I will tell you, dear," he returned quietly. "You know, at one time, Gwen and I were very poor. We lived in a poky little house that we called the Tin Shanty. You shall see it some day, and I think you will own that 10, Cleveland Terrace is a mansion compared with it. We were almost at the end of our tether when the death of a cousin made me Viscount Ralston and master of Brentwood Hall and 30,000 a year." "Oh, Moritz!" and Mollie shivered and hid her face. "I was a lucky fellow, was I not, dear? And I was truly thankful for my good things. I was always very sociable, and fond of society of my fellow creatures, and when Gwen married I led rather a gay life. But after a time I got disgusted. Mothers with marriageable daughters made a dead set at me. Before the season was over I could have had my pick of half a dozen beauties. Viscount Ralston, with his 30,000 a year, was considered a desirable parti. Mollie dear, It fairly sickened me. You know I was an idealist, and I never could make up my mind to move in the ordinary groove, like other people, and I registered a mental vow that, unless I was loved for myself, I would never marry. When I first met my little Samaritan, I had no wish to disclose my title, but it was a mere freak at first to remain incognito until I saw you, my darling. Oh, Mollie, do you remember that day, and how I heard you singing, and discovered Cinderella sitting on the hearth? Shall I tell you a secret, dear? When I left the house that day, I said to myself, I will move heaven and earth to win that girl for my wife. Oh, Moritz, did you really? Yes, love. And then and there I decided to be Mr. Ingram. I had no difficulty in preserving my incognito. I bound over my cousins to secrecy. It was only your illness that complicated matters. I found then that it was necessary to take your father and Noel into confidence. But you and Waveney were to be kept in ignorance. Gwen is telling her at this present moment. But now, Mollie, I have finished my confession, and I only want to hear from your lips that Monsieur Blackie is forgiven. There is nothing to forgive, she faltered. I think I am glad that I did not know. But oh, Moritz, there is one thing that makes me sorry. And now there was a painful flush on Mollie's cheek. You know what I mean. I wish for your sake that I was not lame. My poor little darling, he returned compassionately. But I think I love you all the more for your helplessness. Thank heaven my wife will never have occasion to tire herself. The cream-colored ponies are in the stable, Mollie, and when we are married I mean to give you riding lessons. And then, for very joy and gratitude, Mollie burst into a flood of happy tears. "Oh, it is too much!" she sobbed. "I do not deserve such happiness. Moritz, you must teach me everything. I want to be worthy of this lovely home and you." And then shyly, but with exquisite grace, she lifted the kind hand to her lips. End of chapter 38. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter number 39 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 39. Everard yields the point. Down on your knees, and thank heaven fasting for a good man's love, as you like it. He does it with a better grace, but I do it more natural. Twelfth Night. It is given to few favored mortals to know such hours or moments of intense happiness that their cup of bliss seems well nigh overflowing. But such a moment had come to Moritz Ingram and Mollie. When Gwendolen came to summon them to luncheon, two such radiant faces beamed on her that she smiled back at them with joyous sympathy. "Come here and congratulate me, Gwen," exclaimed her brother. "Mollie has forgiven me for my little ruse. She knows an idealist must have plenty of scope, and that everything is fair in love or war." And, as Mollie did not contradict this audacious statement, Gwendolen let it pass without rebuke. "Moritz, she is just perfect," she whispered, as Mollie left them and went down the gallery in search of Waveney. "Oh, I know," as they watched the pretty, girlish figure with its awkward, lurching gait. "It is a pity the dear child is so lame. But she is like a little stray angel for loveliness. There, she has found her sister. We must leave them for a few minutes together." Mollie discovered Waveney standing in one of the window recesses, looking down on the terrace. At the sound of footsteps, she turned round. "Well, Mollie," she said, trying to smile, but her lip quivered. "So the Prince has come, after all, and my sweetheart is to be a great lady." "Are you glad, Wave?" asked Mollie, with a loving hug. "Really and truly glad?" Then Waveney's dark eyes filled suddenly with tears. "Glad that my Mollie should have this beautiful home and all these fine things? My darling, what a question!" "Don't you know that I love you better than myself? I could cry with joy to think that there will be no more dull, anxious days in store for you, no worrying over Anne's stupidity, and no fretting because sixpence would not go as far as a shilling." Then, as Mollie laughed and kissed her, "I wonder what the Black Prince would have said if he had seen that poor little housekeeping book drenched with tears." "Don't, Wave. Please don't remind me of my silliness. Oh, dear, how unhappy I used to be! And now—" And here Mollie gazed with delighted eyes down the splendid gallery. "To think that I shall ever be mistress of this! It is just like a wonderful fairy story, for none of our castles in the air, not even Kitlands, came up to this." "Of course not," returned Waveney, energetically. "Only Cinderella could compare with it." And then, in a teasing voice, "Your ladyship will not need to glue your face against shop windows any more. You will have diamonds and pearls of your own." "Yes, and a pony carriage, with cream colored ponies!" exclaimed Mollie, joyously. "And Wave, just think, Moritz is going to give me riding lessons. Oh, his kindness and generosity are beyond words. Darling, you must love him for his goodness to your poor little Mollie. And Wave, remember, all this will make no difference. I think I care for it so much because I shall be able to help you and father." They were interrupted at this moment. Moritz carried off Mollie, and Gwen proposed that they should follow. "For, while Moritz has been dramatizing," she observed, "you two poor things have been starving." And Waveney could not deny that she was excessively hungry. The old gray-haired butler was in his place when they entered the dining room. Moritz stopped to speak to him. "Tell Mrs. Wharton that I shall bring Miss Ward to see her this afternoon," he said. And then they took their places. Both the girls were a little subdued by the unwonted magnificence of their environment, but they struggled gallantly against the feeling. As Mollie ate her chicken and sipped her champagne, she wondered how soon she would get used to being waited upon by two tall footmen, and how she would feel when she was first addressed as "my lady." "I hope I shall not laugh," she observed to Waveney afterwards. Waveney was wondering why she had never noticed that Moritz had rather an aristocratic look. Their old friend, Monsieur Blackie, had always had good manners, but now he was in his own house, and at his own table, she was struck by his well-bred air and perfect ease. "He looks like a viscount," she said to herself, "and yet he is perfectly his old self. Mollie was wiser than all of us, for she found out that he was worthy of her love. And then Waveney fell into a reverie over her strawberries. Her thoughts had strayed to a certain dull, narrow house in Dereham. Thorold Chaytor's grave face and intellectual brow seemed to rise before her. If she had his love, she would not envy Mollie her rank and riches. She would envy no one. Even now she had her secret happiness. For the words she had heard that sorrowful night were for ever stamped on her memory. Trouble? When there is nothing on earth that I would not do for you, my darling. How then could she doubt that she was beloved? When luncheon was over, Moritz took Mollie to the housekeeper's room and introduced her to Mrs. Wharton. Gwen accompanied them, and then they went back to the picture gallery, and Mollie and Waveney feasted their eyes on the pictures and sculpture. It was pretty to see the girls when they recognized poor old King Canute. Mollie actually kissed the canvas. "You dear old thing," she said, apostrophizing it. Wretched daub as it was, crude in colouring and defective in execution, Moritz proudly termed it the gem of the gallery. "It helped me to win my Mollie," he said to Gwen, who was regarding it dubiously. "I painted many a worse picture when we were at the tin shanty, Gwen?" And her assent to this was so emphatic that Moritz felt decidedly snubbed. But he rose to the occasion nobly. "Mr. Ward has not quite worked out his subject," he went on, "but his idea is good, and I shall always venerate it as the failure of a brave man. A gallery of failures! Would that not be a happy thought, Althea? Suppose you and I start a hospital, refuge, or whatever you like to call it, for deceased works of art. We would buy them cheaply, at half price, and the poor things should live out their time." And here Moritz looked round the company for approval. "How about the survival of the fittest?" asked his sister scornfully. "Oh, that will be all right," he returned easily. "Besides, we should have no very fit specimens in the gallery of failures. They would be in all stages of disease. But just think, my dear, what an encouragement it would be to the artists. If my failure is remunerative, the poor beggars would say to themselves, 'I must just try again, and do better next time.'" "You are very absurd, Moritz." But Gwen looked decidedly amused, and Mollie, privately, thought it a clever idea. When they had finished inspecting all the treasures in the gallery, Gwen summoned them to tea. The tea table was in the prettiest of the alcoves, which was large enough to hold 7 or 8 people. After this they went down to the gardens, and through a small fir wood to the Silent Pool. Here the carriage was to meet them. Mollie and Waveney were enchanted with the Silent Pool. The still, green pool surrounded by the dark firs. The beauty, the stillness, and the solemnity of the spot inspired them with awe. To Althea it was a favourite and well remembered place. She had visited it more than once, in the old Viscount's time, for it had never been closed to the public. That still pool, with its dark hidden depths, reminded her of her own life, with its calm surface and troubled undercurrent. "There are so many lives like that," she thought, as she looked back at the solemn scene. And then she followed the others down the winding path to the little inn, which was known as the Brentwood Arms. Here Gwendolen bade them an affectionate farewell, and then they drove off to the station. "It has been the most wonderful day that I have ever spent in my life," exclaimed Mollie, a little breathlessly. "It has been a happy day to me," returned Moritz, in a low tone. "There can only be one day more perfect, and that will be our wedding day, Mollie." When they reached Waterloo, Althea refused to allow Moritz to accompany them to the Red House. Mollie was tired and overexcited, and must rest. He was to come to them the following evening, to meet Mr. Ward and Thorold. There was to be a sort of friendly reunion. It was Noel's birthday, too. But there must be no more excitement for the present, and Althea was so firm and inexorable that Moritz had to yield. "I think we are all tired," observed Waveney, "but it has been a lovely day." And then, in spite of Althea's advice to rest and be quiet, she and Mollie discussed their delightful picnic. Only as they drove down High Street, and past a certain house, Waveney became a little silent. The blinds were up, and the lamp was lighted. Waveney distinctly saw a tall figure standing by the window. Althea evidently recognized it, too. "Thorold has come back early from the Porch House," she said. And then she spoke on quite a different subject to Mollie. The next few weeks were busy ones at the Red House. There were long mornings of shopping, and endless interviews with dressmakers and milliners, and the all important business of the trousseau occupied the three ladies from morning to night. Mollie took a childlike pleasure in it all. Prosperity did not spoil her. She was still the same simple, light-hearted Mollie of old, and the one drawback to her perfect happiness was the thought that Waveney could not have it too. "I wish I could give you half my trousseau," she said, quite piteously. But Waveney only laughed at her. "Don't be a simpleton, Mollie," she returned. "Why, you foolish child, there are actually tears in your eyes. Don't you know that all these fine things, these satins and silks and laces, would be most incongruous in my position? What could I do with them at Cleveland Terrace?" "But you will be at Brentwood half your time," retorted Mollie. "Moritz says he could not have the heart to separate us, and he is so fond of you, Wave." "Yes, dear, but all the same, I must not expect to be as smart as your ladyship." And then Mollie made a face at her. Moritz had not forgotten his little Samaritan, and Althea had her orders. Besides the beautiful bridesmaid's dress, a tailor-made tweed and two pretty evening frocks were provided for Waveney, and then, indeed, Mollie was content. There was so much to do that it was not until the beginning of July that Waveney and Mollie went back to Cleveland Terrace to spend the last few weeks with their father and Noel. The wedding was to be from the Red House, and it was already arranged that they were to return a week before marriage. All this time Moritz had haunted his cousin's house morning, noon, and night, and had refused to consider himself in the way. Every few days Everard dined there, and now and then Thorold was invited to meet him. Everard was now quite at home at the Red House. Almost insensibly he had relapsed into the old intimacy with Doreen and Althea. He forgot he was only a poor drudge of a drawing master. He forgot his shabby dress coat, and pitiful little economies. Brighter days were in store for him. His little Mollie was to be the wife of a nobleman, and Waveney was coming back to him to be the light of his home, and there was little doubt in his mind that Noel would distinguish himself and pass his examination. "I feel better days are coming," he said once to Althea. She was his old friend and confidant. He would often speak to her of his children's future, and her gentle sympathy never failed him. It was Althea's advice that he sought. When Moritz told his future father in law that he intended to allow him an income, Everard, who was proud as he was poor, was sorely perturbed in his mind when he heard this. "What am I to do?" he said, in a vexed voice, when he found himself alone with Althea that evening. They were all in the garden together, Ingram, and Thorold Chaytor, and Joanna, as well as Moritz. They had broken up in little groups, and Everard and Althea had strolled down a side path behind the Porch House. "I wish you would give me your advice," he went on, "for I am in a terrible fix. Ralston is the most generous fellow I ever met. He wants me to give up my teaching and accept an income from him. The fact is," continued Everard rather bitterly, "he is unwilling that his father in law should be only a poor devil of a drawing master. It is just his pride, confound him! But, as I tell him, I have my pride too. I am afraid I hurt his feelings, though he was too kind to tell me so." "Moritz is very sensitive," returned Althea. "In spite of eccentricities, he is very soft hearted. His generosity amounts to a vice. He is never happy unless he is giving." "Oh, oh, that is all very well," replied Everard, in a rather huffy voice; "but if I do not choose to be indebted to my son in law, surely my feelings must be considered as well as his." "True, my friend." But Althea smiled as she spoke. "But it seems to me, if I may speak frankly, that your pride is at fault here. Moritz wishes to be a son to you. He will be your Mollie's husband. He has more than he can spend. Every year he is likely to grow richer, for, as you know, they have found coal on the Welsh property. He and Mollie will be rolling in money, and—" here she hesitated. "And Mollie's father will be out at elbows." "Why do you not finish your sentence, Miss Harford?" "No, I should not have put it that way," returned Althea. "But I think it will be rather hard on Moritz, and doubly hard on Mollie, if you refuse the gift that their filial love offers you. Mollie knows how you loathe teaching. It is the crown of her happiness that her marriage will enable her to help you and Waveney. Moritz intends to give her a magnificent allowance for her own private use, and directly they were engaged he informed her that he intended to settle an income on her father. Mr. Ward, you cannot be proud with your own children. Why not accept your son in law's kindness? I am sure you will not repent it." And then Everard yielded. Mollie and Waveney were overjoyed when they heard that Althea's counsel had prevailed, and Moritz was excessively pleased. He was even disposed to encroach a little on his privileges, only Althea begged him to be cautious. "You and Moritz must bide your time," she said, one day, to the little bride elect. "You have both gained a victory, and you must be content with that for the present. Your father told Waveney the other day that nothing would induce him to leave Cleveland Terrace. Your mother died there," she continued in a low voice, "and I suppose that is why he is attached to the house." "Yes, but it is such a dingy, dull little place," returned Mollie sadly, "and Moritz meant to buy such a pretty house and furnish it so beautifully. But I suppose we shall have to wait." "Indeed you must. But cheer up, Mollie. New carpets and curtains and light, tasteful papers will soon transform Number 10, Cleveland Terrace, into a charming abode. Indeed, I do not believe you will recognize it." "And Anne is to be sent away? You are sure of that, Miss Althea?" "Yes, and two good servants are to replace her. Waveney will have no trouble with her housekeeping. Now I hear Moritz's voice, and you know his lordship objects to be kept waiting." And at this hint Mollie blushed beautifully and ran away. End of chapter 29. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 40 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 40. The Veiled Prophet. We are ne'er like angels till our passions die. Thomas Dekker. A heart to resolve, a head to contrive, and a hand to execute. Edward Gibbon. The evening before Waveney and Mollie returned to Cleveland Terrace, there was a family gathering at the Red House. Everard Ward and his son and Lord Ralston dined there. Waveney had secretly hoped that Mr. Chaytor would have been invited, but Althea, who was not aware of the girl's secret, had said, more than once, that no outsiders were to be admitted, and Waveney vainly tried to hide her depression. In spite of homesickness and longings for the society of her twin sister, she had been very happy at the Red House. Her affection for Althea only had deepened with time, and the thought that she was no longer to minister to her comfort filled her with profound sadness. Dereham and Erpingham had grown very dear to her, and the idea of separation from her kind friends made her heart heavy. "You will often be with us," Althea said, trying to cheer her. "Do you think Doreen and I mean to lose sight of you?" "No, my dear, no. Once loved is always loved. That is the Harford motto, and most certainly you are not losing your friends." "No, but it will not be the same," returned Waveney, sadly. But the real cause of her depression was not the parting from her beloved Queen Bess. If she could only say good bye to her other friend! If she could see him again and have some look and word to treasure up in her memory! On the last Porch House Thursday he had hardly spoken to her. It almost seemed as though he had avoided her, and certainly there had been no farewell. Most likely he would expect to see her on the following Thursday, and then Althea would tell him that she was gone. Waveney tried to console herself with the thought that she would see him at the wedding, for both he and his sister were to be among the guests. But when one is in love, even 5 weeks' absence seems like an eternity in prospect. And Thorold's silence, influence, and unspoken affection was already dominating Waveney's entire nature. It was a sultry July day, and Althea had proposed to Doreen that ices and dessert should be served in the verandah of the Porch House, overlooking the tennis lawn, and when dinner was over she led the way to the garden. When they came in sight of the verandah, Lord Ralston expressed his approval with his usual frankness, but Everard looked at Althea rather meaningly. "It reminds me of Kitlands," he said, in a low voice. "Don't you remember you often had dessert on the terrace?" And Althea smiled assent. "Dorrie and I are very fond of these alfresco meals," she observed. "I think in summer we should like to have them all in the open air." And then, as they seated themselves in the comfortable hammock chairs, Doreen came across the grass with some letters in her hand. She had intercepted the postman on his way to the house. "They are mostly for me," she said, looking at the addresses. "One from Aunt Sarah, and another from Laura Cameron, and Mrs. Bell's account. Yours will keep, Althea. It is only a business looking document from Mr. Duncan. Correspondence with one's family lawyer is not particularly interesting," added Doreen, briskly. "Is old Andrew Duncan still in existence?" asked Lord Ralston, casually, as he handed an ice to Mollie. Everard looked up quickly. "Andrew Duncan and Son, of Number 21, Lincoln's Inn? I did not know he was your lawyer, Miss Harford." But Noel suddenly broke in. "Why, that is our Duncan, father!" he exclaimed, rather excitedly. "The veiled Prophet is his client, you know. That reminds me," he went on, with a glance at his sisters, "I am going to beard the old lion in his den, one of these days. The veiled Prophet shall be unmasked, as sure as my name is Noel Ward." "Noel is speaking of the unknown benefactor who is so generously educating him," exclaimed Everard. "The silly children always speak of him as the veiled Prophet." But here he stopped suddenly, as though he were shot. He had been addressing Althea, who was sitting near him, but at his first word her pale face had become suddenly suffused with a painful flush, which deepened every moment. That scorching blush seemed burnt into her very soul as she sat with downcast eyes, unable to say a word. "Will any one have any strawberries?" asked Doreen, hastily. Althea's confusion filled her with compunction, and she was anxious to atone for her carelessness. She handed some to Everard as she spoke, but he waved them aside with some impatience. "Good heavens! Was it you, Althea?" he asked, in a tone of dismay. Then Noel sprang from his chair. "It is Miss Harford," he said, loudly. "By Jove, this is a surprise!" And the boy's face grew suddenly red. "All these years we have been talking of the veiled Prophet, and it never entered into our heads that it was a prophetess." "My friend the humorist has evidently hit it," observed Moritz, airily. But he was looking keenly at Althea. "Other people can play comedies," he said to himself, and then he twirled his moustache until it was perfectly ferocious looking, and fell into a reverie. Poor Althea tried to speak, tried to rise from her chair, but two pairs of white arms kept her a prisoner. Waveney and Mollie were kneeling beside her. "Dear, dearest Miss Althea, was it really you?" asked Waveney, and the tears were running down her face, and Mollie was covering her hand with kisses. "How could we guess that you were Noel's unknown friend?" "Hold your tongue, old Storm and Stress," interrupted Noel, with boyish abruptness. A fellow can't edge in a word with you women. It is for me to thank Miss Harford. It is for me. Oh, confound it all! And here Noel, to everybody's surprise, and to his own too, suddenly bolted. "Let me go to him," pleaded Althea, gently. She had not said one word, or lifted her eyes to Everard's face. As she passed him, her dress almost brushing against him, he made no attempt to detain her. Doreen followed her, and then Moritz joined the agitated little group. "My cousin is a good woman," he said, with solemnity, as though he had just discovered the fact. "She has noble purposes, and has the courage to follow them out. I admire especially the finesse and cleverness with which she has elaborated and carried out her beneficent scheme. It might almost be compared, in its grandeur of conception and its marvelous diplomacy, with another drama of human life, in which I have played a part." And here Moritz looked at his young fiancée, and his humour changed. "Come and take a turn with me, Mollie darling," he whispered in the girl's ear, and then Waveney and her father were left alone. No one ever knew what passed between Althea and Noel in the Porch House, but for the rest of the evening Noel was unusually grave and thoughtful. But as Althea was able to return to the verandah, where the lad had already betaken himself, she came upon Everard. He was standing alone in the porch, and was evidently waiting for her. It was now late, and the moon had risen, and Everard's face was illuminated by the white light. At the sight of him, Althea's assumed calmness vanished, but she tried to speak in the old friendly way. "Were you looking for me, Mr. Ward?" she asked, hurriedly. "Are they all in the verandah still?" "Yes," he returned, curtly. "But I have come to ask you a question. Althea, why have you done this? Why have you heaped these coals of fire upon my head?" Poor Althea! The avalanche had fallen, and she had nothing more to fear. Never again, as she told herself, would she live through such a moment of humiliation and shame. The purity of her motives and the absence of all self-seeking and consciousness would make it easy to defend herself. "Mr. Ward," she said, in her sweet, pathetic voice, "we are old friends, and to me the claims and responsibilities of friendship are very real and sacred. When your trouble came, when you lost your dear wife, I heard from a mutual friend that you were struggling in deep waters, and that, in spite of hard work, you found it difficult to make ends meet." "That is true," returned Everard, "but—" "Please let me tell you everything," she pleaded. "This mutual friend often spoke to me of your twin girls, but one day he mentioned Noel. 'He is a bright little lad,' he said, 'and very sharp and intelligent, but Ward frets sadly about his education. He has no means of sending him to a good school, and he is very down about it. Poor fellow! Those were his very words. I never forgot them. I know, from your own lips, what a bright, happy boyhood yours had been. You had told me so many stories of your Eton days, and it seems to me so grievous that your son should be robbed of his rightful advantages." "You forget that it was his father who was to blame for that," returned Everard, with emotion. "My children must reap what their father sowed. When I married Dorothy, we made up our minds to renounce the good things of this life. Oh, I know the name of your informant, Althea. It was Carstairs. He was a good fellow, and he was in love with my Dorothy, but when I carried her off, he never turned against me. I remembered that evening, and how low I was in my mind about the poor boy. But there! I am interrupting you, and you have not finished." "There is not much to say," replied Althea, gently. "Mr. Carstairs' account troubled me greatly. I wanted to help you, but I knew, and Doreen knew too, that any offers of assistance would have been indignantly refused. We Harfords are obstinate folk, Mr. Ward, and we love to get our own way. And there I concocted my little scheme, and my good Mr. Duncan helped me to carry it out. But for Doreen's unlucky speech, the veiled prophetess would have remained veiled." And then she tried to laugh, but the tears were in her eyes. "Everard, dear old friend, you are not angry with me?" And she stretched out her hand to him. "Angry!" returned Everard, vehemently. "One might as soon quarrel with one's guardian angel, for heaven knows you have been an angel of goodness to me and mine." "No, I have only been your friend," returned Althea, a little sadly. "But now it is your turn to be generous, and do me a little favour. Will you let me finish my work? Noel is a dear boy, and I have grown to love him. He and I understand each other perfectly. It was always my intention to send him to Oxford. Mr. Ward, you will not refuse me this pleasure." But Everard shook his head. "We will talk about that later on, when Noel has got his scholarship." And something in his tone warned Althea to say no more. She would bide her time, she said to herself, and then, after a few more grateful words from Everard, she made some excuse and returned to the house. But for some time Everard did not follow her. He lighted his cigarette, and paced up and down the garden path. Coals of fire, indeed! They were scorching him at this very moment. Long years ago he had wronged this woman, and she knew it. He had inflicted on her the most deadly wound that a man can inflict. He had won her heart, and then in his fickleness he had left her. And now, in her sweet nobility, Althea had rendered him good for evil. Secretly and unsuspected, she had befriended him and his. But even now he little guessed the extent of her benevolence, and that, in the Home for Workers, many of his pictures had found a place. Althea had kept her secret well. "Good God!" he said, almost with a groan. "Why are men so weak and women so faithful? I can never repay her goodness." And then he thought of his dead wife. Dorothy had been the love of his youth. She was the mother of his children. He had never ceased to regret her loss, and he had always told himself that no other could take her place. In his way he had been faithful too, but he knew now, when it was too late, that he had built his happiness on the wrecked hopes of another woman's heart. The next day the girls returned to Cleveland Terrace. Althea had driven them to the door, and then she left them. Everard was out, but as they stood in the old studio, hand in hand, Mollie's bright face clouded. "I never thought it was quite so shabby," she said, rather dejectedly. "How bare and comfortless it looks!" Probably Waveney had thought the same, but she played the hypocrite gallantly. "Nonsense, Mollie," she returned, energetically. We are just spoiled and demoralized by all the comforts of the Red House. We will unpack our boxes and then we will put the room in order. Moritz has sent a cartload of flowers, and it will be such fun arranging them." And then Mollie cheered up, but she had no idea, as Waveney chattered and bustled about, that her head was as heavy as lead. It was Thursday, and that evening Mr. Chaytor would look for her, but the place by Nora Greenwell would be vacant. After the first day, things were better. Lord Ralston paid them daily visits, and Althea and Doreen drove over constantly from the Red House. Everard was generally absent. He had not yet given up his drawing classes, but the summer vacation would set him free. Waveney and Mollie contrived to amuse themselves. They sat in old Ranelagh Gardens with their work and books. Moritz often followed them there. Sometimes, when Mr. Ward had a leisure afternoon, he would organize some pleasure trip. Once he drove them down to Richmond, and they had dinner at the Star and Garter. And one sultry July day they went by train to Cookham, and spent the afternoon in the Quarry Woods. Indeed, Moritz was never happy unless he was contriving some new pleasure for his darling. The wedding was fixed for the 10th of August, and on the 3rd, Mollie and Waveney returned to the Red House. The trousseau was complete, but there were finishing touches that needed Mollie's presence. When she tried on her wedding dress, and Althea had flung over her head the magnificent Brussels lace veil that was one of Lord Ralston's presents, she and Doreen exchanged looks of admiration. "She is almost too lovely," Althea said afterwards. And then, "She is so unconscious of her great beauty. I know I am pretty," she once said to me, "and I am so glad, for Moritz's sake. I think I must tell Gwen that." End of chapter 40. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 41 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 41. The True Story of Lady Betty. Man is his own star, and the soul that can Render an honest and a perfect man, Commands all light, all influence, all fate. Nothing to him falls early or too late. Our acts our angels are, or good or ill, Are fatal shadows that walk by us still. John Fetcher. They laugh that win. Othello. 2 or 3 days before the wedding there was another gathering at the Red House. Gwendolen and her husband were staying with Lord Ralston, and Doreen suggested that the Chaytors and Everard Ward should be invited to meet them. Althea made no objection. Only when her sister proposed dessert in the verandah, she gently but decidedly put her veto upon it. "There are too many. We had better remain in the dining room," she replied, with heightened colour; and Doreen, who, with all her bluntness, had plenty of tact, said no more. Every one accepted, but at the last moment Joanna excused herself on the plea of indisposition. But Tristram Chaytor accompanied his brother. Waveney and Mollie were dressed alike that evening, in soft ivory-coloured silk. Only Mollie's spray of flowers were pink, and Waveney wore dark red carnations. Thorogood, who sat by her at dinner, noticed a diamond bangle on her arm. Waveney saw him looking at it. "It is a present from Lord Ralston," she said. "I am to be Mollie's bridesmaid, you know. Was it not good of him? I never had anything so lovely in my life before." Thorold murmured some response. He then addressed his next neighbour. Waveney was dangerously attractive that evening. Her dark eyes were bright with excitement and pleasure, and in her white dress she looked more like Undine than ever. The conversation during dinner turned upon long engagements. It was Gwendolen who started the subject. A friend of hers, who had been engaged for 8 years, had been married that very morning. Gwendolen brought down on herself a chorus of animadversion and censure from the gentlemen, for saying that she rather approved of long engagements, and a warm discussion followed. The gentlemen took one side of the argument, and the ladies the other, but Gwen stuck tenaciously to her opinion. "Waiting never hurts any one," she said oracularly. "Don't you remember Lady Betty Ingram, Moritz? Lady Betty was an ancestress of ours," she continued. "She lived when Farmer George was king, and she was faithful to her love for more than 20 years." "5–20 years, was it not, Gwen?" And then, as most of the party begged to hear the story, Gwendolen narrated it in her own charming way. Lady Betty had been for some time one of Queen Charlotte's ladies in waiting, but court life was not to her taste. She was lively by nature, and she disliked all the etiquette and restraint, and she pined to be back with her parents in the old home. But before she left the court she made the acquaintance of a certain Sir Bever Willoughby. At least, he was only Bever Willoughby then, the son of an impoverished baronet, and heir to heavily mortgaged estates. Lady Betty was no beauty, but she was considered fascinating by most people. She was very witty, and she danced beautifully, and handsome Bever Willoughby lost his heart to her when he saw her walk through the minuet, for she pointed her toes so prettily and curtsied with such exquisite grace that Willoughby was not proof against her charms. One evening when they were at Ranelagh, and Lady Betty looked more bewitching than ever in her little quilted satin hood, Willoughby suddenly addressed her in an agitated voice. "My Lady Betty," he said, "the court is not the place for a poor man. You have robbed me of my peace of mind, but no lady, however fair, shall rob me of my honour. I am going to win my laurels. To morrow I sail for America. Fare you well, and God bless you, dear Lady Betty." And then he bowed to her with his hand on his heart, and for 24 years she never saw his face again, though she heard of him often. It was then that Lady Betty returned to the old Hall, and there she lived a quiet life, cherishing her aged parents, and busy with her still room and herb garden, after the fashion of those days. She had many lovers, but she never married, for as she once told her mother, she had never met any one to compare with Sir Bever Willoughby. "He was a godly youth," she said, "and when I looked on his countenance I bethought me of young David, playing his harp among his sheep. But he had one fault, and it has spoiled both of our lives. He was too proud to owe his fortune to the woman he loved." Lady Betty was in her comely middle age when she next saw Bever Willoughby. She had grown rather stout, but people said she was handsomer than she had been in her youth. She was dancing a minuet in the picture gallery at Brentwood Hall, when a tall, soldierly looking man, with his arm in a sling, attracted her notice. When their eyes met, Lady Betty blushed like a girl, but Sir Bever turned very pale. When, a week or two later, Sir Bever asked her to marry him, Lady Betty looked him full in the face. "There is an old proverb, Sir Bever," she said, "that tells us that some things are better late than never, and methinks this wooing of yours is somewhat tardy." "Say not so, dear Lady Betty," he returned passionately, "for though I rode away without telling my love, I have no wife or child, but have been your true lover at heart all these years." Then Lady Betty dropped him a low curtsy, but he saw the sparkle of tears in her eyes. "You have not been more faithful than another," she replied. "You are a brave soldier, Sir Bever, but you had no right to break a woman's heart, as mine was broken that evening at Ranelagh." "But she married him?" pleaded Molly, rather piteously, as Gwendolen paused for a moment. "Oh, yes, she married him, and they were very happy. But Sir Bever only lived 10 years, and as he lay dying he expressed his regret that their wedded bliss had been so brief." "Dear heart," returned Lady Betty, "your mannish, foolish pride kept my husband from me for nigh upon 25 years. But we will make up for it hereafter." And then she fell on his breast weeping. "Death cannot part true hearts," she cried, "and thou wilt be my own Sir Bever in heaven." And here Gwendolen caught her breath, for Jack was looking at her, and actually Mollie, silly little Mollie, was crying. "It is a lovely story, Gwen," observed Althea, and then she rose from the table. A little later, when the gentlemen had had their coffee, they all went out on the terrace, and Waveney found herself pacing the garden paths with Mr. Chaytor. They talked on indifferent subjects, the beauty of the evening and the charm of a well kept garden, and then they paused to listen to a nightingale in the shrubbery. Presently they sat down in the verandah at the Porch House, and watched the other couples passing to and fro below. Lord Ralston and Mollie, Gwen and Jack Compton, and Doreen and Tristram, the other three, Althea and Mr. Ward and Noel, had seated themselves on a bench outside the library window. The moon was rising behind the elms. Waveney's eyes were fixed on it, when Thorold suddenly broke the silence. "What did you think of the true story of Lady Betty?" he asked. There was something inexplicable in his tone. "I thought it was beautiful," she returned, "though I did not cry over it as Mollie did. They were both so faithful, but Lady Betty was braver than Sir Bever." "What do you mean?" remonstrated her companion. "Surely it was better for him to ride away without telling his love. You do not agree with me?" looking in her face. "You think Sir Bever was wrong to be afraid of his poverty?" "Yes, I think he was wrong," faltered Waveney. "I agree with Lady Betty, that he had sacrificed their youth to no purpose. You see, he gave her no chance of setting things right. He just rode away, and left her to bear her life as well as she could." "You are severe," returned Thorold eagerly. "You do not make an allowance for a man's pride, that will not stoop to take everything from a woman. I grant you the story was pretty, and that Mrs. John Compton told it well. She has a charming voice and manner." "Oh, yes, and she is so nice. Mollie is quite fond of her already." I do not wonder at it. But, Miss Ward, I want to convince you that you ladies are not the only ones who set us an example of faithfulness. Men may be proverbially fickle, but there are exceptions to the rule. Oh, yes, of course. It is difficult to judge in some cases. There was a friend of mine. Here Thorold hesitated and glanced at the girl's averted face. Something in her attitude, the shy droop of the head, the hands clasped so tightly on her white gown, excited him and quickened his pulses. There was a tremor in his voice as he went on. My friend was deeply in love with a girl. She was very young. He was much older, and weighted with many cares and responsibilities. And he was poor, oh, far too poor to take a wife. Again he paused, but Waveney made no comment, only her hands were clasped more nervously. He did not exactly ride away, as Sir Bever did, he went on, but he made up his mind that the most honourable course would be to lock up the secret of his love in his own breast, and not burden that bright young life with his troubles. No, with strange emphasis, he loved her too well for that. Dear Miss Ward, surely you will own that my friend was right. Waveney would have given worlds not to answer. Her little pale face grew rigid with suppressed emotion. Though she never raised her eyes, she was conscious that he was watching her keenly. His strong will seemed to compel her to speak. My friend was right, was he not? He repeated slowly, and as though he were weighing each syllable. No, she returned abruptly. He was wrong. He was as mistaken as Sir Bever. And then she grew crimson. Oh, if she could only escape! If she could bring this conversation to an end! She was tingling from head to foot with sheer nervousness. "So I begin to think myself," returned Thorold coolly. And then his voice deepened with sudden tenderness. "Waveney, my dear one, tell me the truth. Would you wait for me?" Gwendolen always boasted that she had made the match. "For you know, Jack," she would say, "if I had not told that story about Lady Betty, Mr. Chaytor would never have mustered up courage to speak to Waveney that night, and they might have been pining for each other for years. After all, it had come about quite naturally. Perhaps Thorold had read something in Waveney's eyes, as she listened to that old love story, that made him change his purpose of silence. But he never repented it. We may have to wait for years," he said to her, when the first agitation of their great joy had calmed a little. But Waveney only gave him one of her radiant smiles. "Faithfulness has not gone out with powder and patches," she said, in her quaint way. "I would rather wait through a lifetime, knowing without doubt that you loved me, than to have to exist through years of chilling silence." And in his heart Thorold agreed with her. Everard Ward gave his consent very willingly when Thorold, in rather an embarrassed voice, told him that he feared they could not be married for perhaps 4 or 5 years. He received the news with profound satisfaction. "Chaytor is a son-in-law after my own heart," he said to Althea. "He will not rob me of my little girl for the next 5 years." "My dear fellow, I am delighted to hear it," I said to him, but he looked at me rather reproachfully. "I hope they will not have to wait quite so long," returned Althea, gravely. But Everard would not endorse this. Lord Ralston had robbed him of his Mollie, and he could not spare his little Waveney. Perhaps Althea was the most astonished at the news. Thorold and Waveney had kept their secret so well that she had never guessed it, but when her first surprise was over, she rejoiced heartily in their happiness. Thorold had grown years younger since his engagement, she said one day to Joanna. He is not half so grave and sober now, and Joanna assented to this. I am getting very fond of Waveney, she replied. Tristram likes her, and so does Betty. But Joanna spoke without enthusiasm. Her brother's choice had greatly surprised her, and privately she thought his engagement to a penniless girl was an act of pure folly. If he had only married a girl with money, she would say to Tristram sometimes. But Althea, who had not outlived romance, approved thoroughly of the engagement. She saw that Waveney entirely satisfied Thorold, that she was the light of his eyes, and the desire of his heart. My lonely days are over, he once said to her, and it was true. Waveney's bright intelligence enabled her to take interest in all his work, and he could share all his thoughts with her. When Mollie and Lord Ralston plighted their vows in the old church at Erpingham, Thorold was making silent vows in his heart, and looking at a little white figure with worshipping eyes, and Waveney was repeating her Te Deum. "Oh, Mollie, I don't think you are happier than I am," she whispered, when they were alone together for a moment. But Mollie looked just a trifle dubious. Thorold was very nice and clever, and she meant to be quite fond of him, but he could not be compared to her Moritz. "Oh, Wave, do you know what I heard as we came out of the church just now?" she said merrily. "Somebody near me said, 'The lame bride is a real beauty, and they say she is a ladyship now.'" And then Mollie laughed gleefully, and gave her satin train a little fling. Wasn't it funny? But I don't think Moritz quite liked it. And Wave, and now Mollie's dimples were in full play. Somehow I could not feel quite grave when Colonel Treherne called me Lady Ralston. End of chapter 41. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Chapter 42 of Mollie's Prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY. Chapter 42. Wooed and Married, and A. Myrrh, here's my hand. Fir, and mine with my heart in it. The Tempest. There's a divinity that shapes our ends. Rough hew them how we will. Hamlet. It was arranged that Waveney was to remain at the Red House while painting and papering were being carried on at number 10 Cleveland Terrace. Anne, the heavy-footed, was dismissed with a month's wages, and Mrs. Muggins accompanied her. A competent caretaker was put in charge, and Althea had already engaged 2 capable maids to come in when the work of renovation was complete. It was the first time Doreen and Althea had ever spent August in town, but Mrs. Mainwaring's sudden illness had detained them, and, as soon as she was fit to travel, they had promised to stay with her at Whitby. While Waveney remained with her friends, Everard Ward and his son went down to a farmhouse in Yorkshire. that Lord Ralston had recommended, where they would have excellent accommodation, at a very moderate price, and very good fishing. It was the first real holiday that Everard had enjoyed for years, and Noel wrote ridiculously illustrated epistles, retailing sundry ludicrous adventures. His revered parent, as he informed Waveney, was becoming fatter and more plebeian every day, and here there was a spirited pen and ink sketch of Everard in a huge straw hat, fishing on a boulder, with a briar wood pipe in his mouth, and several small fishes winking at him as they frisked harmlessly by. "Caught nothing since Friday week," was written underneath the picture. In spite of her happiness, Waveney could not reconcile herself to Mollie's absence. The parting had tried them both. No one forgot the bride's tear stained face as Lord Ralston lifted her into the carriage. "Oh, do take care of my Wave," were her last words to Althea as they drove away. Waveney shed many a tear in her Pansy Room, but she cheered up when Mollie's first letter came, and after that she wrote almost daily. She was very happy, she said, and Moritz was so good to her. But of course it was strange, being without her Wave. It was such a lovely place, and the cottage was so cosy. They were out all day, fishing or wandering over the purple moors. Sometimes Moritz had a day's shooting with the keeper, and then she and Donald, the gamekeeper's son, drove down with the luncheon. They had dinner at 8, quite a grand dinner, and Donald waited on them. "I have given up pinching myself hard to be sure that I am not dreaming," she wrote once. "But for all that I am leading a story book existence. Oh, I am so happy, darling, I can hardly say my prayers without crying for sheer thankfulness. My dear Moritz spoils me so dreadfully. He says he hates me to be out of his sight for a moment, and if I were to believe half he says, I should be as conceited as possible. It is just his blarney, I tell him, and then he pretends to be affronted." "Don't you believe her, my dear," wrote a masculine hand. "She is a perfect darling, and the sweetest little wife in the world. When it comes to pinching oneself, I can hardly believe I am that lucky and much to be envied fellow. Your affectionate brother in law, Monsieur Blackie." When Althea showed Waveney the improvements she and Doreen had effected in Number 10, Cleveland Terrace, the girl could hardly believe her eyes. New papers and carpets and curtains had quite transformed the dingy old house. The stairs were covered with crimson felt, and the studio, and the bare, ugly room where the sisters had slept, looked perfectly charming. "A little money and a good deal of taste do wonders," observed Althea in a matter of fact tone. But Waveney wasn't so sure about the money. Moritz had evidently given his cousins carte blanche, and though there was very little new furniture in the studio, the fresh cretonne and flowering plants gave it an air of finish and refinement. It was a pleasant life they led there. Never since his wife's death had Everard been so content and happy. Mollie's brilliant marriage gave him great satisfaction, and he had no fear of losing his little Waveney for many a year to come. He was set free from the drudgery he hated, and he and Waveney were always together. Thorold spent his Sundays with them, and he came one evening in the week beside. They had made this rule at the beginning, and he never infringed on it. Every fortnight or so they dined at the Red House, and Althea often had tea with them when she drove into town. She and Everard had resumed their old friendliness. Neither of them had forgotten that scene in the verandah of the Porch House, but, by mutual consent, the subject of Noel's education had been dropped for a time. At the beginning of October, the newly married pair returned to town, and spent a week at Eaton Square, and Mollie and Waveney were together every day. "Why, Mollie, I declare you have grown an inch taller," were Everard's first words to her, and privately he thought that young Lady Ralston was even handsomer than Mollie Ward had been. Both he and Waveney agreed that happiness and prosperity had not spoilt their darling. She was the same simple, light-hearted creature, thinking as little of herself, and rejoicing over her pretty things as a child might have done. Perhaps there was a little veil of shyness and reserve when she spoke of her husband. Moritz was evidently perfect in her eyes, but only to Waveney did she dwell on his good qualities. "People do not know him," she said once. "They think him eccentric, but it is just his way of talking. He is so true, Wave. Gwen says that she is sure that he has never told a lie in his life, and he is so unselfish. He is always wanting to make people happy. When he was so poor he would deprive himself of a meal if a beggar looked hungry, and now he is always planning some generous gift or another. He lends his shooting lodge to poor artists or curates. Oh, I cannot tell you half of the things he does. He calls me his little blessing, but I feel I can never, never repay his goodness." And here such an exquisite blush tinged Mollie's cheeks, that it was a pity Lord Ralston did not see it. Mollie was naturally anxious to see her beautiful home, and the lovely rooms that Moritz had refurnished for her. But her regret was so great at leaving Waveney that Lord Ralston, who could refuse nothing to his sweet Moll, suggested that she should pay them a visit in November. He had already arranged that the whole Ward family were to keep their Christmas at Brentwood Hall, but there was no reason why Waveney should not spend a week or two with them in November. It was impossible to refuse so tempting an invitation, and when Waveney reached Brentwood, Mollie and the cream-coloured ponies were at the station. Mollie was in a perfect glow of pride and satisfaction as she drove Waveney through the village. Waveney's first act after unpacking was to find the portrait of Lady Betty in the picture gallery. Mollie pointed it out to her. Lady Betty simpered down on them from the faded canvas. She had a round face and powdered hair drawn up under a lace cap, and one slim hand held a bunch of roses. Her yellow brocade looked as stiff as buckram, and her white arms were veiled with rich lace. Lady Betty Ingram, in her 25th year, was written in the catalogue. Neither had Mollie or Waveney spent such a Christmas as they spent that year at Brentwood Hall. Thorold Chaytor was with them. Lord Ralston kept Christmas in the old style. There were mummers and carol singers on Christmas Eve, and cakes and ale ad libitum in the housekeeper's room. The John Comptons came over from Kingsdene, and the day after Christmas there was a ball for the servants, and on New Year's Eve there was a festive gathering, to which people came 10 miles round, and there was dancing in the picture gallery. Madame Compton was there, looking queenly in black velvet and point lace, and she and Jack were delighted when after supper Gwen danced a minuet with her brother. Gwen was looking her best that evening. She wore a cream-colored satin gown, cut somewhat quaintly, and her beautiful neck and arms were bare of ornament. As Gwen moved down the picture gallery, Mollie vowed that not even the renowned Lady Betty could have curtsied with such grace. "Oh, how beautifully they dance!" whispered Mollie, and Jack heard her, and beamed with delight. When the clock struck 12 they all joined hands, and Lord Ralston made them a little speech. Then the band struck up, and they all sang for Auld Lang Syne. Mollie sat enthroned like a little queen all the time the dancing went on. The diamonds she wore were hardly brighter than her eyes. Once, when her husband said, a little sadly, how he wished his sweet Moll could dance, too, Mollie's lip quivered for a moment. Then she said bravely, "It does not matter, dear. It is so nice to have you helping me and looking after me." Nevertheless, her eyes looked a little wistfully after him and Waveney when they waltzed together. The spring days found Waveney at Cleveland Terrace again. Moritz meant to bring his wife to Eaton Square for a part of the season, and then she and Mollie would go to exhibitions and concerts and to the opera together. Early in May Waveney was sitting in the studio one afternoon, finishing a long letter to Mollie, when Thorold suddenly entered the room. Waveney gave a little cry of delight when she saw him. "Oh, Thorold, how delightful!" she exclaimed, as he took her in his arms. "Have you come to spend the evening?" "Yes, if you will have me, Waveney. I have some news to tell you." "Good news, I can see by your face." And then she asked wickedly, "Is Joanna going to be married?" "No, my dear, no one is going to be married but you and I, by and by. But it is capital news for all that. Tristram has been offered a good berth at Liverpool, and, as Joanna cannot bring herself to part with Betty, she is going to keep house for them." "Oh, Thorold, how splendid!" and Waveney's eyes sparkled with pleasure. She was overjoyed at the idea that he was free at last. No one knew better than she how uncongenial his home had been to him. Solitude would be infinitely preferable to the small carking cares and frets of his daily life. Joanna's peculiar temperament created an unrestful atmosphere round her. Tristram, who was of a blunter and more obtuse nature, was less alive to the discomfort. "Joa was always a poor puling thing," he would say, "but she was very good to his Betty," and he was rather relieved than otherwise when Joanna entreated tearfully to accompany them. "Thorold does not want me and Betty does," she pleaded. "Joa has little money of her own," went on Thorold, "so I think they will be fairly comfortable. The change of scene will be good for her. They are to leave Dereham at the end of July." "That will be nearly 3 months hence," returned Waveney, musingly. She was fingering Thorold's coat sleeve rather absently as she spoke. It was one of her pretty caressing ways with him. He watched the little hand for a moment as it smoothed the rough cloth so gently. Then he took possession of it. "Dearest," he said, very quietly, "once, long ago, I was ready to ride away without telling my love, like Sir Bever, but my good angel stopped me. But I find that I have not Lady Betty's patience, and long waiting would be irksome to me." And then he looked at her very wistfully. "Waveney, I want to ask you a question. When my sister leaves me, Do you see any reason why we should not be married?" It was evident that Waveney was extremely startled, and that Thorold's proposition took her quite by surprise. She grew a little pale. "I thought you could not afford to marry for years," she returned shyly. "So I thought," he replied, with a smile. "You see, darling, when we were first engaged my sister was dependent on me, and at that time Tristram earned very little. Virtually, I had to keep him and Betty. But all that will be changed now. We should have to be careful and live quietly for some years to come, but I am not afraid of the future. My work is increasing, as you know. I have had to take better chambers, and our last case was so successful that I am likely to have another good brief. Tell me the truth, my little Undine. Shall you be afraid to trust yourself to my keeping?" Afraid? Need he have asked such a question? The dark eyes looked at him with reproachful sweetness. "Do you think I should fear anything with you?" she answered. "But, Thorold, are you sure you really wish it?" But Thorold's reply was so conclusive and satisfying that Waveney yielded. Everard Ward had been reading his paper in old Ranelagh Gardens that afternoon. The pleasant May sunshine had warmed and cheered him, and he whistled like a boy as he let himself into the house with his latch key. But his cheerfulness soon vanished when he learnt the purport of Thorold's visit. He was deceived, betrayed by the very man whom he declared would be a son-in-law after his own heart. He was to be robbed of his little girl. What a fool he had been to trust the word of a lover! His knowledge of the world might have told him that they were all wolves in sheep's clothing. 5 years' engagement! This is what he had promised, the arch traitor. And now he was coolly proposing that they should be married in August. Everard nearly talked himself hoarse, in his effort to point out the extreme imprudence of the whole proceeding. In his opinion, he said, it was utterly rash, foolhardy, and a gross tempting of Providence. All his life he had been an example of the sad result of an impecunious marriage. His son had been indebted to charity for education, and his daughters had been without advantages. Everard waxed quite eloquent over his theme, but Thorold refused to be intimidated. He demolished all Everard's arguments with the ease and facility of a skilful lawyer, and Waveney was on his side. Everard had no chance. From the beginning they were both against him, and at last he had to throw down his arms. Even Althea took their part, and so did Mollie, but he yielded with a very bad grace, and though he tried to hide it from Waveney, he was sore at heart for many a day. Waveney's feelings were very mixed. Her sorrow at leaving her father somewhat damped her happiness, but Mollie comforted her. "Of course it is hard for father," she said one day, when Waveney was lunching at Eaton Square. "He hates parting with his children. Don't you remember how low he was on my wedding day? But he soon cheered up. It will be all right, Wave, so don't worry. When you are once married he will make the best of it. Moritz says he must leave Cleveland Terrace and take a nice flat somewhere near you, and when Noel is at Oxford he can divide his time between us." And this view of the case was very consoling to Waveney. Mollie was in the seventh heaven of delight just then. She was to provide the trousseau out of her own pin money, and this thought gave her so much pleasure that Lord Ralston declared she even laughed in her sleep. But Lord Ralston's wedding present almost overwhelmed the young couple. He bought a house for them at Kensington, and furnished it from basement to garret. When he placed the title deeds in Waveney's hands, she was speechless with surprise and joy, but Moritz refused to be thanked. Mollie's sister was his, he said, in his airy fashion, and it was his business to see she was properly housed. "Chaytor is a good fellow," he went on, "and I respect him highly, and am proud to be connected with him. I shall stand your friend and his as long as you both deserve it. And look here," and here Lord Ralston glanced at Mollie's delighted face, "if you and Chaytor would like to do your honeymooning at the Hut, you are welcome to it." And when Waveney repeated this to Thorold, he said that it was far too good an offer to be refused. "Ralston is the prince of good fellows," he went on. "His generosity is as large as his purse. You will love those Scotch moors, Waveney. I have not been in the Highlands for years. It will be grand to see the heather and the grouse again." After all, Everard Ward never had his flat. Neither did he stay long at Number 10 Cleveland Terrace. Another and far different fate was in store for him. About 3 months after Waveney's marriage, he went one afternoon to the Red House. He had only just returned from Brentwood Hall, where he had made the acquaintance of his first grandson, and, as usual, he wished to talk over the visit with his old friend Althea. For they were very dear friends now, and next to his own daughters, he valued her womanly advice and sympathy. In summer, the door of the Red House was always stood open, and he went in as usual unannounced. No one responded to his tap at the library door, and as he entered he thought, for a moment, the room was empty. The blinds were down, and the darkness rather bewildered him, coming out of the sunshine. But the next moment he caught sight of a grey figure in the shadow of the curtain. Althea was leaning back in her easy chair. There was a green shade over her eyes, and her face was pale. Everard, who had never seen her before in one of her attacks, was much shocked. "You are ill," he said, taking her hand. In spite of the warmth of the day it felt cold and limp. Then he looked round the room. "Where is Doreen? Surely she has not left you alone." "Doreen is at home," returned Althea in a weak voice. "There is a committee meeting. Please sit down and talk to me. I want to forget myself. No, I am not ill. The attack has passed off. Only I am stupid and dull." Dull! Everard felt strangely oppressed. The darkness, Althea's pale face, full of traces of suffering, the disguising shade that hid the sweet eyes, the pathos and helplessness, and utter weariness, so evident in the whole figure, filled him with pity. Was this what she had to bear? She who helped others, whose whole life was devoted to good works, who had been a guardian angel to him and his? Everard felt a sudden impulse that seemed to impel him, in spite of himself. He got up from his seat and stood beside her. Then, as she moved restlessly, as though disturbed by his action, he dropped on one knee. "Althea, my dear," he said huskily, "we are neither of us young, and we have both known trouble. But if you would have it so, I should like to devote the rest of my life to you. to wait on you and to comfort you." Was she dreaming? Althea pushed up her shade a little wildly, but the gravity of his face left no doubt of his meaning. "I cannot, I dare not accept it," she returned, as she trembled all over. "It is far too great a sacrifice." "It is no sacrifice at all," was Everard's answer. "It is I who am unworthy of your goodness." And the proud humility of his tone struck to her very heart. "I have loved you all my life," she said to him, later on. "Everard, it shall be as you wish. It will make me very happy to be your wife. I know how good you will be to me." Doreen was rather troubled when Althea told her the news. Their peaceful dual life was over, she thought. But when she looked at her sister's radiant face, she chid herself for her selfishness. But she soon became reconciled to the change. When Everard took up his abode at the Red House, he became her chief adviser and helper. He brought his masculine intellect and energy to bear on all their philanthropic schemes, and "my brother in law says this," or "suggests that," was forever on Doreen's lips. There was no doubt of Althea's happiness. She and Everard were always together. Althea's sweet, large nature was never exacting. She knew that he would never love her as he had loved Dorothy. But this thought gave her no pain. How could she complain that anything was wanting when his thoughtful tenderness was so unceasing, when he never cared to be away from her? "It rests me to be near you," he would say. And indeed, there was the truest friendship between them. Waveney and Mollie were devoted to their beloved Queen Bess, but "our boy," as Althea always called Noel, was the pride of his stepmother's heart. And so, when her youth had passed, that faithful soul reaped its harvest of joy. Thus the whirligig of time brings in its revenges. But Althea's noble revenge had been much patience and much love. End of chapter 42. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of Mollie's Prince by Rosa Nouchette CAREY.